Shalom.
Shalom, everybody. Welcome to another live class. Oh, he was going to do it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, shalom, everyone. Welcome to another live class with the Israelite School of Biblical History and Practical Knowledge.
God.
You know, we're located out here in Stafford, Texas,
Mr.
which is a
Takeover.
subdivision of Houston,
Mr.
Texas.
Mr.
Our address is there on the board. We got another location out in Norfolk, Virginia. Kazakh and Chaquat holding it down. We got Zion holding it down in Rochester, New York. We got Awar, Sam Shawan, and Dawiyad holding it down in San Antonio. In Albuquerque, we got Bonabad and Mashaba holding it down. So if you're near any of these schools that's listed here on the screen, on the poster, check them out. Go visit the brothers. Go fellowship. Do what the scriptures say. Gather together, O nation not desired. All right. We also have other ways of staying connected. You can stay connected to Blog Talk Radio. Great teachers on there. blogtalkradio.com/Mashaba. Got other YouTube channels. Y'all know about them. Tell you about them. They're all right there. If you're on this one, you'll see all the other ones. All right. We got the everywhere. You're trying to get fringed up, or you need something fringed up, or you need something customized. Hit up the sisters at isbhbk.com/fringed up. Shoot them a message, or you can sign up for the Fringed Up subscription, which is a new shirt every month. Hebrew Academy, we do it every Monday in Rochester, every Tuesday here in Houston, every Wednesday in Virginia. All right. If you need to reach a priest or teacher, you can reach Priest Kazakia, 757-300-4047. Priest Kwatazab, 303-557-8979. Please text only during class. You're gonna hit them up. Make sure you're being respectful. If you come to learn, you come to learn. No one's dealing with anyone that's being a combatalite. Someone that just want to combat. Just want to debate, a debate-alite. If you come to learn, come to learn. You got a question, get your question answered. All right? Sweet ambiance. It's our business. We ask you to support. You know, we got great fragrances. If you like smelling good, keep it smelling good. Not some of the time, but all the time. So check us out. We also have great monthly subscriptions. So also check those out. Any donations you want to drop, any donations or alms or offerings that you want to donate to help the school, keep the lights on, keep the internet going, keep the doors open. You know, you can send that into the Wells Fargo account. That info should be there on the screen. Or you can Zelle it, Google Wallet, Apple Pay. I'm not Apple Pay, but Cash App. You know, we accept all those different forms. All right, if you want to mail anything to us, you can hit a priest watcher's office. He'll give you a good address where you can mail any items, books, pens, pocketpurse. If you want to get us a new ram's horn, you know, anything that you feel like would help beautify the school or help with the educational process of your people. All right, that's it for the announcements.
Yeah.
Alrighty,
You got it?
yeah. Everybody, I might even put it on your right phone.
You got it?
No, you
good?
good.
Not really. You want me to?
Yeah.
Oh my God. You serious?
Alright, go ahead. I've been kind of like working on doing it without the paper.
You got it or not? Okay. See or no? Right?
Rakatha Yahweh.
Rakatha Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Yahweh Ab.
Yahweh Ab.
Noah.
Noah.
Awar.
Awar.
Zayawam.
Zayawam.
Kawada.
Kawada.
Aman.
Aman.
And let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light this day. Thanks. so be it. And the lighting of the candles represents the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that we obtain through the Most High, through the Scriptures. The Scriptures say, let your light so shine before men that they may see your glorious works and glorify your Father which is in heaven. And that's Matthew chapter 5, verse 16.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Yahweh.
Lefananawa. Rayach.
The
water.
Amen.
And let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the sweet savor. Thanks, so be it. And the frankincense and myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor. In the spirit.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Lefananawa. Hashabbat. Bashalom. The water. Amen.
And let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thanks, so be it.
This Psalms 121. Anashad.
Ayim Nimyah.
Ahahariam. Na'ayah. Yabu'ah. Isaiah. Yabu'ah. Yahuwah. Sha'ishah. Shemayim. Wa'aratazah. La'ah. Yonathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'ah. Nawum. Shasharamar. Yashar Allah. Yahuwah. Shemaria. Yahuwah. Azaliah. Ayil. Yum Yad. Hashamash. Yala'ah. Hakayah. Bayawum. Wala'ah. Halabana. Yahuwah. Yashamaria. Makol Rai. Yashamar. Pasha. Yahuwah. Hawalakia. Hawa'ayah. Ma'aitan. Wa'aibalam.
Amen. Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even from evermore.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Shema
Yashar Allah.
Yasharallah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa. Yahweh Achad. Shema Yashar Allah. Yahweh Allah Hayanawa. Yahweh Achad. Shema Yashar Allah. Yahweh Allah Hayanawa. Yahweh Achad.
And as here, O Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one.
You were supposed to say, sure,
It's not too late.
It's too late, 'cause I don't remember the tone.
Right. The cadence.
All right, this is the Lord's Prayer. Abanawa. Shabbat Shemayim. Kodash. Hayah. Shemka. Yahuwah. Malak Wakah. Taba'ah. Batazaka. Hayah. Aisha. Ratazah. Kawah. Hayah. Bashamayim. Belanawa. Lacham. Kol. Yawam. Basalach Nawa. Kasalach Nawa. Chabawat Yinawa. Wala'ah. Kabinawa. Manasaya 1. Abo. Shainawa. Mayan. Rai. Kaya. Laka. Malakwa. Wa'ala. Wataparat. Iwilanium. Aman.
This is the Lord's Prayer, which can be found in Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Ha'ishra. Zawa.
The Ten Commandments.
La'ah. Yahaya.
Lakah.
Lakah.
Alahayim.
Ahorim.
Alpanyah.
Alpanyah.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
La'ah.
La'ah.
La'isha.
Lakah.
L'sol.
L'sol.
Wala'ah.
Ta'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Talakwak'at. Shum. Yahweh. Bashawah.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Zakor.
Hayawam.
Hashabat.
Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad. Abaka.
Wa'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Baratazak.
Thou shalt not murder.
La'ah. Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'ah. Daganab.
Thou shalt not steal.
La'ah.
Ta'inah.
Shakor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
La'ah. Takamad. Kol.
Kol.
Asherah. Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
The
The
water.
water.
Tamyad. Aman.
Amen. Yeshavium, which means to be seated.
Another Shabbat. Yes, sir. Back in the building. Man, it pays to have a great memory, don't it?
God.
Pays to be young. It pays to be 30 years old.
Well,
Cat's mind.
I say it every morning.
There it is. And
Right.
repetition and studying.
Yeah, it's kind of like,
It pays off too.
it's like my little prayer every morning. When I wake up, I say like I say a prayer, and then I like go through this. Like I have a whole Sabbath ceremony every morning.
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah, that's very dope.
I'm gonna do that.
I'm gonna do that too.
All right.
You'd be surprised what you know. You'd be surprised what you have in your mind when you start going through it.
Yeah.
And then you do know it. You just used to having the crutch, the paper. But the more you go through the repetition, the more you think about it, meditate on it, the more it sticks. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's
Hey.
like with the Our Father's prayer.
Just like with the Our Father prayer. Yep. Yeah. Real quick, we forgot to announce it. I'm gonna say this every single class. Every single class. Brothers, y'all need to start dropping 25 every 2 weeks for y'all's garments for Passover. You got to start doing it now, because we don't want to run into the situation where you're waiting on taxes or you're waiting on a bulk of money to come in, and then it sets the sisters behind. We have to travel to VA for Passover, more than likely. So you need to give your ribs the maximum amount of time that they can get to be able to get your Passover garment done, still travel to VA, and not have to be rattling their brain on how they're going to travel, get the garment done, and all those different things. So I think Magun got in, right? Magun got in 25 to me. I got that tucked away. So, boom, if you plan on having a Passover garment, right? Even myself. If you plan on having a Passover garment, you need to start getting that money in. We're not gonna do the thing we did last year where we waited on brothers forever, and sisters were doing Passover garments a day of, or 24-hour shifts doing Passover garments. It's not fair to them. So please, this is like I'm highly suggesting that you do this. I can't dip into your bank account, jump into your wallet, right? But I'm highly suggesting that there's $25 every 2 weeks up until the point, and then, just go off of the price of your last garment. Okay? I get it, people's financial situations, and all you got to do is cut out 3 Starbucks drinks for the week. Right. Cut off, the little snacking and all that stuff that brothers be doing. Whatever little trick off you got, just look at it and say, okay, I can cut that away for the week or 2 weeks. Yeah.
Can we just pay with a credit card, pay it up front?
You can do that too. You gotta get with Shalomaya and them. You were able to do your garment on a card, right? Right. So get with Shalomaya, boop, boop, and bam. Yep. And get it out the way. And if the price change or vary, then they'll refund you or add, but just go off of your previous. Yeah. We got to do it like that because it's not fair that the sisters got to be bottled down doing garments in this crunch time. You know, it's not fair to them. They're trying to get garments together. They still got to, remember, they got to get the Passover together, right? We cook, but they got to get all the other things together on top of garments, on top of their garment, on top of the kids. So let's try to be fair to them and start doing things a little bit earlier. All right? So I just want to throw that out there for anybody online if you plan on having a garment. Same thing. Start getting your money in. Make sure if you send anything electronically, you label it as Passover garment. You didn't do that. Did you? I don't think I see. Okay, I probably missed it. I was looking for that, but okay. You put garment, but I assumed, why is he sending me money? Garment. Right? So if you want to send it to me, you can do that also. And I'll tuck it away where it needs to be. And then get it over to them. All right? Please, let's, right? The scriptures say to consider one another. Let's be considerate. Right? Let's be considerate of what the sisters have to undertake when Passover comes along. It's a lot for them to do. Right? So if they can order materials early, that leather that we about to get, that's custom leather, the colors. It's not just sitting in Tandy's waiting for us to go pick it up. They got to make that in the amount that we're going to need it. We can get the leather now. We could get this. They can order the pants, the shirt. You know how it goes. Things get lost in the mail, right?
Yeah.
Things get lost in transit. So the earlier, the better. Scripture say before it a year ago. All right. So switching gears. Let's see what we got going on with this lovely short reading that we got.
So real quick, we're gonna
be here till 2:00 today, not 5. Michael Rob is gonna set records.
we
Might
will
be
be
here
here
at
till
8.
12.
Oh wow!
No, not at night. In the afternoon. But nah. So real quick, so just a quick recap of what a quick recap of what we read last week. We read about the waters of Meribah. We read about Moses pretty much. Let me go back. I don't want to say nothing wrong. Well, we read about the waters of Meribah. We read about Moses hitting the rock, right? Mm-hmm. And then now we approached. My
bad. Pardon me.
We approached Edom's land, and Edom didn't want us to go in. Edom didn't want us to go through, I should say, even though we told them, listen, we will take the highways. If our cattle drink any water, we'll recompense you. If we do anything, we'll recompense you. Esau was like, no. And then Moab decided they want to come out and get slaughtered. So
real quick, I missed the initial cost. Valerie Howard. What you can do, just send me a text and I'll get you the cost. Valerie Howard. Now, it depends on what type of garment. I mean, remember these garments are for the brothers. So I'm not sure if it's for like your husband or for your son. I'm not sure. But member garments, trooper garments. I'd have to get the pricing for you. If you like, you can send me a text just asking for the price. But they haven't came with the prices yet for the new garments coming up. The brothers are going to go off of the old price that they paid last year, because usually that's what the prices stay around. Yeah, they don't really go too high or go too much from the cost of last year. But you can text me 303-557-8979 to say, hey Shalom, what's the price of the garments? And I'll try to get you a quick little list based off of last year's price. It could, I'm gonna say it again, the price could change. It could either go a little bit higher. Remember, the cost of everything's going up. So leather is one of those things. Shipping is one of those things. So plan on your garment being a little bit higher than last year based off of the inflation that we're dealing with. Right? They try to make it, this is another thing. One of the problems we ran into, the reason why the cost is because if they only have enough money to order for 10 brothers to get things started, but there's 20 brothers, so what do they have to end up doing? Ordering twice. That's 2 times the shipping. But if we got all the money for the leather already laid out, that's one shipment, boom.
Right.
bam, price dropped. All the pants, bam. But if they gotta like break up the shipping and the orders into 15 different orders, y'all are eating that cost. They're not. The sisters can't take that cost. That's on us. So if they order once, one shipping. If they order the pants from one place, one pants shipping, one leather shipping, studs, one shipping. All right. So just keep that in mind. But I can get you those costs, sis. But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
God, no, that was pretty much it. Let's go ahead and get the first reader up, so we can go into it. Michael, Shabbat Shal, Yahawada, Banyash Allah, Benevisra, Amadi, Barak,
Yahab.
Yahab Hashem Yahushai Barakatham.
Yahab Hashem Yahushai Barak.
When he gets up, then you sit right there.
A little zealous.
If you that cold, you know it's cool in here. You supposed to come prepared, bro. Need two of y'all to come up here. Come on, my guy. Oh no, I'm tripping. Yeah, my bad.
Okay, you say here.
Sleeve, you smart. Hey, don't walk, Max, go that way. Don't walk by the camera. So, where we at?
Numbers chapter 22.
Can't hear you. Couldn't hear you.
Numbers chapter 22 and verse 2. And Balak, the son of Zippor, saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites. And Moab was sore afraid of the people because they were many. And Moab was distressed because of the children of Israel. And Moab said unto the elders of Midian, Now shall this company lick up all that are round about us, as the ox licketh up the grass of the field. And Balak, the son of Zippor, was king of the Moabites at that time. Mm-hmm. He sent messengers therefore unto Balaam, the son of Beor, to Pethor, which is by the river of the land of the children of his people, to call him, saying, Behold, there is a people come out of Egypt. Behold, they cover the face of the earth, and they abide over against me. Come now, therefore, I pray thee, curse me this people, for they are too mighty for me. Peradventure I shall prevail, that we may smite them, and that I may drive them out of the land. For I wot that he whom thou blessest is blessed, and he whom thou cursest is cursed. And the elders of Moab and the elders of Midian departed with the rewards of divination.
With the what?
The rewards of divination.
Go ahead.
In their hand. Mm-hmm. And they came unto Balaam and spake unto him the words of Balak.
Right, so if you understand what's going on, right, this is going to go into Balaam and the donkey, I believe. And they tried Balak, right, the king of the Amorites, trying to get Balaam to curse Israel, right? They were obviously nervous, scared at our number, at our strength. But you know, the one thing about when you read this story, and even the mind state of Balak, he wasn't understanding that our strength and our might wasn't our strength and our might. It was the Most High. He's thinking like, oh yeah, go ahead and just curse him and that'll be that. Forgetting that the Most High, it say he's the Father of spirits. And that whatever the Most High has blessed, no man can curse that. The Most High got to put the curse on you. Right? But he uses man to execute the curses. He uses man to bring forth that judgment. So this guy Balak, he was grossly misinformed. Grossly misinformed. He attributed our strength, just like we do, right? We attribute our strength to ourselves. We attribute our blessings and all our good things that we do. We attribute that to ourselves, and then we attribute all the bad to Satan.
Yep.
Satan's a mug. Nah, Satan ain't no. You the mug. Your blessings and cursings come off of what you do. It ain't Satan. Stop blaming Satan. Satan made me do it. No, he didn't. He created a pathway for you to see how to do it, but Satan don't make you do nothing. Satan don't make you do anything. He just allows he presents the temptation, but he didn't make you get prideful. He didn't make you get hateful. What's that?
What about the snares
What about him?
for Satan?
The wiles of the devil? Uh-huh.
We blame that on him, right?
Yeah, but those are just the temptations. The snares are if I have a problem with pride and ego, I'm going to constantly be put in a situation to test my pride. Now, do you have to get prideful? Can we just go like a degree up on the thing? Because, wow, my thighs are shaking. I'm sorry, it's cold.
Well, you're in
This
the spot.
AC is on point. Y'all don't get
It
it.
blows like right here.
This AC is a good AC, man.
It blows like literally right here.
I got too much iron. In my blood.
I need a fan right now.
Second that.
Yeah, y'all tripping.
Y'all gotta find like a spot where like it really blows to like really feel
I
it.
still need a fan.
I just can't have like air blowing directly on me, and that's what's happening. It's like my thighs are starting to shake.
Wow.
Yeah,
You want to
I'm
switch?
starting to shiver.
We should switch
We should,
because that's
but
good.
let's switch later, right? But the snares of the devil. But that's why it says we're not ignorant of the devices of Satan, because his devices are just our temptations, the things that we can be susceptible to.
Right.
So pride. Well, if I recognize the pride in me, then Satan is not going to be able to use that as a tool further down in different instances and situations, right? If lust is my Satan's tool, but it's my temptation. If I recognize, remember the scriptures say to examine yourself whether you be in the faith.
Right.
But a lot of us are. You know why you get caught up? Because you don't want to acknowledge what's in you.
True.
We don't want to acknowledge what's in us.
Yeah.
You don't want to be told first and foremost, and then you don't want to see it yourself.
Then we lie to ourselves.
Right, you lie to yourself about really what's really in you. And then Satan is like, oh, so you're going to deceive yourself? You're going to be like that man that behold a mirror, right? What does it say? He look in the mirror and go away, right? Being the same person and not really what is a mirror meant to do?
Show your reflection.
But
you are.
what you are, but really think about it. What do we look in the mirror for? What?
To become like Yahweh Shai.
No. What do we look? Think about it. Think about a mirror. What you get dressed and you go look in the mirror to look at what?
Make sure you look good.
Okay, so flip it around.
Take your infirmities.
You're checking out your flaws. What's out of place? Right? That's what a mirror was created for, to make you look at what was out of place. And because you don't adjust what's good, you adjust what's out of place. Oh damn, I still got some morning eye boogers in my eyes. Oh damn, let me wipe that out. Right? Oh damn, I got this a little booger hanging from the. Oh damn, let me get that out before I walk out the house. Oh, I got some ash. You know what I'm saying? like out there, the sun been beaming on the top of the dome, and I didn't realize it because, I can't see above my head. But I was looking in the mirror. I'm like, damn, my skin's peeling. I've noticed that in the mirror, so now I gotta adjust that accordingly, right? So, you know what I'm saying? Lather up, get a little loofah or something, scrub the top, get the dead skin off, a little oil, back to normal. That's what the mirror is able to do. You're not looking in the mirror to look how beautiful you are. You know how you look already, but you're looking for the things that are out of place. Examine yourself, whether you be in the faith, right? Is my faith out of place? Are the things that tempt me, are those things in play right now? The mirror is the scriptures, right? So every day as you get dressed and you brush your teeth in the mirror, you brush your teeth in the mirror, right? You finish, you checking to see, like, damn, they getting whiter, right? You looking, right? Making sure you ain't got no toothpaste that dribble down into the beard. Yep. Yeah. All these different things, right? But daily we supposed to examine here to make sure that pride, humility, charity, brotherhood, sisterhood, communication, all these things are in place, and our temptations, lust, hate, envy, jealousy, all the things that Satan can use to deter you are not in play. Because Satan knows you. You know how he knows you? He's been fighting with you your whole life. He's been sparring with you your whole life, trying to do what? Exactly what's going on here. Accuse you. Look what he's doing. See? He didn't come to class yesterday. Look, get him. Look. She ain't thinking the right thoughts, even if she's not voicing it. Her thoughts are off, Yahweh. Yeah. Her thoughts are not aligned with the word. Let me get her. He's constantly trying to find every little thing to use against you because he knows us, right? It's a spirit. The spirit recognizes the spirit. So if you got these things in you, what's going to be the attachment? Well, the spirit is going to recognize the spirit, and those things can two walk together. At least they be in agreement. If I agree with Satan, then guess what? It's going to be easy for him to take my hand. It's going to be easy for him to grab a hold of my mind and walk through my mind and walk me away from the Most High and bring me into these curses. So the wiles of the devil are always going to be there, the snares, right? But what's a snare when you recognize it? That's just a waste of time for whoever set the trap. Right. You see that? It's a waste of time because you can maneuver right like you ever watch the Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote? And the Roadrunner, beep, beep, right? And he's running and he's looking and he's like, and he maneuvers around him, and the coyote, he falls into his own trap every time. Right? But we're supposed to be the Roadrunner running this race, and the Wile E. Coyote, he's the representation of the snares and the devil and Satan. But we're supposed to be light years ahead of him, seeing, wait a minute, I've already been here. I've already been through these temptations. I've already been in these situations. But if you're not taking account of how you're fighting, because Satan does, that spirit takes account of how do you fight. It's no different. You ever watch, if you watch boxing, boxers will tell you in the first round and maybe a little bit into the second round of a boxing match is really just a download of how your opponent stands, how he reacts, how he punches, how hard he hits, right? They take an account of all these things, right? Because you don't know. You could train for your fight, but then when you're in the real fight and you get hit, that's a different story. How do you react to the hit? How fast do they move? That's a download that each boxer is doing to each other. But if you're not downloading and becoming aware of what Satan is doing, then you lost the battle because he's downloading your actions. Oh, so you about to go through that and not study. Oh, okay, got him. Oh, you about to go through this situation and not counsel. You got it, huh? Oh, okay, cool. Right? He's looking at all these things, and then he's like, okay, this is where I'm going to catch him at. In the lack of communication. In the lack of faith. In the lack of studying. In the lack of looking through the mirror. Wow. And this is where the curses come. You see that? So, same thing here, man. When you go through this, they attributed our might and power to ourselves, but not realizing that, wait a minute, the Most High got us. That's how we always got to look at it. The Most High, he's battling for us, but we still got to show up in these different aspects. Right? So where we at? See what's wrong. Right. You seeing what's wrong. You're right. Go ahead. Where we at?
It's the book of Numbers, chapter 22 and verse 8.
Right.
And he said unto them, Lodge here this night, and I will bring you word again, as the Lord shall speak unto me.
Right. Make sure you speak up. I'm moving this mic. It's right in my face.
And the princes of Moab abode with Balaam.
Mm-hmm.
And God came unto Balaam and said, What men are these with thee?
Mm-hmm.
And Balaam said unto God, Balak, the son of Zippor, king of Moab, have sent unto me, saying, Behold, there is a people come out of Egypt, which covereth the face of the earth.
Right.
Come now, curse be them, peradventure I shall be able to overcome them and drive them out.
Mm-hmm.
And God said unto Balaam, Thou shalt not go with them.
He said what?
Thou shalt not go with them.
Go ahead. This is very important. You got to pay attention here. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not curse the people, for they are blessed.
Mm-hmm.
And Balaam rose up in the morning
Mm-hmm.
and said unto the princes of Balak,
Right.
Get you into your land,
Right.
for the Lord refuseth to give me leave to go with you. And the princes of Moab rose up, and they went unto Balak, and said, Balaam refuseth to come with us. And Balak sent yet again princes, more and more honorable than they. And they came to Balaam, and said to him, Thus saith Balak, the son of Zippor,
Mm-hmm.
Let nothing, I pray thee, hinder thee from coming unto me. For I will promote thee unto very great honor.
I will do what?
Promote thee unto very great honor.
Yeah, you got to see what Balak was doing here. Being a king, he's wielding his power, right? Listen, ain't nothing gonna stop you. I need you here. I'm gonna give you this. I'm gonna give you that. I'll promote you to great honor, right? Now, go here real quick. This is the one thing that we always got to remember. You know, we're always faced with these ultimatums, because this was an ultimatum, right? When the king calls, what you do?
You answer.
You answer. You show up, right? Right. Go here real quick. Go to Psalms real quick. 75. Psalm 75 and verse 6. You know, we're always going to be faced with these ultimatums in life, and really, it's you can't serve two masters thing, right? And it's going to be, well, look, if you ride with me over here, I can lift you up to this stature, right? And the Most High is, well, if you ride with me, I can lift you up to that stature also. But whose promotion are you going to take?
Right.
And then what are you being promoted in? See, I'll take the promotion in the spirit any day.
Yeah.
Because the process, a lot of, there's certain people that are going through this process in the camp of being refined in certain areas that they're dealing with, like communication, watching, observing, reporting. And I know it'd be hard when you go through that refining process. But think about the promotion that comes with that spiritually. Noah. Yeah, but you got to move over, bro. Think about the promotion spiritually that comes with going through that process, right? Where other ways of being promoted, that's just quick game, right? We'll throw you in a position because you roll with us, but what did you really gain? What did you really learn? Who's promoting you? Who's giving you that push up, and how? So read this real quick.
Psalms chapter 75 and verse 6.
Right?
For promotion cometh neither from the east,
Right.
nor from the west,
Go ahead.
nor from the south.
Right.
But the Most High is the judge.
The Most High what?
Is the judge.
What is he judging to be able to promote you? What's being judged in us? Our character, right? All the virtues, all the traits, right? Just like when we read earlier a few weeks ago about Korah and Dathan. Why wasn't Korah put up in that stead above Moses? Because his character didn't align with what was needed for the people. His character didn't align with what the Most High wanted as an example. His intentions weren't pure, right? He predicated his promotion on money, age. He could talk good, right? He could give good speeches and persuade the people. So what? So what? Moses could do all that. Moses forsook the money. Wasn't about that. Moses was still an aged man, right? And he still could, even though he denounced himself as a good speaker, Moses could talk to the people. He could at least go to the Most High, right? So what is the Most High looking at above those outward characteristics? Talk good, money, age, seniority. Well, what's your virtues like? What? I'm talking what?
He's looking at our spirit.
But what about your spirit? Give me some more.
Like to see what we need help with.
Right? Go ahead. Well, think about some of the characteristics that a righteous man or woman is supposed to have. What is he looking at? Well, what are some of the things we battle? What are some of the things you kids battle? What y'all be getting caught up for a lot? Come on. Come on. What?
TV?
Huh?
Is it TV?
No, think about the spiritual things that y'all do when your parents catch you. What's one thing that you kids do that y'all be getting caught? Come on, man. Don't let me drag it out. What?
Lying?
Hell yeah. Y'all kids be lying. Right? Right? Huh? No, I want you to say con. Con. Y'all be lying. Y'all be deceptive. The Most High is looking at those things because you can have money. You could be old. You could be aged. But are you a deceptive person? Do you lie? Do you hide things? Do you cheat? Do you steal? It's those things that the Most High is looking at to say, wait a minute, I can't promote this person. What's your spirit? What's your secret parts? Yeah, what's that?
I was thinking, also along with that, he's looking at like what we consider our core values. Like
Yeah.
Our integrity. And
Yeah, your integrity.
And the ability to be disciplined or to follow.
Yep.
This and things like that. Because those are things that are in us. Those are characters. Those are characteristics of us.
Yeah. What is your motivation? A lot of us are motivated or can be motivated because others are around. But can you be your own motivation in the way of and mind what I'm saying, just excuse me for my lack of words, but your own motivation. Do you have your own fire burning, or is your fire and motivation why you do the things in the spirit because of the next person? And if this person ain't there, if that person ain't there, are you gonna still want to do those things? Or are they the reason, if they're not there, they're your excuse not to do? It's those things, right? It's those things that, you know why I love going to like Rochester and being there by myself, but like being the only teacher, and why I like doing that, because it shows me what's in me, right? When I was there, and then before Shaquat came, I had to listen, it was class, it was drilling, it was morning class, it was workout, it was class, it was counsel, it was all the things, right? There was no brother there with me. I had to do everything. And I'm like, cool. I didn't get tired, I didn't get broke down, I didn't get mad, I didn't get upset. I just handled the job, right? And there was no one there like next to me being my motivation. Only the Most High was my motivation. Yes, I had brothers, Kazak on the phone, Zion on the phone, him on the phone, and we rap and we keep that fire going and refresh each other's spirit, but my motivation is the Most High. That's what the Most High is looking at. What's motivating you? Are you taking the oversight for filthy lucre or of a ready mind? Like, it's all these different, it's so much, but then it's so little. It's so simple, but it is so complicated. But these are the things that the Most High is looking at in us to say, wait a minute, do you deserve the promotion? Are you gonna put yourself in a situation, or are you gonna? What's the one where it says it's the opposite of this? It says there's one like they take the rulership by force. It's in the Apocrypha. You know what I'm talking about? It says they take it. Man, if somebody got that, it's one that says they take. Man.
It's like you try to sit up there with the king, but then he sends you down.
No, that's in Proverbs. There's one in the Apocrypha that talks about a person taking the rulership or taking the usurping the rulership by force. Dang. I forget how it's worded. Let's see here. But these are the things we got to understand. How are we going about to get? Man, here's a good one too, man. How are we going about to get the promotion? How are we going about to get these things? Well, it don't come from the east, the west, the north, the south. It says the Most High is the judge. He's judging your character to see are you fit for the job. Go ahead.
He put it down one.
He does what?
He put it down one.
He does what?
He put it down one.
Yeah, the Most High is the one that'll put you down. Just to do what? Read.
And set up another.
Just to set another up. Just to put someone else in that stead that's worthy. We see it all the time through history with the kings, right? He set up a king. Oh, wicked. Put him down. Okay, let's give your son a try. Oh, righteous. Let's keep him going. Oh, he died. Let's put his son in. Oh, wicked. Put him down. Next guy. Like next man up mentality. Right? Oh, Solomon, you messed up. Well, guess what? The kingdom is going to be split. Your servant and your son. Oh, they both off. Well, let's take it away from them. Let's try it again. Right? But that's us. That's us. 1 minute you in these seats, the next minute somebody else is taking that place. You just a warmer. What? You found it?
I think so.
Where?
This is Ecclesiasticus chapter 35, verse 18.
Don't read it yet. Hold on. Let's see. If that boy got it. You said 35? If that boy got it. Let's see here. No, that's not what it is. 35 and 18? No, that's not it. That's not it. Dang, man. It says, let's see here. If I could just remember how it was worded. Authority. It's a good one. I wish I had that young memory. I just. Let's see here. There it is. Ecclesiasticus 10 and 21. Yep. This goes right along with it. Right? Ecclesiasticus 10:21. Read that.
Ecclesiasticus 10 and 21.
Go ahead.
Therefore.
No.
Hold on.
The fear
of the Lord
goeth
before the
obtaining
of
authority.
authority.
See, the fear of the Lord goeth before the obtaining of authority. So how do I get these promotions, this rank? I gotta fear the Most High. But in what? Well, I gotta make sure that my character is to the level that the Most High is looking at and wants to be in authority over the people. Stay where I'm at. Read on.
But
roughness
and
pride
is the
losing thereof. You see that? But pride and roughness. Now I'm gonna take the authority. I'm gonna take the promotion. That's pride. Those are the characteristics, just like Korah and Dathan. They try to use pride and roughness to take the authority. Just like Balak, right? He's trying to use pride and his roughness. I'm the king. Fall in. He might as well have said that. Hey, I'm king. You need to fall in, right? And do what I say. But he's trying to use those things to give out this promotion to Balaam. And the good thing about Balaam is what? What's the thing about Balaam right now? What's going on with Balaam here? Is he giving into that?
No.
Nah. He's like, wait a minute, bro. Most High. The Most High is who I'm following. You ain't got to fear the king if you fear the Most High. The king can't touch you if the Most High is the thing that you're looking at. Just like we don't fear Donald Trump and Biden and all these people in power, right? What's there to fear when you got the Most High on your side, when you fear him? And these are the things that we got to always keep in mind. Yes, obey the law of the land. Yes, don't go out there and be a criminal. But if I'm fearing the Most High first and putting him first, what did he say? Even your enemies will be at peace. Right? This was how Balaam was moving. So jump back to the reading. Y'all with me? What's that?
That one y'all just read, Psalm 75:7.
Right.
It's a precept of that Daniel 2:21.
Okay, you want to read it?
Yeah.
What you got?
Daniel
Sirach.
2, verse 21. Says that he changed the times and the seasons. He removed the kings and set up kings.
Yeah. Yep.
He giveth wisdom unto the wise and knowledge to them that know understanding.
Think about it. Think about this. Who put Nebuchadnezzar in play? Who put Pharaoh in play? Most High. Right? Most High put Nebuchadnezzar in play. And Most High said, look, Israel, y'all going to pay tribute to Nebuchadnezzar. Pay tribute to the Babylonians. They going to rule over y'all. Just pay tribute. Now we don't want to do that. Okay, well, guess what? They're going to pull y'all out the land. Who used Nebuchadnezzar to destroy Egypt? Most High. Right? Most High set up whoever the hell he wants. He'll set up any nation that he wants. Who got America set up? Who set up Sodom and Gomorrah so they was so illustrious? Remember, Sodom and Gomorrah was 5 cities. It wasn't just one little rinky-dink city. It was 5. Who set that up? Most High.
Well, I don't vote because Most High putting in there who we want.
Most High put in there who he want. And it's not for us to vote for some outside person that's not of our brother. Right? Especially in this society. But the point is, the Most High will put in the seat whoever he feels fit. Who put Saul in there? Go anoint him. Really? Him? Him? But he's by the stuff. This thing is about his beauty. Get him out of here. Let's go get David. Really? Him? He was a boy. You mean to tell me that all his brothers wasn't fit? Nope. They weren't. It ain't him. It ain't him. It ain't him. I want him. The youngest. The runt of the crew. You can only imagine that David was the runt of his brothers.
Wow.
Think about it. Samuel was even surprised when he was going through looking for that man to be anointed. He's like, it ain't him? Damn. Okay, it ain't him? Whoa, it ain't him?
Yeah.
Because he was looking at the outward appearance like these dudes are strong, fit, ready to go. And then here comes little old David, sheep herder. I want him. But look at it. But what was the Most High going off of? The spirit, the character. That's what he's looking at with us. So for you brothers out there that you're in the battle, you're fighting, you're in the school, you're fighting, you're battling, and you're like, man, I'm not getting. I've been around for a while, and I'm still at soldier mode. Well, what's the character that you have in you that you need to work on? I asked a question yesterday. I think it was a good question. If you had to multiply yourself by 3 times right now, in your current spirit, your current level of faith, long-suffering, diligence, all those things. If you had to multiply, everyone ask yourself this, if you had to multiply yourself right now by 3, would you do it? It's a good question, right? Would you multiply? Are you fit to be multiplied by 3 right now? The Most High ordained us to bring forth fruit, and you're like the mother plant, and a fruit tree just replicates itself. That's all it does. It just replicates itself, right? To bring forth more fruit. Are you fit to be replicated 3 times right now? With the good qualities in you and the deficiencies in you. Do your deficiencies override the good qualities? And would you multiply yourself by 3 to be able to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish as a nation? Are you fit? Good question, right? Makes you want to think about the things that are in all of us, right? The things that need to be worked on. Right now, I'm not looking for answers. I want y'all to think about that, even y'all online. Are you fit to be multiplied right now in your current stead, in spirit, fervor, diligence? If we multiplied you by 3, what would come from that? Does Sirach 10:8 go with this point as well? Ecclesiasticus 10:8. Because of unrighteous dealings, injuries, riches got by deceit, the kingdom is translated from one people to another. It can, depending on how you, yeah, it can, but what we're talking about is like literal promotion of a person, right? This is talking about translation of total rulership, nation to nation. And then you can see that too. The kingdoms, think about it. One wicked kingdom, it gets put down, then another kingdom comes into play, but then they become wicked, they get put down. Like, what wicked kingdom ever stood the test of time? Right? Or when a kingdom was good for a moment and then it started to turn, it's like in Solomon's time, it didn't stand. That's what that's going more into. Like if I was dropping a class and I had points, then I'd be able to slide that in. But just with what we're saying, that wouldn't go directly. Very self-reflecting question. That's the point. It's meant for us going right back to what we talk about, examining yourself, right? Examining yourself, because I'm not going to say it, it's going to sound bad. But examining yourself, whether you be in the faith, and knowing what's in us, what's going to befall us, what's going to set us back. Where we at? Let's jump back to the reading. But y'all get that, right? With the Ecclesiasticus 10, with the Psalms, the promotion. Right? Balak is trying to promote Balaam, but Balaam's already promoted. He's dealing with the Most High. Right? Think about it. He's already in close connect. Like, yo, I'll be right back. Let me go talk to the Most High real quick. That's what he was on. What more promotion do you need? What more promotion can you give me? When the Most High is telling me what to do on your behalf.
You know, it's like when Satan took Yahushua up, and he was gonna.
Yep.
And he was like, "Look, I give you all the kingdoms of the earth." It's like, I already got all that.
Yep.
What are you talking about? I already got all that, So.
Well, this is the thing. This is the thing. Yahushua didn't have all that until he did what?
Fulfilled his purpose.
He had to fulfill his purpose.
Yep.
Right? Yes, he stood at the right hand of the Most High, but he had to go through what he had to go through to show himself worthy, his character. The Most High is the judge. So what was Yahushua being judged on? Because was he not being judged? Khan. So he had to go through what we went through. Y'all acting like what Yahushua went through is what y'all haven't been through that? Satan ain't came to you and said, listen, I know you're hungry. Go ahead and turn these rocks into bread.
So sell this crack.
Go ahead and sell this crack and make some money.
Sell these drugs.
Right? Woo! Look at his mouth. His whole jaw dropped.
Do something strange.
Yeah, go do something strange with some change. Turn something that has no worth into something that has value, something that you can benefit off of.
See, turn something that's destructive into your money.
Yeah.
And
Satan did that to everybody. How many of us been tempted? I mean, obviously not the young kids, but I think everybody here that's a grown man might have thought, man, I could be a kingpin. You know what? I know my homeboys and them is selling that weed. Let me get down. Let me get down with them. Con.
Yep.
Con. Come on, bruh. I got drug dealer friends in the world.
Yep.
That was like, look, we can make this happen. And I'm like,
Always offer.
yeah, that ain't me. I'm a little bit more
it's not hard.
fearful, but it ain't. Yeah, that's the point. That's the point. Satan will come and tempt you. You know what? Listen, if you really believe in the Most High, then do these things. Well, I ain't gonna do those things. So I can't tempt the Lord, right? Well, you know what? If you just bow to me, I'm gonna give you the kingdom. I'm gonna give you rulership. Bro, he comes to us in the same way that he came to Christ. So even in this promotion, Yahweh Shai had to go through the things that he had to go through to get the promotion. Don't get it twisted. He couldn't shortcut it. Damn, you know what? He's right. I could just bypass all the lessons, bypass my purpose, and get what's rightfully mine anyway. But how long would it have lasted? How long would his promotion and his rulership of these kingdoms lasted? Because Satan, his whole thing is about deception, right? So it would have only lasted as long as Satan would have allowed it to, which would have not been long. Y'all watch the movies where Satan comes and, you know, the blood contract, what was that, Ghost Rider? Remember Ghost Rider, the movie? And he said, you got to sign this contract in blood, but he didn't tell him that, his dad was going to have to die or something like that for him to be great. Satan don't tell you that you got to forsake God to be great. What?
No, as he was making the deal with the devil, so his dad would be cured of cancer. Then he made the deal, and then they killed his dad in an accident. Right,
he was cured, but then he died in an accident. But that's how Satan works. He don't give you the whole backstory, front story, side story, middle story. He don't give you the foresight. The wisdom does that. The Most High does that. But see, the problem is, am I going to go through the judging process? Think about a show animal that has to be judged. They got to sit there. They got to be brushed. They got to be fed. They got to be trained. Like you ever see the show dogs? What do they got to go through to be judged? They got to go through the training first, right? Up. He jumps up, give him a treat. Jumps down, give him a treat. Go through the little barrel roll. Go through the little, right? They got to go through all that. And then you judge that dog. Oh, he's a perfect 10. But see, we don't want to go through the obstacle course. We're like, wait a minute. So I could bypass all that work right there and just beeline, zoop, to the... Well, you know what? I'm going that way because that looks too hard. But you didn't see, damn. So all the pain, anguish, heartache, damn, no wisdom, no understanding. It's all that way. And every obstacle was a refining point. Every obstacle was to get you better, to add to you virtues, to strengthen you. But you just looked at the course and was like, tired. I don't know about that. Damn, they got water over there, and I gotta go through the little squiggly thing. I gotta bend my knees down and crawl through the tunnel. What's in the tunnel? Damn, I'm not trying to do that. I just want the promotion. That's how Satan gets you. And that whole thing over there is a facade. Even the promotion.
It's an illusion.
What do they call it in the desert? A mirage. It looked good, but it ain't even there. It's not even there. It's not real. Because you chase that carrot. Just think about it. Think about it. Our people have been chasing a mirage in America for 400 plus years, 500 years. I mean, come on. You've been chasing a mirage, and then you wonder why when they shoot a cat 45 times, you're still up in arms.
Gosh, con.
Me, I'm so jaded off that. I'm like we were driving in the car and they were talking about what's the brother's name that got shot like 25 times the other day and they shot him in the back 5 times.
Damn.
They found the gun in the car. He ran.
Oh, the cops did it, right?
The cops did it. Well, that was another one. That's my point. It happens every week. And me, I'm just like, yeah. That's what we in, because our people chase the mirage. They chase the fake prize and not seeing that, wait a minute, let me put myself in this arena to go and get the real prize, the things that, those spiritual treasures, those things that really hold. Y'all see that? Let me get the real promotion in the spirit. We chasing rap promotions. We chasing what is it? I'm a boss. I'm a this. I'm a that. All that stuff is fake. All that stuff is temporal, right? What greatness do you want to have in the spirit of the Most High in Christ? I don't care if I never, ever, ever, if we fly under the radar forever until Christ comes. As long as I know what I'm doing in the spirit, the Most High can see. He's going to give me whatever promotion, whatever prize I need at that time. I don't care what man got to tell me or what he got to say about what I'm doing. I don't need to be called elder and this and that. Hell no, don't call me none of that. Right? Don't call me none of that. Let the Most High promote. Did you finish that? Right, and his name was Jalen, right. It's so many, I just forget names now. I'm like, another black man, another black man, another black man. It sounds harsh, but bro, I'm desensitized to all that now. I'm desensitized to 60 bullets shot up in one car. I'm desensitized to, think about it. Besides the Uvalde cat, they put him down, right? But there was 3 shooters that killed people. The dude that shot the other day in Chicago, they took him in without one bullet being shot. And he had a machine gun in the car. The dude that shot up the church and they bought him Burger King. Put a bulletproof vest on him.
Yep.
Right? Wow. Took him in with no incident. Dylan Roof. Right? And there was a few others.
Esau.
And I see that and I'm like, that's how it's supposed to be. I'm not tripping on that. Like, hell yeah. That's supposed to show that's supposed to show our people that they don't give a damn. But if you don't see it, then guess what you're gonna get caught up in? It's a black and white thing. It's a this thing. No, it's a righteous and unrighteous thing.
Right.
That's what it is. It's a Most High speak once, say twice thing. It's a follow my laws or follow this world thing. So I don't get caught up in, they took the white boys in alive. I don't get caught up in, they gave R. Kelly 30 years for some RICO charge, but they gave the white girl that did worse less time the day before, right, on the same charges. I don't get caught up in that. I'm like, hell yeah. But the Bible says.
You know what it is, though? All it is the Most High is showing all that is happening for a sign for Israelites to see, like,
they're not your friend.
They're not your friend.
The Bible says they hate you.
Duh.
The Bible says they hate you, and niggas is like, no. I love my white friends. I love my nation friends. They hate you. And me, I'm not shocked. I'm just like, keep doing it, y'all.
Yeah.
Keep doing it for a sign and for a confusion. The ones that know, they know. Y'all all sitting here, y'all know what's up. So what do you know? When a cop pulls you over, you pull out all your documents, give it to him, and shut the hell up. If you got warrants, just deal with it, right? Suck it up. Right? Right?
That's what I do.
Let them cuff you, take you in, pay your warrant, do your time, roll out with your life. Or you can speed off and run and make yourself look more guilty and put that target on your back. Agree with the adversary quickly. We got the wisdom to know how to operate. What's that?
That's like yesterday. So when we get a certain amount of purchases, we're supposed to take a picture of the ID with their card for work.
Right?
This white lady purchased with us, and she did over the amount, so we needed her ID and everything. And she had a big issue with it that she came back like an hour after she had done her purchase. I was like, look, I really don't like that. I want you to delete it. I don't want you to have it at all. And we explained it to her like the bank said, you know, if people will withdraw their charge accounts with us or whatever, that we need this. And she's like, no, I'm not comfortable with you guys having that. I don't want you to have it. Can you delete it?
Hell yeah.
So the officer was like, yeah, just we'll delete it. He's like, we reach out to him specifically.
Yep. Because you black, she white, and you Negroes are going to steal her little whack identity.
Right.
Right? But, I mean, come on. You got to know what situations that we're in and what is the Most High constantly, daily, through every dealing showing us. That we supposed to be for us. Right? We supposed to cater more to ours, our own. Right? And be trying to unify with us and not everybody else. What's that? Shamala?
Matthew 5:25. Agree with thine adversary quickly.
Right?
While thou art in the way with him.
Right.
Lest at any time the adversary deliver thee to the judge.
Right.
And the judge deliver thee to the officer, and thou be cast into prison.
Because they're all a team, no matter what.
There
Who's
you
your team?
That's true.
Well, I'm Team Jesus.
Fine.
I'm Team Yahweh Shai, right? So I get it. I understand it. But y'all got to understand what's going on too. Right? So let's jump back. Let's jump back to the... Because this can go all the way somewhere else. Right? Right. Perpetual hatred. Right? Right. It is commenting. Right. Kind of was referring to before you found that scripture. Shalom, family. Self-reflecting. Right. Right. Where we at? So remember, Balaam, Balak, trying to curse Israel. Right? Trying to get us in snares. You know, I'm going to say this, man. When y'all set up prayers, y'all got to be praying for things like shutting down future plans to snare you. I had to set up some prayers the other day on that because, again, we're not ignorant of Satan's devices. We got to stop playing catch up and be ready aforetime. Set up your prayers, man, to shut down future endeavors to snare you. Shut down future plans to get you caught up. Because, man, bro, these people in the world be thinking, what does it say? The children of the world are wiser than the children of light. They be having plans, man, they try to take advantage of our kindness. They try to take advantage of the fact that we're not going to retaliate on their level. And what do they think? That we ain't got nobody with us.
Yep.
Right? That we ain't got nobody fighting for us. So when you set up your prayers, you got to pray against those future snares. The ones you can't see. Because they're there. And people are doing things and making things happen. And you get up to that point, you're like, damn, where'd this come from? Why'd this person do this? Or why'd they act? You should have been praying. Praying against that. You got to make sure you're ready a year ago. All right? Go ahead.
It's the book of Numbers, chapter 22 and verse 17.
Right?
For I will promote thee unto very great honor, and I will do whatsoever thou sayest unto me. Come therefore, I pray thee, curse me this people. And Balaam answered and said unto the servants of Balak, if Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond the word of the Lord my God.
Yeah, he stuck to his guns, man. I like it. I like it. And remember, where was Balaam from? What nation was Balaam? Come on, y'all know. Come on.
Moab.
Was he Moab? Was he Midian? He was Midian. Right? Let's make sure. I believe Balaam was a Midianite priest.
Yeah, he's Midian.
He was a Midianite diviner. What you got? What you got the scripture?
I got no, it was the nation. Never mind. It's on 7. I was looking at 22 and 7.
Does it tell you what nation he is?
No, it says Midian departed from the wars of the nation.
Where we at? You said 22 and 7?
Yeah, it doesn't say.
Yeah, I believe that Balaam was a Midianite. We'll find it. Well, go ahead, read on.
Khan, he's Midian.
Where you got it?
Verse 4, 22 and 4.
Read it. There it is.
And Moab said unto the elders of Midian, Now shall this company lift up all that are round about us, as ox lift up the grass of the field. And Balak, the son of Zippor, the king of the Moabites at that time, sent messengers before to Balaam, son of Beor, of Pethor. Right? So that's what I'm getting.
Whoa, wait a minute.
It doesn't really specify.
He's gonna look at here in the Zondervan, and then we'll find it.
Yeah, you gotta have. It gotta be on point.
But go ahead, read on why he finds that.
To do less or more.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 19. Now therefore I pray you, tarry ye also here this night, that I may know what the Lord will say unto me more. And God came unto Balaam at night.
See, if you're listening to the story, Balaam is in control here. Balaam is the one controlling the situation, saying, look, y'all stay here while I go talk to the Most High. Y'all chill and wait for the Most High's word. Right? Go ahead.
And said unto him, if the men come to call thee, rise up and go with them.
He said what?
If the men come to call thee, rise up and go with them.
What verse are you at?
Verse 20.
Right, go ahead.
But yet the word which I shall say unto thee, thou shalt do.
Go ahead.
And Balaam rose up in the morning,
right,
and saddled his ass.
Go ahead.
And went with the princes of Moab.
Go ahead.
And God's anger was kindled because he went.
Wait a minute. Why? Who can tell me why? Most High said, if they call you, go. He saddled his ass and went. What's the problem here? But the Most High told him to go.
God, he did.
What?
No, he said if they call unto him.
Thank you. They didn't call him. That nigga woke up and just saddled his ass, because what was he thinking about? Damn, I'm about to get promoted, cuz. I'm about to get money, yo. I'm about to get money. The men didn't call to him. He woke up and just saddled his ass and went. They didn't call him. They didn't send messengers. If you look at it, in all the other instances, Balak sent messengers to Balaam. So now the Most High, see, the devil's in the details are in the Most High. Moses, speak to the rock. Bah! Hit the rock. See, you took away my glory. Right? The details, the Most High deals with detail. He said, if the men call thee, then go.
Right.
But Balaam was being presumptuous. And what was he thinking about? Got my mind on my money and my money on my mind. Right? Got my mind made up. Come on, get it to it.
Wow.
Make it right, right? He was ready for the dough. He was ready for the money, the promotion. He bypassed the detail that, wait a minute, wait for them to call. See, a lot of people miss that. They're like, wait a minute, that's contradictory. Why would the Most High just be mad? Because he didn't follow to the specifications. They have to call you, and then you go. But think about it. We move like Balaam sometimes. We don't follow orders to the specifications, right? And then you make the move, and it's like, I didn't tell you to do that until this happened. But I did it. But yeah, you were supposed to wait until this happened to do that. But it shows what's in the forefront of their mind. What was in the forefront of Balaam's mind? It was the money, right? It tells you that in the New Testament. But go ahead, read on.
And the angel of the Lord stood in the way for an adversary against him.
Right.
Now he was riding upon an ass, and his two servants were
right.
with him.
Hold that real quick. Go to Jude. Jude 1:11. And we're in Numbers 23, right? Go to Jude 1 and verse 11. Read that, Elijah.
Jude chapter 1 verse 11.
Okay.
Woe unto them, for they have gone in the way of Cain.
Right.
And ran greedily after the error of Balaam.
Right. So now you understand that Balaam was running. It said the error of Balaam. His error was that he didn't follow to the specifications. He didn't wait to be called. He didn't wait to be called, man. Just like the scripture in Proverbs where it says, don't stand in the presence of the king, wait to be called. He didn't wait. He wanted that greedy gain, that filthy lucre. Go ahead.
For reward, and perished in the gainsaying of Kor.
Right, Korah, and Dathan. Right, so y'all get that, right?
Come on, man.
So jump back real quick. Did we get that?
So
Hold on real quick. Go ahead. It doesn't go in, but it doesn't go in on his nationality. Okay, fine.
but it does say non-Israelite.
Right.
Yeah.
God spoke to Balaam thus Israel rather than cursing him. Right. Go ahead. Back to the reading.
The book of Numbers, chapter 22.
So it doesn't give a specific nationality on Balaam. It said that he was from Mesopotamia.
It does say non-Israelite.
Non-Israelite. Right. So he could have been a Midianite. He could have been anything. But look, even that, the Most High was dealing with him. He was dealing with him and using him to show the other kings that look, you can't curse what the Most High has set up and blessed. Right? But even as a non-Israelite, you still got to follow the specifications. You still going to get dealt with the way an Israelite. Think about it. When Moses didn't circumcise his son, who came? Right? What came to take out Moses? An angel. Right? Came to take. If you look at it, Balaam got dealt with like Moses. That angel came to take him out. This angel came to take him out. This wasn't no plaything. Like, hey, I'm coming to give you a message. Nah, bro, you about to die. The sword was drawn. It tells you as we read on. You see that? But Moses' wife recognized, like, wait a minute, ooh, we got to get our son right. Let's get him circumcised. Boom, 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 boom. Right? Let's take that death away from us. And Moses being an Israelite, Most High was going to judge him that way. This man being a non-Israelite, he was still going to get judged. You got to, no matter who you are, what is it showing us? When the Most High dropped them orders, you got to listen. You got to follow the right way. Y'all get that? Go ahead. Let's read on.
Book of Numbers, chapter 22 and verse 23. And the ass saw the angel of the Lord standing in the way, and his sword drawn in his hand. And the ass.
Remember, the scriptures say he beareth not the sword in vain. Right? He's coming to judge, man. Go ahead.
And the ass turned aside out of the way and went into the field.
You ain't want no part of that.
Because even if a dumb ass, think about an ass. It is the most stubborn animal in the damn animal kingdom. You ever see an ass propped down on its butt? And you try to pull that donkey and he's like, and he just pulling back. If he don't want to go, guess what? You're not going to get him to move. You can whip him, you can stone him, you can poke him. He just going to sit there. That's why they say a stubborn ass, right? It's the most stubborn animal. When it does not want to go, trust me, you're not going to pull or move that animal. But see, even a stubborn ass can recognize the power and glory and what is real. It's time to die. And I'm not trying to get my head chopped. Even an ass can recognize that. But this prophet, remember, Balaam was a prophet. He was supposed to see these things. He was already dealing with the Most High.
Yeah.
So what was going on with him? How come he didn't see the angel?
His focus was somebody else.
He was blinded by the riches. Yep. He was blinded by the thought of the money, whatever gain he could get. You see that? That's what money and gain and all these different things can do if your eyes are set on those things. That's why he says, set your mind on the treasures in heaven. that moth and rust doeth not corrupt, right? Matthew 6. But when you set your eyes on, man, what can they give me? What am I going to get? I can't wait to, you get the money, you throw it in the air, you throw it on the bed and you swim through it. You know how like little kids do, they get the money, they toss it. Right? When you set your mind that way, taking showers and money, you miss the things that are right in front of you. But that's Satan. He puts that wool over your eye with the it's like the dangling carrot. Y'all know about that, the dangling carrot, right? The carrot in front. Like, how do you get the donkey to move, or the horse to go? You put the carrot in front of them. The carrot's moving, so they're moving towards it. As long as they move, the carrot moves. As long as the carrot moves, they'll move. It's like this perpetual cycle, right? But that's us. If we're blinded by riches and gain and those things, you're going to move towards those things. But if your focus is on that, what are you missing? Behind you, in front, on the sides of you. Right? Your foresight is not really foresight. Yeah, your circumspection is off. Even your vision beyond the riches, you don't see what can befall you. You see that? This is what was going on with Balaam. He was blinded to the point where the donkey saw? Ooh. That's insane. That's crazy when you think about it. This man was a prophet of the Most High. It says that, right? He was the man that the Most High was using to show these other kings that you're not going to go against me. He had this man setting up sacrifices, and he's talking to him, dealing with him on a level of tell them to do this and tell them to do that. Go set up this offering. Go set up this burnt offering. You got to be at an extreme high level with the Most High to be able to get that type of connection. Yeah. But then to not see when it's time for you to die because money is blinding you and riches and filthy lucre. That's something to be said, man. Read on.
Question.
Yeah, what's that?
Could it be that the ass saw the angel? Could it be the grace of the Most High put that on that ass to see that angel? Because he could have kept on walking right into him.
Or could it be the folly of Balaam? It could be either or.
Yeah.
The Most High is gracious,
yeah, you're right,
and merciful, so it could be when you look at it. Yeah, that could be the grace of the Lord.
Right.
Right. It ain't His pleasure to just kill us.
Con.
So yeah, he gave Balaam grace.
He did.
Right? Because think about it. The angel could have took him out at any time.
Yep.
Well, I was just going to say, too, just on that point, the Most High, the mercy, because He's showing you if an animal.
How foolish you are.
Yeah. The animal can see this.
Yeah.
And you are connected to me.
Yeah.
Why can't you?
Because what was he trying to highlight? How much of a folly Balaam was in. That you have this spiritual connection to me, but you can't see what a stubborn donkey can see.
That's true.
Right? But it goes back to what? The ox knoweth his owner,
Yep.
the ass his master's crib, right? It goes back to those two things where, but Israel doeth not know.
Right.
We can't even come back and even with all our spirituality, because we are a spiritual people, right? And when you read the scriptures, you're like, damn, man, only black people deal like this and talk like this, and the spirit recognize the spirit, and you'll sit there and hallelujah and barakatah Yahweh, you do all that, right? And then go back and smoke the blunt 5 minutes later, right? I know the Most High is with me. I know I'm an Israelite. I know these things, right? Yeah. And you go back and commit the same sins and follies that you was doing after you learned. Yeah. Because what is the Most High showing you? That you can let a donkey go roam, and guess what? The donkey will come right back home because it's time to eat. An ox knows his master. Yeah. Methuselah, the Benjamite brother at the summit was bringing it out about that, about the ass and the ox. That an ox and a donkey, they're stubborn animals, but guess what? They know how to get back home. You can let your buffalo roam or your ox roam, and guess what he'll do? When it's feeding time, he'll be right back at that front porch. Donkeys, same thing. You can let your donkey do what it does, but guess what? When it's time to come back home, that donkey will come right back without you having to chase it down. But think about how the Most High got to chase us down.
That's true.
Most High's like, come back home. Look, come back home. And we like, I want America.
Yep.
Home. Home is where the heart is. Right? You're like, home is where the heart is. No. No, your nationality, you're Israelites, you're Hebrew, right? You're like, nah. I don't want that. I want English. Right? I want to speak English and Spanish and Peruvian and this and that and that. No, I don't want that heritage. I want what America said. I want what these other. I want to be Wakanda forever.
Wow.
Think about it. How many black folk threw on dashikis?
That's true.
Because of a movie. One movie had the whole America in dashikis and kufis, right? But we've been on them streets for years. But we're Power Rangers. Y'all look like clowns. Y'all this, y'all that.
Yep.
But one movie got all black America in dashikis, in African garb.
And doing this.
And do it, yeah. Come on, bruh. We like boom, boom, boom. They like. Because we're worse than that stubborn ass.
Dang.
We're worse than that stubborn ox. That's what the Most High is showing us here. That how far is your stubbornness gonna go? Right?
It's true.
How far is your rebellion going to go, and what is leading the rebellion? What is the blinders on your stubbornness? Most High said the law was supposed to be frontlets in our eyes, but what's the frontlets in our people's eyes? What does it always start with? The bag. Money. The bag, money, riches, gain. Right? The flesh. The comforts. What feels good? What tastes good? What smells good? What feels good to me today? Right? How he feels, how she feels. It's never what the Most High wants, man. And that's why we're always in rebellious mode. We're always in stubborn mode. Because of the things that we want and not savoring the things of the Lord. Y'all see that? But he highlights it. I mean, this is perfect. This is perfect. Because, I mean, it's a donkey.
Right. I looked at that movie one time. They was on here searching for this muscle. Right, they had the two big German Shepherd guard dogs, and that muscle was getting close to him. Them two German Shepherd guard dogs say, "Holla at you."
Yeah, gone.
They was gone.
Yeah. So, you know what you're saying? Yes, the grace of the Lord, of course, right? Of course, he could have listen. He didn't need no damn angel to take out Balaam. He could have just. What did he do to Antiochus when he got prideful and riding his horse? It said his bowels just erupted, and he fell into the damn doo-doo trough, and he smelled like poop. His skin was ripping off. His body was aching and paining. It said no man wanted to be around him because of his stink. And when he came off his pride, he still couldn't get rid of the Most High's curse, the plague. What happened to the people in the wilderness when we was crying for manna? He said, I'm going to give you manna till you loathe the manna, and it rotted in our teeth. Yep. He could have got Balaam in many different ways if it was about taking him out. Yep. But what was it about? Let me show you how stubborn you really are. And let me show you what is the catalyst to your stubbornness. What are you looking at? Are you looking at me? Or are you looking at what you can gain? Y'all see this?
So,
what? No, go ahead. What?
So it was basically a learning lesson for him, basically.
Yeah.
For us all here to listen to it, but it's basically a learning lesson. So
all things are written aforetime are written for our learning. Right? Yes, it was a learning lesson. Because think about it. If he would have just wiped out Balaam, boom, what would he have learned? Right. There's no learning in death. Right? There's no learning in death. The grace that teaches us to live soberly. Go there real quick. Go to Titus. Titus 2. and 11, I believe. The grace of the Lord teaching us. Right? Read it.
Yes. Right.
Titus chapter 2, verse 11.
Right?
For the grace of God
Right.
that bringeth salvation.
It bringeth what?
Salvation.
How can you have salvation if you've been put to death? Read.
Have appeared to all men.
Go ahead.
Teaching us that.
Doing what?
Teaching us that.
See, Balaam was supposed to learn a lesson here.
Yep.
But so are we. Read.
Denying ungodliness and worldly lust.
And what?
Worldly lust.
What did Balaam chase?
Worldly lust.
Go ahead.
We should live soberly.
Read.
Righteously.
See, the sobriety was what? Where is my focus? Is the riches and the worldly lust now drunk? You know how you get drunk off money? I'm money drunk, right? I'm drunk off fame. I'm drunk off. Look at all your celebrities, man. Look at all your celebrities that when they get all that dough, they start to just wild out, and they get caught up in everything. They get. I was watching, man. I watched this documentary on the Rough Riders, the rap group with DMX and all them, and when you look at their humble beginnings, and they was going through a lot of turmoil, but when they start getting money, these dudes lost it. They lost it. All their demons that they had just got 100 times greater because now I can pay for it. Now I can pay for my demons, right? The women, the alcohol, the drugs, the fame, they were drunken in fame and money and fortune. Damn. There was no longer a sobriety of how I carry myself because anything goes, right? And that was just them. But man, you look at all these celebrities that you get them on the page, on the front page news, and this celebrity did this and this celebrity did that. You're like, damn, what got them doing that? Well, they have the fame and the fortune. They're drunken, they're blinded, they're indoctrinated with that. There's no sobriety there on how to carry myself as an upstanding citizen. Go ahead.
Righteously.
Wait, sober and what?
Righteously.
Go ahead. The righteousness is what? Obeying. Abraham, get up, go to this next city. Well, why was Abraham counted for righteousness? Because he followed to the T. He obeyed the Most High. Why was Balaam not righteous in this moment? Because he obeyed the parts that he wanted, that benefited him. Go ahead.
And godly.
Go ahead.
In this present world.
Right. You see that? So whatever present world you in, the grace is to all men to be able to sit back and learn from their mistakes. Balaam made a costly mistake here. Right? So let's jump back.
The book of Numbers, chapter 22 and verse 23.
Right?
And the ass saw the angel of the Lord standing in the way, and his sword drawn in his hand. And the ass turned aside out of the way and went into the field. Mm-hmm. And Balaam smote the ass to turn her into the way. But the angel of the Lord stood in a path of the vineyards, a wall being on this side and a wall on that side.
Man, you can only imagine that, bro. Now, you can only imagine. I'm not saying that it was, but imagine like Michael the archangel just standing there, sword out, flaming, ready. Bro, could you imagine that? Nope. That's the point. Nope. I don't want to imagine that. Right? It's just like, remember when David counted the people, he numbered the people, and the Most High said, "Look, choose your punishment." Right. And what did he choose? He chose the punishment of the Most High, right? And it said the angel stood above the city and just destroyed it. Can you imagine, like, looking up and you just see Michael just up there just ripping. He's standing there just commanding angels to run through the city. Or Gabriel just sitting there, right? The warrior of the Most High. Bruh. Come on, man.
Yeah, remember the scripture says that the angels were dreadful.
Yeah.
So don't have the image in your head of what the white man has put in your head of what an angel looks like.
Little butt naked white babies. No.
Yeah, just looking all white and pale and soft.
Hell no.
Hair.
Imagine the garment that the angel has that they wear. Just their garments.
Imagine like
Just imagine it, a warrior, a straight warrior. What's that?
And then imagine, like, you're not David. You don't notice it's coming. You're just a regular person. You just look up and see this angel.
No, you know what's crazy? The Most High doesn't allow you to faint. You gotta watch.
Oh, David had to watch that. And then beg the Most High for mercy. Like, no, kill me instead. Yeah, think about it. Even when Gabriel went to Mary, she was like, whoa, hold up. What's going on here? Like, what did I do? What manner of salutation is this? You coming to kill me? Or what you coming to do? Yeah, because the angels were scary. They weren't meant to be, oh, that's the angel of the Lord. Let's just, like treat him like he was nothing. You better bow down. Right? Because you don't know what the Most High got going on with this angel. What manner of salutation he's coming to bring. You come peacefully? Peaceably? Right? Thou comest peaceably? That's the first thing. Wait. Did I do something? Right? What's that?
See, the glory of one of them destroyed 100 centurion soldiers.
Yeah.
Just the glory of it.
Yeah, that, bruh, it's a powerful thing. It's a powerful thing. So, again, this angel, this is the proxy of the Most High, right? His glory. And this man didn't recognize it. Being a proxy himself, being able to get instruction from the Most High firsthand, he wasn't able to recognize even the glory of the Most High because of what blinded him. That's the lesson. What is blinding you? What's your blinders? Is it the law? Or is it what the world, the lust of the flesh, the pride of life, the lust of the eyes? Is it those things? And these are the things we got to always ask ourselves. Examine yourself. I've been quoting this, somebody get it. Examine yourself whether you be in the faith. What is my blinders? What is my blinders? Read it.
2 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 5.
Right.
Examine yourself.
Right.
Whether ye be in the faith.
Go ahead.
Prove your own self.
He said what?
Prove your own self.
You know why you better prove yourself first? Because the Most High is going to send something to prove you. That's true. And are you ready for his proving? Are you ready to be proved by the angels? Or are you going to take the time out to prove where you at? Well, I'm going to go study real quick. Right? Because think about it. Nobody's ready for that. For that level when the Most High says, okay, you didn't want to do it yourself. I'm going to do it now. It's going to be much harder. Know ye not your own selves. Go ahead.
Know ye not your own selves.
Go ahead.
How Hamashiach is in you.
Because he is. He's in all of us. What does that mean, though? That what's in you can be overridden by Christ. Y'all get it? Know ye not yourselves that Yahushua is in you? Y'all get it? So what's in you, there's deficiencies in all of us. There's another one that says, greater is he that is in you that is in the world. Right. So the love of Yahushua, all the examples that are in us, that should override all the things that when you examine, you should be able to say, man, looking unto Christ, the author and finisher of my faith, that's going to get me through. His example is going to be able to override all the negative, the wiles of the devil, the temptations. But you got to examine, or else something is going to come to prove you. And no matter what, something is always going to come to prove you. Every day, yeah. Daily, you're going to be proven, right? Prove a friend. Every day, the Most High proves us. Any questions before we get to the next reader? This is their king. Whoa, 40 people online? Okay, great. Next reader.
Shabbat Shalom, Yahweh, Ban Yashawala.
Shemaya Allah, Shabbat Shalom, Yahweh, Ben Yashar Allah, Ben of Israel, Amadi, Barak.
Yahweh Shem Shabbat
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shabbat. Prove yourselves. Know ye not your own selves. Did you finish that? Yeah, finish that real quick. There's a real, the end. Read it from the top. 2 times from the top.
2 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 5.
Right?
Examine yourselves, whether ye be in the faith.
Go ahead.
Prove your own selves.
Right?
Know ye not your own selves.
Go ahead.
How that Yahushua Mashiach is in you.
Go ahead.
Except ye be reprobates.
Just like Balaam. He became reprobate for a moment there. The riches made him reprobate. The riches became the frontlets, the prize. You see that? And not the, let me see what's in me. Let me make sure I'm following. Was that it? That's it, right. So where we at in the numbers?
I'm gonna say something on what y'all were talking about earlier, how the Most High deal with you. You know, basically when you're getting out of line or whatever. I'm professing something. They already know this now, but just last week I fussed at my wife for no reason. I was upset about something that I made a mistake on. I fussed at her. I was so angry at her. She told me, she said, you know, sweetheart, forgive me. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to talk to you. That was wrong on my behalf.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody asked you to forgive them, you should immediately, I forgive you, dear. My bad, I misunderstood you. But I didn't do that. And lo and behold, the next day, I'm in the hospital. I'm in the hospital. They got a hell of a scare too. They start talking about your kidneys look like they shut down on you. Yeah. And the first thing came to my mind was, oh Lord. It was like the most I put in my heart. Don't mess with my daughter like that.
That's why he said he that is taken in the fault. He that is spiritual, restoring the spirit of meekness, considering your own selves. Yeah.
I tell you what, I got an awakening, that's for sure. I told her, hey, look, I apologize to you. Forgive me from the bottom of my heart. Ask the Most High, please forgive me that I won't mess with your daughter no more, Father. Not in that way, for sure, you know. But I was wrong, you know, and I admitted it, you know. I let pride, if you want to call it that or whatever, you know, whatever you want to call it, get in the way. And yeah, I paid a little price there.
But you got grace, so you
yes,
have to
I
learn.
did. For sure, definitely.
Remember what we talked about last night? Perfect love. See, that's a good lesson. Because now he's able to sit back and say, okay, I got to do things better the next time. I can't jump to a conclusion before I hear the whole matter. That's perfect love.
Yeah.
That's the love of the Most High being perfected in us daily. Where you're going to go through situations with people. The reason why I'm bringing that up, there was a question asked in 1 John, what was that, 4:18 about the perfect love and how do we achieve it? How do we get there? Well, the perfect love is always going to be an achievement. You're always going to be working on these situations, making mistakes, but then how do I atone for my mistake and move forward and get better and not make the same mistakes? Perfect example. Perfect
That's
example.
just deep, because I never got involved in that. It looked like every time I done something, I was the one caught. You know, everybody around me, they made it, I got caught. You know, I got sent here, that they made it, I did. You know, so, but I understand though. You know, I'll praise to the Most High. I'll praise to the Most High. Numbers chapter 22, verse 25.
Yep.
Shalom, Israel.
Shalom.
Numbers chapter 22, verse 25. And when the ass saw the angel of the Lord, she thrust herself unto the wall and crushed Balaam's foot against the wall, and he smote her again. And the angel of the Lord went further and stood in a narrow place where was no way to turn either to the right hand or to the left. And when the ass saw the angel of the Lord, she fell down under Balaam, and Balaam's anger was kindled, and he smote the ass with a staff. And the Lord opened the mouth of the ass, And she said unto Balaam, what have I done unto thee, that thou hast smitten me these 3 times? And Balaam said unto the ass, because thou hast mocked me, I would thou were a sword in my hand. For now will I kill thee. And the ass said unto Balaam, am not I thine ass, upon which thou hast ridden ever since I was thine unto this day?
Yeah, babe, don't you know me?
Wow.
You know I ain't never did this before. Don't you see what's going on here?
Deep.
This is bigger than me. This is bigger than our relationship. This is bigger than our relationship. The Most High is at hand. He's watching. The angel, he's right there. You don't see what's happening? No, Balaam still ain't see it. He still ain't see it because his mind was focused on getting to Balak, presenting himself in front of the king to get his money.
Wow.
Go ahead.
Was I ever wont to do so unto thee? And he said, nay. Then the Most High opened the eyes of Balaam, and he saw the angel of the Lord standing in the way, and his sword drawn in his hand.
So the eyes of Balaam had to be opened. But think about it, he was a prophet. Right? He was a prophet of the Most High, so the Most High had to really, really focus this man's mind for him to see what was going on and really cut the thought of what I'm about to gain and look at what's in front of you. Go ahead.
And his sword drawn in his hand, and he bowed down his head and fell flat on his face. Verse 32. And the angel of the Most High said unto him, wherefore hast thou smitten thine ass these 3 times? Behold, I went out to withstand thee, because thy way is perverse before me.
Yeah, it's against the Lord. Go ahead.
And the ass saw me and turned from me these 3 times. And that she had turned from me, surely now also I have slain thee.
There goes the grace.
Yep. And saved her alive.
There goes the grace.
Wow.
So the donkey was even looking out for Balaam. So there goes the grace. So it's a little bit of both. The grace is there. The blinding of think about it. Think about it like this. We all went through life on a course of our own action, of our own thought. Right? And what did the Most High do in that course? Well, for the ones that are sitting here and online, he maneuvered that vehicle. He maneuvered that person. He maneuvered different things out of your way to save you from being put to death.
That's true.
Right?
That's true.
So it's the same thing. You are blinded in your course of, get it real quick. Check it out. You are blinded. Watch. Second Corinthians 4:4. Uh, 4 and 3. No. Yeah, go ahead, Micah.
2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 3.
Right?
But if our gospel be hid,
Right?
it is hid to them that are lost.
Remember, we were all lost at one point. And the gospel was hid from us. What had you lost? What were you caught up in that now you're lost? Well, we were all caught up in our own lives. We were all caught up in what was being presented to us as life. Right? What was being presented to us as worshiping the Most High. Some of us were caught up in church, in religion, in our wives, in our husband, in our children, in education. We were caught up in the American way, the American dream. Go ahead.
In whom the God of this world have blinded the mind.
The God of this world is who?
Satan.
It's Satan.
Come on.
And what is he blind with? The riches, the lust of the flesh, the pride of life, the lust of the eyes.
True.
Right? Just like how he tried to do Yahushua in Matthew 4. I'm going to give you power. I'm going to give you riches. I'll bear you up. Let's see if the Most High really works for you. The God of this world blinded Balaam. We've been blinded. Go ahead.
The minds of them which believe not.
Go ahead. See, because Balaam didn't believe in the Most High, man, at this point. When the Most High said, wait, he didn't believe that I should follow that way. He believed in himself. He believed more in Balak, the king, than in the Most High, the King of Kings.
That's so crazy, though, how he turned that. His mind switched that fast.
It ain't that crazy. We see it all the time.
I mean, when he
1 minute a brother's here, the next minute he's not. And what is he chasing?
That's true.
It ain't like,
That's true.
I'm not shocked. Right? I'm just, again, I've been through the cycle so many times. I'm just like, oh, okay, I get it. I get it now. I get it now. That's an example for the brothers that stayed. And that person got to go through whatever battle, right? But I get it. I'm not. To me, it's not crazy no more. At first, you're like, damn, that's wild. Like, how could you just switch? But because it was always there. It wasn't that there was some complete switch. It was the temptation in that person was always lingering, and the opportunity presented itself, just like Balaam. The opportunity presented itself, and he ran towards the opportunity. Go ahead.
Least the light of the glorious gospel of Hamashiach,
Go ahead.
who is the image of God,
Right.
should shine unto them.
Right. So then now the light got to be shined. Boom. Turn on the switch. Let's restore your sight. But that's us, right? We were blinded. Most High restored our sight. He shined that light on us, that wisdom, that knowledge, that understanding, and now we're able to see.
Right.
We're able to look into our past and say, damn, I came back from those mistakes. Let me not make those same mistakes going forward. Let me not fall to those same things. Let me not let the wool be pulled over my eyes. Right? Go back.
Numbers chapter 22, verse 34. Balaam said unto the angel of the Most High, I have sinned, for I knew not that thou stoodest in the way against me.
Right?
Now therefore, if it displease thee, I will get me back again. And the angel of the Most High said unto Balaam, Go with the men, but only the word that I shall speak unto thee, that thou shalt speak. So Balaam went with the princes of Balak.
So let's see if you're going to follow instruction a second time. Right? Let's give you a chance to redeem yourself. Right? Think about it. But we all, again, ask yourselves how many times you've been through the same situation.
Yeah.
And did you fail the same way, or did you go through the situation and make the mistake? Dang, I wish we say it. I wish I knew then what I know now. Hindsight 2020.
Wow.
Nah, it's all about wisdom and counsel. What do you know now? That before that counsel goes before all endeavors, right? There's a safety in a multitude of counsel, so you know I can't make these decisions on my own. I got to counsel, right? I got to study. I got to communicate. I got to unify. I got to do these things. And if you're making the same mistakes and getting the same result, or expecting a different result, then you got to check your level of sanity.
Man.
You got to check your level of sanity, because that's an insane thing to think that I'm going to do the same thing and expect a different result. That's the definition of insanity, right? But the Most High will give you the opportunity to show what you've learned.
That's true.
It's weird. You'll be in the world and you be doing things and make a mistake, and then you come in the truth in the same situation pops up, and you're like, okay, let me reflect back on when I failed. What did I do wrong? Now I have all these other tools at my disposal. I didn't have brothers back then. I didn't have the counsel. I didn't have the wisdom. I didn't have this. I didn't have that. Let me go and use these things. Or you could say, you know what? I don't need those things. I'm going to do it the way I did before. And you'll continue to make the same mistakes. Go ahead.
Numbers chapter 22, verse 36. And when Balak heard that Balaam was come, he went out to meet him unto a city of Moab, which is in the border of Arnon, which is in the utmost coast. And Balaam said unto Balaam, did I not earnestly send unto thee to call thee? Wherefore camest thou not unto me? And excuse me, am I not able indeed to promote thee to honor?
Yep, back on his power trip. Ain't I the king? Ain't you supposed to follow my words?
And Balaam said unto Balak, lo, I am come unto thee. Have I now any power at all to say anything? The word that the Most High put it in my mouth, that shall I speak.
Yep. He learned his lesson.
And Balaam went with Balak, and they came unto Kirjath Uzziah. And Balak offered oxen and sheep, and sent to Balaam and to the princes that were with him. And it came to pass on the morrow that Balak took Balaam and brought him up into the high places of Baal, that thence he might see the utmost part of the people. Numbers chapter 23, verse 1. And Balaam said unto Balak,
any questions on 22? No. Everybody got it? Go ahead.
And Balaam said unto Balak, build me here 7 altars, and prepare me here 7 oxen and 7 rams. Balak did as Balaam had spoken. And Balak and Balaam offered on every altar a bullock and a ram. And Balaam said unto Balak, stand by thy burnt offering, and I will go. Peradventure the Most High will come to meet me. And whatsoever he showed me, I will tell thee. And he went to an high place. Verse 4. And the Most High met Balaam, and he said unto him, I have prepared each 7 altars, and I have offered upon every altar a bullock and a ram. And the Most High put a word in Balaam's mouth, and said, return unto Balak, and thus thou shalt speak. And he returned unto him, and lo, he stood by his burnt sacrifice, he and all the princes of Moab.
That's it for you? Next reader.
Elijah Shabbat Shah, Yashikar, Ban Yasha'Allah, and the Israel, Amadi, Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Barakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Barakatam.
Alright, so you're picking up at Numbers 2-7.
Numbers chapter 23 and verse 7. And he took up his parable and said unto Balak, the king of Moab, hast thou brought me from Aram out of the mountain of the east, saying, come, curse me Jacob, and come defy Israel. How shall I curse whom God hath not cursed? Or how shall I defy whom the Lord hath not defied? For from the top of the rocks I see him, and from the hills I behold him. Lo, the people shall dwell alone, and shall not be reckoned among the nations. Who can count the dust of Jacob and the number of the fourth part of Israel? Let me die the death of the righteous, and let my last end be like his. And Balak said unto Balaam, What hast thou done unto me? I took thee to curse mine enemies, and behold, thou hast blessed them altogether.
Yep.
You know why I love this story, and we're gonna read about it some more. But you know, when you look at like the world today, they do everything to try to curse Israelites. But as long as you have the Most High's wisdom, as long as you have this book and you're applying this book, listen, those curses will turn into blessings. And those curses, they'll reverse and end up being put on the nations. Even though they made the snare for you, they'll be the ones that end up falling into those snares. Snares meaning traps. So they'll be the ones that end up falling into their traps. When you see when they first did it, way back, like I'm watching that series Snowfall, right? And it's really good, but it shows you, you know, you get to see how like the CIA, how they were pumping, you know, they pumped cocaine into our communities during Ronald Reagan's term, right? And you can see how like, because we had no wisdom, because we didn't have the Most High on our side, you can see how it ravaged our communities, the whole 12 tribes communities. But now you can see how more and more today in these times, how, like, think about it when you just driving through your neighborhood. I don't know if y'all realize it, but I've been realizing it, like when me and Mike was just driving down here. You're starting to see more and more Edomites out on the street.
It's true.
Not necessarily us. You're seeing more and more Edomites that's junkies, that's hooked on something. And you can see more and more like our people's like, I'm not dealing with that. I came from a house that was dealing with that. I came from family members and friends that was dealing with that, and I don't want to deal with that. You see what I'm saying? So you're starting to see, not just with the drugs, but just everything that they have set, you're starting to see more and more.
Let me add into that. Just like think about it. Because when you look at it, a lot of the overdosing and the deaths, it is Esau. They pumped the drug in our community.
Yeah.
Now what happened? They're dying from it. So what do they got to do? They got to get they got to fund the Get High clinics. That ain't for us. That's for them. The abortion. That was for us to kill us. But then what happened? Their birth rate declines. They're not having babies at the high rate. Then they're aborting babies. So what do they got to do? They got to ban abortion, right? The food. Remember, the one thing about Israel is that we can eat crack, right? We can literally eat crack, right? We can run through walls. We can put our bodies through anything and then still live a long life. We could abuse ourselves with malt liquor, with bad eating, right? We could do all these things to ourselves for the longest time. Think about grandmama. Been eating pork her whole life and lived to 80, 90. Look at Esau. They look 100 years old when they're 20. They get worn down so quick, right? They get worn, like they can't put their bodies through the regimen of things that we do. But think about when we eat healthy and when we do the right things to our body, bro, we're supreme machines regardless. So all the things that they try to subjugate us to, it's going to befall them because they're entangled with us.
Yep.
Right? Just like how we're mingled amongst them, they're mingled amongst us.
That's true.
And if the world is looking at us as the example, well, guess what? They're going to do what we do. But it's going to affect them on a higher level. So the abortion, the food, the drugs, right? All that prescription medication, we couldn't get those. We have money like that for prescription meds. Who was it affecting? The older Edomites and that older generation, right? But now they got to put a ban on all these things because it's destroying them. And somehow, we having crack babies and alcohol babies addicted to alcohol, crack, weed, cigarettes, nicotine, all the sugar, and they come out. They might have a defect or two, but they still surpass all the other nations. It's wild, ain't it?
You know who's cold to me? Lawrence Taylor. The football player from the New
Bro,
York Giants.
probably the greatest football player to ever live.
But he was smoking crack while
He
playing
was playing.
football.
Yeah, he was doing crack.
Like, how is that even possible?
Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin snorting cocaine. You listen to all these. Ron Artest, he said he would go in the locker room. You know Ron Artest, the basketball player?
right.
He said he would go in the locker room halftime and drink a bottle of Hennessy. I'm like, what? And then play ball. Michael Jordan, he said that all that whole Bulls team, they be in the back smoking cigarettes. They said he would hit a cigar before a game. Yes. But think about it. We smoking weed and cigarettes in professional sports and crack. Bruh.
If y'all don't know, Lawrence Taylor is considered the best defensive player ever.
He's considered probably the best football player ever if you really look at it.
Period.
The best football player at any position.
Absolutely.
The greatest. Yeah.
Yeah, they had to change everything.
Because of him. And he was on crack. Bruh.
Didn't look like he was.
And he didn't even look like it. The dude was on crack. Come on, man. But think about it. They get on crack and it shows. They get on crack and they get on meth and they just lose it.
Listen, y'all, fentanyl.
Fentanyl? Oh.
Y'all got to go on YouTube and watch a documentary on fentanyl. If you touch fentanyl
Yeah.
the wrong way, you die.
Yep.
And fentanyl is running through them.
But think about it. When you eat as bad as we do for hundreds of years, right? When you got all these things that we got put on us, right? Fentanyl is the least of our worries.
Yeah.
Oh, fentanyl, I'm going to use that for some cooking oil. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, the things that they put in, come on, bro. They had us living with syphilis and having babies and to experiment. Tuskegee, that was just one. It was many Tuskegees. AIDS. Come on, bro. We beat AIDS. Magic Johnson don't got AIDS. They could use his blood for a transfusion.
Bro.
Think about it.
Why'd you point at me, though?
Oh, not his blood. You know what I mean? Like,
nah, but I mean, they might not. I don't have AIDS.
You don't got AIDS. But bro, I'll take some Magic Johnson blood right now.
Nah, I'm good.
Because the dude ain't got AIDS. Think about it. The dude had AIDS. Full blown. HIV. Had. That dude looked stronger than he looked when he was playing ball. He's way more healthy. But think about it, man. When they was catching AIDS in the 80s, you remember the movie Philadelphia? With Tom Hanks and Denzel, and they had Tom Hanks looking sick. Bumps everywhere. Monkeypox. Right? Pretty soon we're going to be walking around with monkeypox like it's nothing. Like, yeah, what you got? Oh, I got that monkeypox. Yeah, just, give me 7 days. I'll be straight. No medication, no nothing. I'm serious. Cats is walking around with HIV like, yeah, got that AIDS. What you taking for it? Oh, nothing. Just change my diet, eat right. Bruh, but I'm trying to show y'all but that's the Most High though. Preserving us, right? And all these curses that they put out. They got think tanks. I'm gonna get to you, sis. They got think tanks on how to destroy us.
Yeah.
How do we know? Well, what does it say in Psalms 82? They're confederate against us. They got think tanks on how to destroy your children, your babies. Oh, let's put soy in the formula to effeminize the little boys. They got studies on these things. Oh, let's give them the weed. Let's give them this. Let's give them that. And somehow, we still waking up from all that. Slowly, we say, man, the diet, it's killing me. Damn, the weed smoke. Ooh, I thought it was going to help me. I thought it was going to connect me more to Yah. Right? I thought the weed smoke was going to open up my kundalini and my chakras. My pineal gland was going to decalcify, but then you realize that, damn, this is making me more slower. It's making me more slow and lethargic. Docile, weak, effeminate. Oh, damn, let me change it up. We coming out of these things, and while we coming out of these things, guess what everybody else is doing?
Right in there.
Right? We sit up in the sun and just burn. White man is talking about, we got Bill Gates talking about, let's cancel the sun out. Because it's too hot. Like the scriptures say, he said that he got an angel in the sun turning that thing up. And as it's about to be, we about to get, starting tomorrow, I think, hunted, 101, 102, 100. We about to get triple digits. Now, I don't know about y'all, but they've been feeling like triple digits out here. Already. So when it really hits it, what are white people going to do? What are they going to do? What are these nations going to do? Right? Where we just like, oh, you know what? I'm going to go get some of that. Because that's what I'm like, man, I'm about to be right outside, watering my little garden, watering my little plants, catching some of that sunlight, letting some of them rays hit the eyeballs. I don't run from it. I'm good in it, right? I glory in it. It's the Most High's creation. You still got to be safe, because you'll catch a heat exhaustion that, man, that'll hit you for a few days. So you got to still be safe. Hydrate water. But they running from the sun, man. They talking about how to block it out. Yeah. It's killing them. The sun.
Yes, it is. The sun,
right.
The sun don't even like Esau.
The sun don't even like Esau. But it says it. The Most High's creation will abhor you. Right? The Most High's creation will hate you. So all the things that they've made to destroy us, now it's destroying them. Right? Go to Psalms real quick.
141.
There's a few of them. But
Let's go to 141 out of 10.
let me go here real quick. Psalm 69:22. And then we can go to the one that you wanted. I like this one because... Go ahead, read that real quick.
Book of Psalms, chapter 69 and verse 22.
Go ahead.
Let their table become a snare before them.
Go ahead.
And that which should have been for their welfare.
See, all the things that are their snare words, they were like, oh, this is going to be for our welfare. Planned Parenthood, we're going to eradicate all the niggas. Yep. Ain't that what Marcus Stringer intended?
Yep. Yes.
With the eugenics and all that, to get rid of you Negroes and spics. Right? But now, wait a minute. Little Becky is pulling up to the abortion clinic because she's messing with Malcolm. And Malcolm is like, I don't want that baby. Hell nah, girl. You better go get that aborted. I got this 450. You better walk your ass into that clinic. Tyrone is like, listen, right? Even Chad don't want the little white baby. So Becky is in the abortion clinic at an all-time high. Wait a minute, ain't no white babies coming forth. Right? Ain't no white babies, because Tyrone don't want it and Chad don't want it. Damn, what's going on? Well, we got to shut them down. Let's go back to the drawing board. Cancel all abortions throughout the whole U.S. Right? Roe versus Wade, cancel. And that was predicated on a lie anyway, that whole court case. That woman lied. Nobody raped her. She wanted to be in the feminist movement and realize, like, damn, a baby wasn't going to do it for me. Right? The food. Now they got to rethink their food. They got to rethink all the GMO that they've been feeding us. Because now it's hitting them. They're not strong enough. They're not strong enough to deal with the things that they put as a snare for us and for their welfare. Wow. Y'all see that? So it don't matter what it is. The damn rap music that been killing us. Guess what that's leaking over into? White middle America. Now you got Dylan Kleboats and all these white boys going and busting up schools and all these different things. Yeah. What the hell you think they listening to? F the police. They on NWA. They on rap. They on gangster rap. They listening to all the weird rappers talking about shooting things up and drugs and mollies and pills. And then they go and do it. And it's like, damn, why is the white boy? We got to cancel rap.
The funny thing is that we don't do it. We might rap
yeah.
about it, but we don't really.
We still kill each other. But we ain't killing, but they killing them behind the music. But think about it. When I was watching that Rough Riders documentary, I think it was Jimmy Iovine, the Italian white boy that ran Interscope at that time. He said we took their culture, the things they did in their communities, and we put it on steroids through the music. Yeah. What were we doing with each other? Damn. Raping, killing, drugs, murder, alcohol. He said we put it on steroids and pumped it back into the community. Now look at rap today. It's not the same. It ain't that killing gangster. It's more emoji, feelings, singing, right? But the white boys is trying to catch up. Like, now you listen to that gangster stuff. And what they doing? F you, mom, and smacking their parents and beating them and killing them and turning into little white gangsters. Right? Now they ending up in jail because the trap they set for us became their snare. They thought it was going to be for their welfare. They made money off of it. But what is it doing to their community? I can go through everything they've put out there. And if you look at it, who's gravitating to it now? We still do, right? But at least we're waking up into something. Our people, right? We're waking up. Facebook, social media, a snare. But now that's being used to what? Damn, I'm an Israelite. Man, let me connect with this person. Let me connect with that person. Right? All these different things that was for their welfare. If we use them right, if we get away from these things, come back to the Most High, guess what? Read on.
Let it become a trap.
Let it what?
Let it become a trap.
Go ahead.
Let their eyes be darkened.
Go ahead.
That they see not.
Go ahead.
And make their loins continually to shake.
Read on.
Pour out thine indignation upon them.
That's what the Most High is doing, man. He's pouring out his indignation. He's still judging us. But look at the world. Go ahead.
And let thy wrathful anger take hold of them.
Go ahead.
Let their habitation be desolate, and let none dwell in their tents.
You see that? That's what's going on in the world. The Most High is bringing this thing back to the wilderness through storms and pestilence. He's shutting down cities. Coronavirus about to come right back into play. So you're going to have coronavirus, monkeypox.
You had in California. There's a spot in California where they had to put their mask mandate back in play.
Thank you. Because it's about to be that season. Flu season, monkeypox season, corona, flu, influenza, AIDS, syphilis, herpes, gonorrhea season, all back in play. No, Marcy, and then, yeah.
No, sir, I was raising my hand.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
They already starting to say in the news that it's rising. The cases are rising up more now here in Houston.
See? Why?
And that's a flu. And Houston feels like 111 some days.
Bruh.
like the temperature is like 104 at its peak, 105 at its peak on certain days, and then it feels like 111, and then you have the flu spreading in this heat.
Listen, let me say one thing. Let me show y'all something. I remember when I caught the Rona the first time back when it first started hitting in February. I remember I went to the summit in February in Florida, and I had this chest pain and this cold that was like my chest felt like a monkey was just pounding my chest. And you know how the Rona was putting people down? Bro, I remember I stood up for 4 days straight driving I went from Texas to Colorado to Florida. It took 4 days to do all that. I was up 4 days straight, no sleep. Got to Florida, was up, moving around. And I sit back and I think about it, and I'm like, damn, I knew I had the coronavirus then, because that was the thing that was out, right? That was like the new thing to catch, right? But I was thinking about how it didn't slow me down. I wasn't bedridden. Like, I didn't even know I had it until I'm able to account back. And I'm like, damn, bro, if you do the right things, it don't matter what you have. Most High keep you moving. Most High keep you moving. And guess what? I was around my family. I was around brothers at the summit. And hopefully I didn't get nobody sick like that. But nobody was like, oh, you got me sick. You know what I'm saying? And I was with Kazakia. I remember we was in the same hotel room. He didn't even get sick. And we was in the same car. We was in the same hotel room. We were with each other, eating, hanging out, you know. But I think about that, and I'm like, man, even these things that they throw out there, the coronavirus and these different things, man, it'll hit you, but it don't got to hit you to this full extent where now I'm bedridden for 2 weeks. Yep. Now I'm broken down and can't move. I still think about that. I had like I think I was the first one in the school to get sick and didn't even realize it. Not that I'm proud of that or anything like that, but I'm looking at, man, the power of the Most High to be able to keep you going. I just thought I had maybe like pneumonia. Like, you know how you have like walking pneumonia? You got the little, but this thing was bad because I couldn't stop coughing. I couldn't breathe. But I'm just like, got a job to do. Let's go here. Let's got to do these things, right? Not even thinking about being sick. Not even thinking of just, oh, it's a regular little cold, right? But see, that's how the Most High will do it, man. How is your mindset? What is your mind set on? And he'll move you through these things the right way. You see that, Angela?
I just wanted to say, sir, how everything that you're saying is so true, and the enemy, he wants us to think that we are a new people, and we are so not, and it's in our DNA. And it's so, if you've ever seen like the places where they donate plasma and things like that, it's very prevalent in our community, and it's prevalent in our community because they know how rich our blood and our plasma is.
Stem cells?
The reason why they do it is because they know that we can have so much. We can eat horribly, we can take all these drugs and medication, but even with that, we're still strong enough to be able to heal them because they don't have the same antibodies and the things in their bodies to be able to save them and to heal themselves. So I think, when we realize that, you don't really see those kind of places in their neighborhoods because nobody wants it. They want our blood.
They want our blood.
Plasma, our strength, our blessing, and that's another way they trick us into getting it.
Yep. Think about it. When you give birth and they take your placenta, they're not throwing that away. They freeze that for the stem cells so they can regrow an ear, so they can regrow a heart, so they can regrow limbs for themselves. They don't let you get that. It's yours. They don't let you get that. Oh, that's for medical purposes. Right? Because they use your blood. They use, like she's saying, it's real. They use your DNA, your stem cells, your aborted fetuses. For what? To regrow themselves, man. They're not strong enough. That placenta, you know what that got in there? Everything. Everything. And why do they cut it short when you give birth? Why do they cut it short? Because they're trying to save some of that life. Right? You're supposed to let that thing beat all the way until it stops. The sister did it. She gave birth at home to her son. But look how big that dude is. How old is he?
He's 5 months.
Bruh, come on. He's 2 times. He's like a 2-year-old. Right? He got all that. He got all of those nutrients and everything that was supposed to be in that placenta. We don't get that. When you go to a regular hospital, they cut that short. Let's freeze that. And then when we gotta get a new heart or a new lung or grow an ear or grow a finger, we're gonna tap into those stem cells. They know that.
Yeah, they told me at the hospital they love my blood. It's O type.
Oh, because now you can mix with all types.
Right.
Your blood type can be, you can transfuse anybody.
Right.
Yeah, what's that?
Just whenever they give birth, there's a word, I can't remember the word to it, but you can keep the placenta attached to the baby for more than 1 hour, and then you can ask them if you can take it home, but there's a certain word to it, and it'll be best for you to bury it instead for them to keep it, because that's what we did with our placenta. We kept it and we buried it and put back.
Yeah, let the grass grow. Right? Put you an apple seed right on top. Fertilizer. You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised. Anyway, where we at? No, you're done with that. Did you want the Psalms?
No, it's cool.
Right, let's jump back. So y'all see what's going on here. I know we're talking about a lot, but it's all in the construct of the class, right? Where we at?
Numbers chapter 23 and verse 12. And he answered and said, Must I not take heed to speak that which the Lord hath put in my mouth? And Balak said unto him, Come, I pray thee, with me unto another place, from whence thou mayest see them. Thou shalt see but the utmost part of them, and shalt not see them all. And cursed me them from thence. And he brought him into the field of Zephon, to the top of Pisgah, and built 7 altars, and offered a bullock and a ram on every altar. And he said unto Balak, Stand here by the burnt offering, while I meet the Lord yonder. And the Lord meet Balaam, and put a word in his mouth, and said, Go again unto Balak, and say thus. And when he came to him, behold, he stood by his burnt offering, and the prince of Moab with him. And Balak said unto him, What hath the Lord spoken? And he took up his parable and said, Rise up, Balak, and hear. Hearken unto me, thou son of Zippor. God is not a man that he should lie, neither the son of man that he should repent. Hath he said, and shall he not do it? Or hath he spoken, and shall he not go make it good? Behold, I have received commandment to bless, and he hath blessed, and I cannot reverse it. He hath not behold iniquity in Jacob, neither hath he seen perverseness in Israel. The Lord his God is with him, and the shout of a king is among them. God brought them out of Egypt. He had as it were the strength of an unicorn. Surely there is no enchantment against Jacob.
Wait, what?
There is no enchantment against Jacob.
Yeah, there isn't. No weapon formed against us shall prosper. But where does the enchantment come in? Because it's there. It comes in when you allow it. When you partake in it. Remember, the enchantment, the witchcraft, the divineering, that stuff is real. It's as real as you allow yourself to be a part of it. Right? Just like the power of the Most High is real, but it's only as real as your faith allows you to be a part of it and believe in it. So don't get it twisted. Right? It says we fight against principalities and powers and darkness in high places. That's those divinations and all that witchcraft that they try to put on our people. All those think tanks that they have trying to curse us through the things that we give ourselves to. And it somehow it just don't work because the Most High don't want it to work.
Right.
That's really it. That's all we can attribute it to is that why hasn't it worked yet? It's working on low levels, right? Or excuse me, it is working on a high scale, the majority of our people. But why haven't we been consumed in it? Well, because the Most High has always set aside a remnant, right? He said, I set aside 7,000 men that have not bowed the knee to Baal. Where did he take them to? He said he took them to the high places of Baal, right? To look at us. He showed him us, the people, curse them. They do that all the time, right? They go to the president. We got this agenda. We got this. They go to their local legislation. We got this agenda against this community and this agenda. Oh, let's distribute AIDS in the Black and Hispanic community. Let's start with the homos first, right? Let's give monkeypox to the community. Let's start with the homosexuals first. Where you think these things come from? They're the think tanks, the confederacies that they come to say, how are we going to destroy these people, right? But the Most High, he said that, where's it at? He hath not beheld any iniquity in Jacob, neither hath he seen perverseness in Israel. The Lord his God is with him. Right? Most High is with us. Even though we got perverseness in us, and we do have iniquity, he's with us at least to an extent of waking us up on this level where now we can come and realize our wrongs. God. Go ahead.
Neither is there any divination against Israel. According to this time, it shall be said of Jacob and of Israel, what hath God wrought? Behold, the people shall rise up as a great lion.
As a great lion?
As a great lion.
Right, because right now we're what? Yeah, we're that old lion that couch down. Sleep, lazy, on the couch. Right? But what are we doing? Slowly. Them old bones is starting to, we getting up and it's like, oh damn, that's what it feels like? Oh wow, damn, let me stretch. Right? And right? You ever see a dog that's been laying down for a while? He kind of shakes and, damn, let me get my wits together. Right? That lion that's just been laying there, he's just like, man, oh, this is what it feels like to rise up? Go ahead.
as a young lion.
Right?
He shall not lie down until he eat of the prey.
Right, and we're coming back to the word, to the scriptures, to the prey. Go ahead.
And drink the blood of the slain. And Balak said unto Balaam, neither curse them at all, nor bless them at all. But Balaam answered and said unto Balak, told not I thee, saying, all that the Lord speaketh, that I must do? And Balak said unto Balaam, come, I pray thee, I will bring thee unto another place. Peradventure it will please God, that thou mayest curse me them from thence. And Balak brought
So what was he doing? He was bringing them to these places to try to show us in a bad light, to get some type of accusation. What was going to please the Most High that we were doing? To be able to curse us. Well, let me try to show them in a negative light. Remember, it says that Satan is our accuser. Right? Our sins are our accusers. Right? But there's always Yahweh Shai doing what? Mediating, standing up for us, right? Making intercession, the Spirit, right? So, just like with Moses, it said that the angels wrestled for Moses' bones, right? Why? Or was it Moses? Right. Why were they wrestling for Moses? What was Satan saying, and what was the angel saying? Well, the Satan was saying he hit the rock. He needs to come with me. Right? The angels are like, nah, look at his works. He needs to come with us. You see that? They're playing tug of war with your spirit, man. Wow. And y'all got to see that. Wow. That's your works is going to justify. Your negative works is going to justify you on the other side. Right? Go ahead.
And Balak brought Balaam unto the top of her that looketh toward.
Where you at again?
Verse 28.
What chapter?
Chapter 23, verse 28.
Okay, go ahead.
And Balak brought Balaam unto the top of Peor, that looketh toward Jessamine. And Balaam said unto Balak, build me here 7 altars, and prepare me here 7 bullocks and 7 rams.
Was that it?
That's it. All right. That's weird.
Any questions on that? You got a question? No. Oh, I mean, it don't matter. Y'all. Whoever steps up first.
Shabbat Shah Yehuda, Ban Yasharallah.
Amon Izar, Shabbat Shah Yehuda, Ban Yasharallah, Ban Abizra Amadim, Right?
Yahweh Shem Yashab Rakatam.
Yahweh Shem Yashab Rakatam. You good?
Yeah.
You said what? Really?
No. It's just
yeah, this AC is very efficient.
I will not complain.
Life is better than not having none.
Yeah.
Like the old school. Right, where we at?
Numbers, chapter 23 and verse 30.
Right.
And Balak did as Balaam had said, and offered a bullock and a ram on every altar. Chapter 24 and verse 1. And when Balaam saw that it pleased the Lord to bless Israel, he went not, as at other times, to seek for enchantments, but he set his face toward the wilderness. And Balaam lifted up his eyes and saw Israel abiding in his tents according to their tribes. And the Spirit of the Most High came upon him. And he took up his parable and said, Balaam, the son of Beor, had said, And the man whose eyes are open hath said, he hath said, which heard the words of the Most High, which saw the vision of the Almighty, falling into a trance, but having his eyes open. How goodly are thy tents, O Jacob, and thy tabernacles, O Israel. As the valleys are they spread forth, as gardens by the river's side, as the trees of lime, aloes, which the Lord hath planted, and as cedar trees beside the waters. He shall pour the water out of his bucket, and his seed shall be in many waters. And his king shall be higher than Agag, and his kingdom shall be exalted. The Most High brought him forth out of Egypt. He hath, as it were, the strength of an unicorn. He shall eat up the nations, his enemies.
Our what?
Eat up the nations, his enemies.
Our friends.
His enemies.
Yeah, man. They're our enemies. Remember, he was given prophecies here. He said we was gonna be in many waters. We was gonna be spread abroad. But at the same time, we was gonna be amongst our enemies. They ain't our friends, man. You might think that, but they know they're not our friend.
That's right.
They know that they're not our brother. They know that they're against us. They all have the same mind towards us, and we have one mind towards them. Right? We was out there street speaking the other day, and Judah rolled up. I'm ashamed of y'all. Like, what you ashamed of? He's like, y'all talk about white people ain't gonna get in the kingdom. What he say to you? He had this little old crusty white woman sitting right next to him. I was like, bruh, well, of course you're gonna defend her. Of course you're gonna defend your milk of magnesia queen. Right? But where in the scriptures do it say, yeah, she could be there. She could be somebody's footstool, right? She could be somebody's foot rubber. Right? But I'm ashamed of y'all. Nigga, we ashamed of you.
Thank you.
Because we the only people trying to get our oppressor into our heaven. Think about it. We the only ones talking about what about Becky? How can Becky come?
Thank you.
How can Brad and Chad be there? Brad and Chad and Becky done beat your back in.
Thank you.
Stole your heritage, stole your land, stole everything. And you talking about how can they sit in the kingdom with me? Hell no, I'm trying to figure out how can they not be there?
Thank you.
How can I have my own, right? But my brothers, the ones that I fought and labored with, we the only ones. Talking about how can they come? Can they come too?
Wow.
He pulled up on us. I was like, bruh, what the hell are you talking about? He started yelling at Uncle Rob was like, get out the truck. Let's talk. Right? He pulled off. I'm like, man. He got his old Crypt Keeping looking white woman sitting in the seat, so of course he's gonna defend her. Looking like the Crypt Keeper. It's old and wrinkled. While he's smoking a Newport. I'm like, man, you fit for the dungeons, bro. But that's us. That's our people, man. They'll be ashamed of us and what the word says, but they'll be promoting. They're not ashamed of slavery. They're not ashamed of their oppressor. They're not ashamed to denounce the oppressor. That's the thing. Like, how can you not want to denounce the things that we've been through? You ashamed of the 60 shots that one brother caught, then the 45 another brother caught?
Wow.
A week apart?
Right.
You ashamed of that? You ashamed of the white man for that? Or does he belong in heaven too? That's the question. We gotta switch the mind state.
Now, it's something that'll tell you when you tell him that, but what did he do?
Sure. But and that's that reprobate denial mind.
Right.
What you mean what he did? What is he still doing?
It's true.
What is he still giving? He's giving $7 billion to Ukraine. What's the black community got?
What's your gas prices looking like?
Yeah, what's your gas and food prices looking like?
They sent a whole bunch of gas to Europe too.
Right. Now, he asked the question about what did the brother do to get the 60 shots?
Oh.
That's
what did he do?
What did he do?
Well,
you know?
Yeah. Shouldn't have ran. Shouldn't have this. Agree with your adversary quickly, like we read. Right? It's those things too that the Most High is showing us that we got to follow the word. What the word says. Many of us been pulled over and didn't get 60 and could have. Go ahead, read.
And shall break their bones and pierce them through with his arrows. Verse 9. Numbers chapter 24 and verse 9. he couched. He lay down as a lion, and as a great lion, he shall stir him up.
Who shall stir him up?
Blessed is he that blesseth thee, and cursed is he that curseth thee. And Balak's anger was kindled against Balaam.
Yeah, because he's thinking, man, I got you setting up altars to burn offerings so we can get these curses popping. And the whole time, Balaam is just speaking against what Balak's agenda is. Go ahead.
And he smote his hands together. And Balak said unto Balaam, I called thee to curse mine enemies, and behold, thou hast altogether blessed them these 3 times. Therefore, now flee thou to thy place. I thought to promote thee unto great honor, but lo, the Lord hath kept thee back from honor. And Balaam said to Balak, Speak I not also to thy messengers, which thou hast sentest unto me, saying,
Go ahead.
If Balak would give me his house
Right.
full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond the commandment of the Lord, to do either good or bad of my own mind. But what the Lord hath, that will I speak. Oh, forgive me. What the Lord saith, that will I speak. And now, behold, I go unto my people. Come therefore, and I will advertise thee what this people shall do to thy people in the latter days. And he took up his parable and said, Balaam, the son of Beor, hath said, and the man whose eyes are open hath said, he hath said, which heard the words of the Most High, and knew the knowledge of the Most High, which saw the vision of the Almighty, falling into a trance, and having his eyes open. I shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not nigh. There shall come a star out of Jacob, and a scepter shall rise out of Israel, and shall smite the corners of Moab, and destroy all the children of Sheth.
Read.
And Edom shall be a possession.
Edom shall what?
Shall be a possession.
Not now. Not right now, but later. Right? Go ahead.
Seir also shall be a possession for his enemies.
Right, Mount Seir, go ahead.
And Israel shall do valiantly.
Right.
Out of Jacob shall come he that shall have dominion.
And we know that's talking about Yahweh Shai, right? Mashiach Yahweh Shai, go ahead.
That can only be talking about Yahweh Shai. So the cats that tell you that's David, that all those prophecies are about David or anybody else, David never had the Edomites in subjection. He never put Edom under his feet. This is only Yahweh Shai.
Right, not to the level. Yeah, he had them as like garrisons, but not to that level. Not to that level, right? Not to that level of Mount Seir was what? The capital? The capital of Esau, right? You had Bozrah, you had Seir. I believe Seir was the capital. When you talk about Seir and having that capital city, that's that dominion over them, like Dahawan was saying. So yeah, David definitely, because he had the Edomite garrisons, right? He had like was that David or that was David?
Saul had
Doeg the Edomite, right? But not to the level of possessions, right? Like it says in Isaiah 14, you're gonna possess the heathen. We're gonna possess them. Because guess what? They possess us. Let's be real. Right. We're their possession. Right? You may not feel like it, but let one pull you over.
That's true. Yeah.
Whoop. You're in my jurisdiction, in my control. This is my investigation. Right? Are you detaining me? Yep.
Yep. Can come do what they want.
They can do whatever the hell they want. Let somebody pull you. Oh, citizen's arrest.
Yes.
Right? They can hold you down till the cops come.
Take everything you got.
Yep. Eminent domain, all that crap that they come with. Right? So we know that possession, that true possession, they're going to be servants, handmaids, slaves, all that. Read on.
And shall destroy him that remaineth of the city. Verse 20. And when he looked on Amalek,
right,
he took up this parable.
Ooh.
and said, Amalek was the first of the nations, but his latter end shall be that he perish forever. And he looked on the Kenites, and took up his parable, and said, Strong is thy dwelling place, and thou puttest thy nest in a rock. Nevertheless, the Kenites shall be wasted, until Asher shall carry thee away captive.
Now, he said Amalek is the first of the nations. The 1%, they call them today, right?
Yep.
Who makes up the 1% today?
Esau, man.
What specifically?
Jews.
You got 12 tribes of Esau, remember that.
The Jews.
The Jewish people, the Amalekites. That's giving you the evidence of who they are. What position do they hold? When we say, when we look at the scriptures and it says, Judah, your hand shall be in the neck of your enemies. We know that puts us in a position in our time, right? Okay, where's the Jews today? They're in the neck of their enemies, right? We're right up under the head. When he said the Amalekites were the first of the nations, he's giving you their position in the world. So if you want to know who the Amalekites are today, you look at who's the number one in the world. Where's all the world's wealth going to? Who owns all the diamond districts? Who owns all the land? The Amalekites, the so-called Jews, the fake Jews, the Khazar Empire.
Yeah.
You understand? So if you want to be able to trace who people are all the way back to who they were in the scriptures, look at the prophecies. Look who the Bible said they would be, where they would be. Okay?
Hold on. Did you want to research? No.
Where we going?
Right.
No. You can study. You can study to show yourself approved.
Allah, Rebizar, Amadi, Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Braktam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Braktam. That smells terrible. What, apple cider vinegar? Just vinegar and water?
White vinegar and soap.
Yeah, I think it's cleansed on a high level. Yeah, it hasn't been in a while. You can smell it and blow it. Yeah, I got all types of breath inside of it. Blowing in that thing. You gotta clean it. That's the thing, is you gotta clean it.
Yeah.
Where we at?
We're in Numbers chapter 24 and verse 23. And he took up his parable and said, Alas, who shall live when the Most High doeth this? And ships shall come from the coast of Chittim, and shall afflict Asher, and shall afflict Eber, and he also shall perish forever. And Balaam rose up, and went, and returned to his place, and Balak also went his way. Numbers chapter 25, verse 1. And Israel abode in Chittim, and the people began to commit whoredom with the daughters of Moab. And they called the people unto the sacrifices of their gods. And the people did eat and bow down to their gods. And Israel joined himself unto Baal Peor. And the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel. And the Lord said unto Moses, Take all the heads of the people, and hang them up before the Most High against the sun, that the fierce anger of the Most High may be turned away from Israel. And Moses said unto the judges of Israel, Slay ye every one his men that were joined unto Baal Peor.
I mean, you see that nobody has to curse us. We're good at doing that ourselves.
I'm sure ourselves.
Yeah, it's like, man, you got this man trying to go out of his way to put curses under us, and then all we did was go eat Moabite cuisine and get they women. It's that simple. Let's go get a tender Moabite. Let's eat whatever they eat, and let's snare ourselves. Right? Ain't nobody got to curse us. We are our own curse. That's the problem with us. Most High does all these things to steer the negative away from us in these roundabout ways. He'll go the extra mile, and we go the extra mile to get caught up. It's insane. But go ahead.
Verse 6. And behold, one of the children of Israel came and brought unto his brethren a Midianitish
right,
woman in the sight of Moses and in the sight of all the congregation.
Because the Midianites, when you read in the Josephus, I'll paraphrase, the Midianitish women, they said that they were exceedingly beautiful, right? And that they were a snare unto us, because what were we chasing? Well, we were looking at their beauty, right? Beauty is vain. We were looking at their beauty, and we got caught up in their beauty, the Midianitish women. Now remember, Midian is whose son? Abraham. Right? So a descendant, but we got caught up in the beauty, and it became a snare. Go ahead.
And in the sight of all the congregation of the children of Israel, who were weeping before the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And when Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, saw it, he rose up from among the congregation and took a javelin in his hand. And he went after the man of Israel into the tent and thrust both of them through, the man of Israel and the woman through her belly. So the plague was stayed from the children of Israel. And those that died in the plague were 24,000.
Wow. 24,000. Just think about that. The 24,000 people. Men and women. Right? Breaking what the Most High said not to do. Because it wasn't about, what it was like, again, when you read it in the Josephus, it talks about how we became, what did it say? We became Sodomitish? Because we left off of wanting to fight war, and we wanted to be damn gardeners. And tend to the house. We wanted to do women work instead of do what the Most High wanted us to do. It said we became basically homosexual.
Feminine.
It said we became effeminate.
Yeah.
That's what it said. It said the men became effeminate. Why? Because I want to cater to my boo, right? I'll do the dishes, girl, as long as I can be next to you. Most High want me to go to war. Oh, hell no, I can't go to war right now. Look at this Midianite. Right? Look at this Midianite that I got in my stable. Hell no, I can't leave her. I can't leave her side, right?
Why you gotta look through your glasses?
Right? Right? But that's what we were on, chasing the flesh. That was our snare, and we fell to it. Again, examine yourself. What's the temptation? Satan presents it. He don't make you fall. He don't make you go to it. He puts it in front of you though. He'll walk it in the form of a big booty and a smile. Like, damn, where'd she come from? How did she disappear in front of me like that? Wow. She was sent from Satan. Devil in a blue dress, right? Devil in a red dress? Is that what it is?
Cold, man.
You just gotta know. We didn't know ourselves running around in that wilderness. Think about it. We had women. But what were we on? We were on chasing what the nations had, as usual. Envying our oppressors. Wanting to be like them. Not looking at what the Most High gave us as good enough. So those things became a snare, and 20,000 people died because of it. Yeah. So, when you get a chance, you can catch that in the Josephus. Where is that in the Josephus? Might have it written down here. Yep, that's in the Josephus page. If you got the blue Josephus, it's page 112. Book 4, chapter 6. Book 4, chapter 6. Let's write it down. And when you get a chance, if you got iPhones and you got the Eastward Bible app, the Josephus is in there. Yeah. If you got an iPhone, you got to download the Eastward Bible app. Eastward, it's like $5, but the app, stupendous.
What about Android?
Android is my sword. And do I have the Josephus on here? Let me go into the modules. I don't think the Josephus is on this one. Download modules. It would be, there are 7 new updated modules. Would you like to download them? No. I would have to look. Let's see here. Let me look real quick. KJV. I don't think it's here. I don't think it's here, unfortunately. So you'd have to, if you have an iPad, you could download that app too. But if you have a Josephus, that's good too. Yeah, unfortunately. Let's see.
You used to be able to log into it, but now they're taking you right to pay for it.
Log into what?
The Josephus. I think you just Google and look it up.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
You can't now.
Yeah, because listen, no matter what people are saying, that's valuable information, right? There's valuable information in there. Just even with the story with the Midianite women, it don't go into it in the scriptures, but Josephus goes into it and it just highlights what Israel was on at that time. You know, it tells you that we fell to them, but it doesn't go into the whole backstory of how we even got introduced to them. The Josephus kind of goes through that, and that, you know, that's just one of the things that the Josephus goes into that the scriptures talks about, but it just doesn't go in depth. So the Josephus is a good add-on to the scriptures. Not that you need the Josephus. Remember, it's just a history book, reference book. It got some bones. You got to know what to pick through, right? It ain't the Bible, but it's a good, just like any other book. Chronological Bible, study Bible, Zondervan Pictorial Bible Dictionary. Oh, Josephus right here, right? Just like any book, any dictionary, you just got to know how to use it, what to use and what not to use. Right? Go ahead.
All right, now we're going to go to Micah chapter 5 and verse 6.
But Josephus wasn't here. Micah what?
Micah chapter 5 and verse 6.
If y'all don't see through what we've been reading, our downfall comes through our choices. If y'all ain't heard it by what the brothers have been saying, our downfall comes through our choices. Satan can't make you do nothing. The Most High can't make you do nothing.
Nope.
Once upon a time when you were created, the Most High would tell you to do something and you would do it. But you bit the fruit. So you became as gods, knowing good and evil.
Yep.
See, when we were first created, we didn't have choices.
We didn't
When
either.
we got into the fruit, we became as gods, which means we had a choice to do good and evil.
Yep.
But when you become a god, or to become a god, a real god, you got to be put through a process now. You got to be put through a proving process. How you think Christ went from being a man to go into what you read in Daniel 7:13, where he's given dominion, power, and authority by the Most High? He's given that place because he had to come down here and earn it by choice. He had to make the same choices a God would make. You went and bit the fruit and said, I'm gonna take the shortcut to being a God. Most High said, no, it ain't no shortcut. Now you gotta go through the process. Now you gotta live your stupid little worm life and make good choices to get to sit beside me. That's why Abraham was a friend of the Most High. That's when I hear people say, oh, when I die, I hope my grandma died and went to heaven. She did.
Right?
That's not, you don't get to go from being this worm down here to go sit beside the Most High. That's not how that works. You just because you die doesn't give you a ticket to heaven. No, dying gives you a ticket to come right back here and try it again. Because this is the washing machine down here. To wash your filthy spirit off from all them nasty spirits that you got accumulated so that you could be a God. But if you don't do it right when you come down here, you got to come back and keep getting washed, man.
Wow.
But and that all came from us biting the fruit, from us messing with that fruit. If we would have left that alone, we wouldn't have to have choices. It wouldn't have to be, do I commit adultery or not? It would just be, you would just be living a right life. That's why Abraham was a friend of the Most High. He was the closest thing. Him and Enoch was the closest thing you was going to get to a man making all the right choices. All of the right choices. Like, Enoch was never, ever, ever going to make the wrong choice. So it's like, why would I waste your time down there? Come on up here with me. Y'all see that?
Mm-hmm.
You want to be God's or even Christ-like or whatever you want to be, you got to stop making bad choices. The devil don't make you do nothing.
Don't.
All that we just read in Numbers right there, bad choices.
Yep.
Did Balaam come down and be like, hey, you Israelites, God said you gotta mess with these Moabite women? No.
Nope.
He told the king of Moab, hey, listen, if you send these Moabites in there,
They'll
they'll make the wrong damn choice.
Yep. Yep.
What do you think Esau's doing to destroy you today? Are they coming at gunpoint and be like, hey, listen, smoke that crack? Or did they just put it in the neighborhood and let you make the wrong damn choice?
Right.
They ain't forced none of us to do any of that.
That's true.
Slavery, they didn't force us to sell our own people. Y'all know that was going on, right? Y'all know Ferdinand and Isabella were Jews, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ferdinand and Isabella, the St. Christopher Columbus that enslaved the first group of slaves and brought us over here.
Okay.
All of them were black. They just disseminated the information that Christopher Columbus was black. We already knew this. All the great people in history have been black, but that means we sold ourselves. Just like the scripture said, you sold yourself for naught. Y'all see that? We keep making the wrong choices. We do that. What are we doing today? The devil made me do it? No. You selling yourself out. You're selling yourself for nothing. You sell yourself for money. You sell yourself for time. You sell yourself for leisure. You sell yourself for luxuries. You sell yourself. We got to stop making bad choices, man. That's what the history is showing us. That's how we fell. Go ahead.
Micah chapter 5 and verse 6.
Yep.
And they shall waste the land of Assyria with the sword, and the land of Nimrod and the entrances thereof. Thus shall he deliver us from the Assyrian, when he cometh into our land, and when he treadeth within our borders. And the remnant of Jacob shall be in the midst of many people, as a dew from the Most High.
Just like we read, right? What did Balaam say? That Israel was going to be scattered in many waters, scattered through the people, through the four corner. You said what?
No, it says his seed shall be in many waters.
The sea shall be in many waters, right? You know, that, I mean, think about it. Are we not? We scattered through the four corners, no matter what, of the earth. Go ahead.
As the showers upon the grass, that tarrieth not for a man, nor waiteth for the sons of men. And the remnant of Jacob shall be among the Gentiles, in the midst of many people, as a lion among the beasts of the forest, as a young lion among the flocks of sheep, who, if he go through, both treadeth down, and teareth in pieces.
But that lion got to get woke up. You ever see like a young lion? What's the problem with a young lion? Why he got to have mom and dad around? What?
They wander. They're precocious. They're curious. They want to play.
They play too damn much.
They have no direction on
Yeah.
their own.
Yep.
That's why they have to.
They got to be shown how to hunt.
Mm-hmm.
They got to be shown how to deal with the prey. Right? A young lion, he'll starve just playing around with the prey. Right? Just trying to play chase. Come on, bro. This ain't chase time. He's there. Like the mom lions, what it'll do, or just any other those big cats, they'll halfway kill the prey to show him going for the kill. Go ahead and get your first kill.
Right, finish.
And what do he want to do? He want to lick it. He want to try to revive it to life. Let's bring him back to life so we can play chase and run around. Nah, you got to kill him so you can eat, right? A young lion, his mind is not on surviving and getting to the next stages of life. We're like that young, first of all, we're like a young and an old lion because we play too damn much. We play around with the things that the Most High gave us, but then we act old as hell like, oh my God, my bones, and I'm just too old to do it and lazy. Can't move, can't breathe, this, that, right? But we got to get that young lion strength with that old lion mentality, right? Who had their hand up?
I did.
What was that?
I was looking at one of the National Geographic programs.
Yeah.
I seen this eagle, right? The eagle had the baby, right? Go around like this and dropped it. So it was struggling. So mama came back and caught it back again, took off again, swirled around again, and dropped it and struggled. Then it came back and caught it again.
Oh, its own baby bird.
Right. And when it caught it the third time it left, she didn't even look back.
Oh yeah, it's like you got three.
If you hit the ground now, you
got 3 times to get this.
She flew on out that way. He kept struggling like he couldn't make it in. Then finally picked it up.
That's survival of the fittest. That's nature, man.
Yeah.
That's nature. The good thing is the Most High, he ain't dealing with us on that level because for some reason, again, throughout all the crack, all the bad eating, right, all the lust, all the whoredom, Most High is like, I got y'all's back.
Lamentations 3:22.
Throughout all those things, man, the Most High is still. I dropped you 3 times, but look, I'm gonna catch you on the 5th, right?
Book of Lamentations, chapter 3 and verse 22. It is of the Lord's mercies that we are not consumed, because his compassions fail not.
That's it. Mercy and compassion. That's the only reason you here. It ain't you.
So ain't.
It ain't us. When you was talking about the drugs earlier, man, I remember sitting at a Rotary meeting.
A what?
The Rotary Club. I used to be in this program for young kids and stuff. But Shannon, I think it was Shannon Sharp. Yeah, Broncos football player.
Mm-hmm.
He was doing a speech, and he was speaking right before I had to go up. He said he had sniffed so much coke that he did a farmer's hawk in the shower one time, and a whole rock came out. Wow. And he said he chopped that rock up and sniffed it again. And got the biggest high of his life. He had that in his nose.
Wow.
Just stuck up in there. A whole rock.
So get high later.
And he was still playing, like he was talking about. He was like Lawrence Taylor and all them. He was still playing the game.
You got to see Shannon Sharp now.
Yeah.
It looks like He-Man.
Sure do.
That dude don't even play football. He hasn't played football in damn near 10 years. That dude looks like the Hulk.
You do.
Yeah.
He is more buff than ever. His head, everything.
Yeah.
His teeth are strong.
Yeah.
It wasn't Shannon Sharp, because Shannon Sharp didn't do drugs. It was somebody
It
else.
was the older 80s football.
Yeah, it wasn't Shannon Sharp,
80s
because
Broncos.
Shannon Sharp couldn't do no drugs and look like that.
Not Cordell Stewart.
No, that's a quarterback for the Steelers.
Nah, this dude was in the Broncos like in the 80s.
No, it wasn't Sharp then. Yeah, that wasn't Sharp. It was probably an old ex.
It was damn, I can't remember now, but
Because Sharp played here in the 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was right before, I was right after him to go up and speak. But yeah, this dude has smoked he has sniffed so much coke, man, that he had that whole rock stuck up in his lung, man. But to be able to still be able to play sports with all that in you, it's the Most High's mercy you ain't consumed. To be able to do the things we do is the Most High's mercy and his compassion that we haven't been wiped off the map right now. The whoredoms we done committed, just what he showed us in Numbers, the stuff we were dealing with Moab, we weren't just dealing with their women. We were going to their gods. The gods of the Moabites was Kian and Molech. Baby sacrificing. You understand? We was having sex with these women, making babies with them, and then sacrificing these babies alive to their gods. That was the whoredom. Do you think the Most High was wiping us out just because we was messing with the women?
Nah.
He don't care about that. He showed us. So look, if you get a strange woman, pare her nails, cut her hair off, and boom, that's your wife.
Yep.
But we was going to their gods. You understand? We was dealing with human sacrifices. We was dealing with
Except we was eating their food. We was eating their food. We was doing all that.
If you know about the sacrifices of Molech, you understand? Molech was not Molech, but Baal Peor. He was the god of the opening. We was tossing salads. We was doing all kinds of defiled sexual acts. Our women was literally on stripper poles back then, becoming whores for the congregation. So that's where the stripper stuff comes from. Y'all remember we said that a long time ago? That's where the stripper poles and all that come from, the worship of Baal Peor. So our women weren't just, our men weren't just going with the women. Our women was up there dancing to these gods and getting money thrown at them. And in order to properly worship that god, they would have to come down off the pole and jump on yours. You understand? They would have to whore themselves out for money to give to that god.
Yep.
The men would do it too. If you know what that entails, that's sodomy now. You understand? For money. So when he said we committed whoredom with the women of Midian, we didn't commit the whoredom in just dealing with the women of Midian. No, we committed whoredom with their gods. Literal whoredom. You understand? Which brings on the effeminate nature. Which brings on gay men. You understand? That's how big this was. This wasn't a little thing of, oh, we just slept with a Chinese woman or whatever a Moabite is.
Right, because even when you read in that, man, I'm gonna just read it real quick. Might as well read it because
otherwise people think the Most High ain't fair. Like, oh, all they did was sleep with these strange women. No.
I'm gonna read this real quick so y'all can really see what was going on. For those of y'all that know, y'all know. For y'all that don't, listen up. This is the Josephus, right? Reference book, Israelite historian. I'm going to go to page 112 in the blue Josephus if you have it. It's book 4, Antiquities of the Jews, book 4, chapter 6, and book 4, chapter 6. Let me see here. I didn't write down the section. Let me find it real quick. It's section 7. It says, so when the Midianites had sent their daughters as Balaam had exhorted them, the Hebrew young men were allured by their beauty and came to discourse with them and besought them not to grudge them the enjoyment of their beauty. So the Hebrew young men, we just wanted to be around these Midianite women because of how they looked. That's folly number 1, right? Desire not a woman for her beauty, right? Nor deny them their conversation. These daughters of the Midianites received their words gladly and consented to it and stayed with them. But when they had brought them to be enamored of them and their inclinations to them were grown to ripeness, they began to think of departing from them. So the women, after a while, the women got bored. They're like, okay, it's time for us to leave, right?
Hey, can I show y'all something too, real quick? This is proof that these are black people. Because
these
let me
niggas.
ask you this: if a Chinese woman comes in with a black man to her family, what does her family do?
Get him out of here.
Yeah, disown.
Disown.
White woman comes in with a black man,
disown.
right? But you come home with that white girl, what your uncles do? I got him a snowflake.
Right? Got him that.
You
Got
come
him.
on with that Chinese girl. Ooh, league, look at that.
Right? You love
Start
you long
patting you
time.
on the back there. Oh, and then now all the rappers, I got that for it. Right?
Yep.
Like, really?
Let's
We
go.
brag about it.
Yeah.
That's what we was doing back then. The other nations don't do that. No other nation does that. No other nation is like, ooh, you got you a black one? Ooh. They doing it now. Now they're doing it, right? They try to get down with the swirl now. All the Kardashians.
They have to. They have to now. They're dying off.
Yeah. But back then, that wasn't their thing, to intermix with you. Even the Chinese to this day, that's a shame to them.
Yep.
That's a shame for their, even if they go with a white man.
Yep.
It's a little better than a black guy, but still, they're like, no.
Look at the Japanese chick that gave up her whole rulership. She married a white dude. She didn't marry who they set up for her, and she gave up her throne in Japan.
Damn.
Yeah, she moved to. I mean, come on, that happened with old boy from England with that married Meghan Markle
Oh, yeah.
because she wasn't part of the damn kingdom,
Prince.
the prince, or she wasn't set up or ordained, or she didn't come from a royal family. She was just some peasant girl. Look, he gave up his. They made him give up his throne.
Yep.
Don't think they decided to not be a part of the kingdom no more.
Yep.
They gave that up.
They did.
They gave that up because of he decided to marry
I remember that.
a mixed girl. The Japanese chick, look at her, look into her. She wanted to marry who she wanted to marry. She denounced her throne. I think it was like Japan, one of the little provinces. Yeah, she moved to New York. Yeah, they made her because she didn't marry who they set up for her to keep that throne prominent. They ain't playing. That just happened last year. You see that? Yeah, but
No, that was it on that. That's just proof, you know.
Yeah.
Another proof that these are dark skinned people. These are Negroes, man. That's us today. We the same way. We ain't changed. We the same way today. Go out in the streets and look at a dude with a white girl. He proud as hell, man. Yeah, like he hit the lottery. Should be 400 pounds, 3'3". You know what I mean? Look like a
because you did
size M&M.
because you did hit the lottery. You know that income tax check is gonna be fat.
Yeah.
You did hit the lotto. You know she gonna buy you whatever you want.
She gonna buy me shoes.
All the LeBrons, all the J's, all the Popeyes, right? We eat Popeyes Tuesdays, right? She gonna keep her man, right? I seen one on TikTok. It was hilarious. The dude walked up to his white girl. She's cooking, right? And he gave her a hug, and he kind of turned her back to the stove, and he sprinkled some salt in the food. I was dying. I was like, yeah, that's what you get. Should got you a black woman. Put some seasoning on that. Anyway, let me read on. It said, then it was that these men became greatly disconsolate at the women's departure, and they were urgent with them not to leave them, but begged they would continue there and become their wives. Check this out. And they promised them they should be owned as mistresses of all they had. This they said with an oath, and called the Most High for an arbitrator of what they promised. So they put this on the, man, I swear to God. I swear to God, I'm gonna give you all that I got if you just be my wife. You can own it all. They didn't have a damn thing, right? A tent.
You know what the word
Mistress?
and mistress, you know what those words are? They're derivations of the word master. So they promised these women they would be masters of them. And they put it on the Most High. They cursed themselves.
Yep. Check this out.
Now you can't figure out. Now you can't wonder how we ended up slaves to these people when they come into our lands.
Yep.
That's how we curse ourselves to it.
And this with tears in their eyes, and all other such marks of concern as might show how miserable they thought themselves without them. These dudes was crying for these women,
Boys to men for these.
begging to be slaves to these women. Men have gone out of their wits, right, and committed many sins for women. So the women, as soon as they perceived they had made them their slaves, they had caught them with their conversation, began to speak this to them. So the women pick it up like, damn, these niggas is crying? Wow, they gonna give us everything? Okay, well, this is what we gonna do, right? Oh, you illustrious young men. I love you, baby. You're the only one. Sound familiar? While she, right? Wiping the mouth from the next guy, right? Oh, you illustrious men. You so strong. Right? You so handsome. We have houses of our own. We have houses of our own at home and great plenty of good things there. So they were like, look, we don't need your stuff. Together with the natural affectionate love of our parents and friends, we don't need your love. Nor is it out of our want of any such things that we come to discourse with you. We didn't come because we wanted something, right? This is what they're saying. Nor did we admit of your invitation with design to prostitute the beauty of our bodies for gain. But taking you for brave and worthy men, we agreed to your request that we might treat you with such honors and hospitality required.
Wow.
Because y'all were so strong and bold that we came, right? All cap. Cap. Now seeing you say that you have a great affection for us and are troubled when you think we are departing, we are not adverse to your entreaties. And if we may receive such assurance of your goodwill as we think, your goodwill as we think can be alone sufficient, we will be glad to lead our lives with you as your wives. So basically, if you're going to give us what y'all promise, we'll be glad to be with you, right? We don't need it. Right. We got our own families. They love us. We don't need your love. We don't need your money. We don't need your houses. We got that. We can go right back to Midian. Remember, Abraham sent off Midian and gave him what? A whole damn country. So what do they need from us on that level?
You know what's so messed up about this?
All of it?
Who talks like this?
Our people.
No. Who talks like this? Like these people, like these women are saying right now.
Oh, independent black women.
No. Well, that too now, but who talks like this? Satan or the Most High?
Oh, Satan?
No. The Most High. The Most High don't need you. He don't want
nothing
from you.
Got you.
He don't need your love or nothing like that. But he let you. He wants that from you. He wants to be with you. He offered the exact same choice that these women did, and we still chose these damn stupid, sticky ass women.
Damn. They probably didn't stink. They probably didn't stink. They probably smelled great. No. They probably smell like roses, gardenias, whatever was out there in the wilderness, frankincense and myrrhs.
Read what they said again.
But it's real though.
Read what they said again. Read what they told.
It said, damn.
Y'all gotta pay attention to these because it's the choices we make. Like he said, the devil's in the details, the Most High is in the details. It's a hairline choice, man.
Right.
To the left or to the right.
Right. It says we have houses of our own at home and great plenty of good things there.
See, the Most High, he said he owned the cattle on 1,000 hills. He already. What are you going to give me? He already told you that, right? He already asked you that. What can you give me? You can't give him nothing.
Right. Together with the natural affectionate love of our parents and friends.
Right. He already got the love of his angels and everything else.
Wow. Worshiping him.
Go ahead.
On the clock.
All of creation worships him.
Yep. Nor is it out of our own want of any such things that we come to discourse with you.
And it wasn't because he needed something that he dealt with us. Go ahead.
Nor did we admit of your invitations with design to prostitute the beauty of our bodies for gain.
Right, you can't whore out the Most High. Go ahead.
But taking you for brave and worthy men,
He
we
chose
agree.
us because he liked us.
Wow.
That's all they're saying, and we chose you because we like you.
Mm-hmm.
We thought you were brave and worthy men. He thought we were worthy. Go ahead.
We agreed to your request that we might treat you with such honors and hospitality required.
So he could treat us with honor.
It's heavy.
It's the same damn offer, man. And we chose them instead of him. But we still never choose him. We still choose the nasty whores. We still choose the crack. We still choose the drugs, and it's the same choice as choosing the Most High. You just got to do more work for the other things.
And the damn the after effect.
Yeah.
That crack headache got to be a doozy. That come down off that crack got to be woo. Right? You can't come down off the spirit, but that crack relapse is.
That's why I say, that's what I'm saying is it's the same choice, because if you choose drugs, that means if you choose drugs over the Most High, you've never been in the spirit before. When you be in the spirit for real, it's like being on a drug, man.
Yep.
It's like damn, what's that drug they hit you with in the adrenaline shot? The one they put right in your heart. So
epinephrine.
Right
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But when you're in the spirit, it's just like that. But we go and choose drugs. What's the after effect of being in the spirit? Love, adoration, you're on the good side of the Most High. What's the after effect of shooting up heroin?
You lose your teeth, limbs.
Right.
And a real bad headache, I think.
You on the floor jacked up, and you
Foaming
trying
at
to
the
chase
mouth.
the next high.
Yeah.
Features look horrible.
Wake up with somebody you never even would have ever slept with. Right?
I'm going to continue from where I left off previously. It says, but we are afraid that you will in time be weary of our company and will then abuse us and send us back to our parents after an ignominious manner. So they wanted to chill with us, but they're like, y'all just going to get tired of us like you got tired of your women. We had women, right? But what were we doing to get with the Midianites? We were forsaking ours, right? And so they desired that we would excuse them in their guarding against that danger. But the young men professed they would give them any assurance they could desire. Here's the setup. Nor did they at all contradict what they requested. So great was the passion they had for them. If then, said they, this be your resolution, since you make use of such customs and conduct of life as are entirely different from all other men, inasmuch that your kinds of food are particular to yourselves, peculiar to yourselves, and your kinds of drink not common to others. It will be absolutely necessary, if you would have us for your wives, that you do withal worship our gods.
Wow.
So, well, they bringing up the food and the drink, right? How do we worship the Most High? Well, we have to give those sacrifices and those offerings, the drink, the meat, the burnt, the this, the that, right? We ate those things. So we got to give those things up and deal with what they ate and what they drank in their sacrifice. Nor can there be any other demonstration of the kindness which you say you already have. So there's no way to demonstrate that you guys are being real unless you serve our gods. You see that? And promise to have hereafter to us than this, that you worship the same gods we do. For has anyone reason to complain that now you are come into this country and should worship the proper gods of the same country, especially while our gods are common to all men, and yours such as belong to nobody else but yourselves. I mean, wasn't that the point? Our God was our God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Right?
And that's exactly how you know the choice is real satanic, is they tell you the truth. They remind you of the path you're about to ditch. Don't that woman you about to commit adultery with remind you? Why don't you go back to your wife? You go headlong. Nah.
She be alright.
That's what they do
No.
in the law. When they want you to sign a contract, they make you agree 3 times. You understand? That's what the Most High does. He speaks once, yea, twice, yet man perceiveth it not. He wants you to sign that on that dotted line. Okay, you really gonna make this choice? I'm gonna have this temptress remind you what you're leaving behind, so that you can make that choice again. You already made the wrong choice messing with her. Now I'm gonna have her remind you of what you're about to give up. You sure you want to do this? Right? When you gonna chase that money? When you about to sign that contract? Hey, yeah, look, just want to let you know, right here in Article B, you're giving up all your rights to your own basically personal liberty. Right? You don't get it. No, you're with Disney now. Nah, listen, you're with Rap-A-Lot Records now. You don't get to represent any of your own personal opinions anymore. Right. They remind you of that. And you like, how much money is it again? Right? Oh, and the small print is you sign away your whole soul. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, that's all right. I gotta get this Maybach. Right?
360 bill.
I gotta get the new J's. What? We sold ourselves for nothing. That's the same. We signed in the same contract our forefathers did. We selling ourselves, our whole spirit, for nothing. Y'all understand? It's terrible, man. But we're making the same little hairline choices where all we had to do was say, you know what? I'm gonna do that, but for the Most High. Yeah, I'm going to give my entire life and my soul and all my dedication and my strength and everything, but I'm just going to do it for the Most High. Why not? You're going to give your soul and your health and your dedication to something else, and it's not going to pay off. You know how many dead gang members there are? I'm a Crip for life. Die the next day. That was a short life. You gave one whole day. Good job. You could have gave your whole life to the Most High, and He would have prolonged your life. Y'all see that? He don't ask nothing. Come on, even in His tithes, He only asks 10%. You'll pay the government 20%. You give the government 20%, but let us sit up here and say, hey, y'all paying your tithes? We got to beg for that. The Most High only required 10%. You don't require nothing more than anything else you would give yourself to requires. And we still give ourselves to everything else. That's a whore. That is a whore. He rightly called us whores. Because when you look at them chicks on this and that, tell me there ain't something else you could do for $20. I mean, damn, you couldn't get a Shopify account. You couldn't open up an online store and sell pet supplies or something. Like, damn, you really gotta sell your whole body for $20? Seriously? Like, you can literally get on the internet, do a survey, and make $20.
Just to give half of that to the pimp, so that's $10 an hour. So you might as well just go work at the KFC for $10 an hour.
Yeah, what are you selling yourself for? You're a whore. That's what a whore does. $10? Damn. I can't remember the last time I actually held like cash, but when I do, I give it to my son. It's like here. Like the bills we gotta pay, we pay like $6,000-$7,000 a month in bills. When I get cash, I'm like, here you go, boy. And these chicks are selling their whole body for that. That's a whore. When you say, you know what, I'm gonna lie to my brother. I'm gonna lie to my parents for y'all kids. That's whoredom. You're giving over your whole spirit for that lie. Y'all understand? We gotta stop selling ourselves for nothing.
Let me finish this real quick. Now the young men were introduced by the fondness they had for these women. Now the young men were induced by the fondness they have for these women to think they spake very well. So they're like, oh yeah, you know what? You're all right. We do got to give up the laws and statutes of the Most High to be with y'all. So they gave themselves up to what they persuaded them, and transgressed their own laws, and supposing there were many gods, and resolving that they would sacrifice to them according to the laws of that country which ordained them. They both were delighted with their strange food, and went on to do everything that the women would have them do, though in contradiction to their own laws, so far indeed that this transgression was already gone through the whole army of the young men. And they fell into a sedition that was much worse than the former, and into danger of the entire oblation of their own intuitions. For when once the youth had tasted of these strange customs, they went with insatiable inclinations unto them. They couldn't be satisfied. Insatiable, they couldn't be controlled. And even where some of the principal men, were illustrious on account of virtues of their fathers, they also were corrupted together with the rest. And then that's when it goes into this man sleeping with the Midianitish woman. Did y'all see that? So again, it wasn't just they lay with a bunch of women because they were beautiful. They renounced the laws of the Most High and compromised themselves on their behalf.
And if you think it's not going on today, you're not paying attention. See, check out how slick they are. During like my mother's time, right? Say 50s, 60s, right? In the 50s, they had a wholesome woman, right? With her husband and her kids, and she'd make the food and be a good mom and do all that, right? Be understanding, sit down with a little beaver cleaver and all that, right? And then she would, right? She'd go outside and have herself a smoke, right?
A long ass Virginia Slims.
Right? What happened in society with that? That smoking turned into cancer, and those good moms were dropping dead. Right? Okay, so during about my time, about 80s, right? You had the mom was still doing the smoking and all that, but now they wanted to start integrating sexual scenes into the shows, right? Sex and drugs and rock and roll was actually being portrayed on the television. That wasn't being done in the 50s and 60s, right? But it was actually being portrayed in the 80s, right? So what happened to society after that? All your young kids, mothers and fathers, are now sexually orientated. They're all about the sex. That's what's all in their mind. That's what was programmed into their mind. For y'all, it's homosexuality. So all your parents are drugged up, wanting sex all the time, right? Why? Because they introduced that through the television. Now, they're taking the homosexuality and jamming it down your throat. What do you think is going to happen to society right after? See, if you don't know, it's what happened before. They put it on TV, society followed. They put it on TV, society followed. What is the agenda? They destroyed lives with the smoking, right? They destroyed lives with the sex, drugs, and rock and roll, right? What are they trying to do with the homosexuality? Destroy more lives. Y'all see that? But not only that, they'll destroy your whole neighborhood, destroy your whole family. Because now, who's going to stand up against them? A gay dude? Who you want on the front lines with you when the war starts? Hey! What the hell's he going to do?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
This came out today. It's there's a rapper. His name is Lil Wop.
Lil Wop Wop? Wait, Wop is
W-A-P? W-O-P.
Oh.
So check this out. This is the article that came out. It said, Lil Wop speaks on being bisexual.
Nice.
I'm a curse, just letting y'all know, a little forewarning. But he says, I'll make a nigga my bitch. You know,
That's the agenda, though. Like the homosexual takeover.
So listen. So I read the article, and he was saying like, I don't do. He was pretty much like, just to cut to the. He was pretty much saying, I'm not the chick. But he was like, I'm still masculine. But he was like, I'll make a guy. Yeah.
That's like that gel mentality. That's like gel mentality.
But the reason, there's two articles that came out. There was that one, and then there's the second one with Kevin Gates, where Kevin Gates, the grocery warrior, right? He said that. Let me make it very clear. He said that him and another guy will on a chick. Trying to make it as but like I won't even go into that aspect. But even what he said then was like stupidly gay. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? But those are just the two articles that came out today.
Basically, they're
on that.
In the middle.
Right.
You're gay.
So it's
sports.
Yeah, right. Like those came out today. Just letting y'all know that's a hip hop urban website where all the kids is gonna go to get their new music. What's going on? So.
Oh, you got Christina Aguilera. What was she just?
She had the Hulk suit on,
yeah.
with like a prosthetic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she had like a whole man's like body armor with a prosthetic on during a live concert. I mean,
what do you think they're trying to push?
When little, what's the dude's name that did the song Montero and he was lap dancing the devil? Lil Nas X, when he can lap dance the devil.
You want a boy he could cuddle with?
When he could give the devil a lap dance on YouTube, but we can't say the word faggot. But he could give the devil a lap dance in the Garden of Eden. The world is destroyed.
And he's in like a national commercial for I think he's Mountain Dew or
He got a few commercials. Yeah.
They're
They throwing him out there. They pushing him hard. Like, have you seen the last Mountain Dew commercial where it had the little white dude dancing and he looked like Prince?
Yeah.
But he had the long hair and he was dancing like a woman. I'm like, damn, they are not playing.
Oh, that new Thor Love and Thunder, man.
Don't talk about it. I haven't seen it yet.
I'm gonna say this one thing. That rock guy in there, he wasn't gay in Thor Ragnarok when they introduced him. He had a mother. In Thor Love and Thunder, he got two dads. And in Thor Ragnarok, he was like, I started a revolution and only my mom showed up. But in Thor Ragnarok, he talks about how he was created by two men.
Is he done?
Oh, yeah, he's done.
Is he done? I didn't hear none of it. I don't like my movies to be ruined before I watch them. I don't care what's going on.
I didn't give him away.
It's not a spoiler yet.
Okay.
But y'all gotta understand, that's the agenda they're really trying to shove down your throat. Is that we want you to be gay. They want your kids, they want it normal for your kids to be gay. They want gayness to be normal.
That and for women to rule over the world.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
When you look at all the last superhero movies.
Yep.
What was the one we all went to go see? It was Doctor Strange. How that one chick ran through like every superhero. I'm like, wait a minute. How the hell did she destroy every Mr. Stretch and like she just ran through these guys like they were nothing. But that's the agenda, is this inclusive, all-inclusive mentality. There's no order, there's no structure. The androgyny, we can't depict whether it's a boy or a girl or all nations blending, this great melting pot. Just look at the movies. That's what it's about.
Look at your radio stations. Your radio stations don't have no powerful male singers no more. There ain't no Luther Vandrosses. There ain't no more who's the dude?
Teddy Pendergrass.
No James Browns. Nothing. No powerful male singers, but Adele could get on there and just belt out from the bottom of her lungs, right?
And the one that is belting out, Sam Smith, he's gay as hell.
Yeah.
He's singing about his man.
Yeah. Or Lil Nas X, right? You get him on there loud and deep voiced and everything, but you got to be talking about dealing with another boy, right? But when it's a female, they can be loud and powerful. Megan Thee Stallion is on there deep voice.
Oh yeah, she got a deep ass voice.
You know what I mean? And all the women rappers are talking about is how they run you.
Mark the Stallion.
Same thing.
That's Mark the Stallion.
Marcus.
That's not no woman, dude. That's a man's. She stood next to Erykah Badu. She looked like a damn giant next to Erykah Badu. I was like, that's a dude. Her legs, him legs. What's that?
Even like on the movie Lightyear, that's supposed to be a kids movie.
Oh, the Buzz Lightyear. Okay.
Yeah, there's a
Reed, tell me about it.
Same kissing scene that does the same. I don't know if it's like a woman and woman or man and man, but they're kissing. It's like the very first couple minutes of the movie.
Yeah.
And there's some theaters that actually even set a warning before watching the movie.
Right.
That they were gonna try their best to skip the scene so the kids won't see it.
Some countries didn't even play that movie.
Yeah.
Like a lot of Middle Eastern countries, they didn't play it because of that scene. That's Disney, Pixar. Disney, that's what they all about is sexuality. Toy Story 3, remember it had the spork? That was the transgender character in the movie.
Right, they just had their first transgender character like in live action for Disney.
What was that?
I don't remember the show. It's like some show just came out.
Netflix.
Oh, Netflix, they got a whole gay
You
channel.
over the head with all that.
They got a whole gay channel, there's a gay, like Netflix, like the category, it's like Pride.
Oh, that's
Forever.
Disney. That's still Disney Plus.
Disney Plus has it, but Netflix has it. Amazon has it. They all have like HBO Max got it. Like Pride.
Right.
It's like Pride Forever or whatever. Then you go and it's all these gay, just like gay shows, and it's all the characters are kids.
And if you think it's not a big deal, well, why don't you just skip it? How you gonna skip it?
It's in every. It's even in the straight shows.
Right.
It don't
They
matter.
got Batwoman is gay. Supergirl, she's gay. Like, come on.
Nightwing's gay.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what
No,
I'm saying, bro.
Yeah.
That's my point. It doesn't matter what you watch.
About to be gay.
Yeah.
So
you can't escape it.
You ain't gonna escape it. Why? It's obvious there's an agenda. What's the agenda? What's been the agenda?
That's true.
Your destruction. That's all it is. It's about destroying lives.
And monkeypox.
When they put drugs out, when they put drugs on the movies, that was to make it look romantic.
Right.
Right? So that you will bring that into your house. It seduce you. Y'all see that? When they putting out the homosexuality, they don't show it all raw and uncut. You know what I mean? They don't show the dude at the clinic having to get fixed by the doctor for anal seepage.
And monkeypox.
Because he can't clench his cheeks no more.
And monkeypox.
They don't tell you about none of that. Right. They don't want to tell you about the effects of monkeypox. They don't want to tell you about, they don't want to uplift about Michael Douglas coming out talking about how going down on a woman gave him throat cancer.
Yep, HPV.
But they'll have all these lesbians on the screen, all lipsticked up, kissing each other with the music playing in the background. And you're like,
It's like the little humpback in 300. Walking through the tent like, I want that.
maybe there is
Walking through the tent like, oh my God, I get to get all that. Like, they make it look good. Go watch Snowfall. You'll never do crack.
I haven't seen that.
You can go watch Snowfall. John Singleton, that's his show, if y'all didn't know. And he was starting to do the production on that before he died. And he was really highlighting through this show the epidemic of crack. And there's some scenes in there you're like, damn, that's what crack does? Go watch it. It's a good show. It still romanticizes the whole crack thing, like you could be a boss and da-da-da-da, but he showed some real effects of crack.
Teach a man how to squat.
You know what I'm saying? So
I remember when I was a kid going to school, they did the cop came in and showed us the pictures of the gang members that they shoot, or not that they shoot, but also the got
gang
killed in
wars,
gang violence and stuff like that. And they got the autopsies, right? And one of them, it didn't have no lower half. It got blown in half. And they'll sit there and calmly tell you what happened to this dude. You know, these all sit up there and be like, yeah, this one, he was shot with a 12 gauge shotgun, and you can see it dissected him and took off the lower part of his body. They won't skip a beat.
Nope.
There's no feeling in them, nothing. They're just like, yeah, look what you niggers are doing to each other. We sell ourselves for nothing. But that right there, I saw that and I'm like, yeah, I don't want to kill people. You know what I mean? I don't even want to look at my brother wrong. If that's the after effect. If they showed you the after effect of homosexuality, you would never be involved in that.
True.
You want to be a grown ass 20-year-old man wearing a diaper? go for it.
That's right.
Because you can't control your bowels. You want to be a grown woman that you can't talk because they had to remove part of your larynx because you want to punch some rugs. Go for it. But it's like he said in the scripture, man. Your own wickedness shall correct you.
And those are the physical hits. What about the psychological and spiritual
Oh yeah.
torment that the Most High puts you through? They'll never talk to you about that.
Yeah, those cats got demons.
They got demons on them. They got a high level spirits. That's why they got to go adopt babies and all this weird stuff that they got to go through just to want to be a parent or I want to be a part of society.
They go adopt babies, then they go molest the babies.
Yep.
All that.
Anyway.
Yep.
All that.
Demons on.
They don't talk to us about those things.
The rage they go into.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Get a homosexual back. You will literally see them turn into a whole different person.
Yeah.
Say something about gay people around. It is.
Don't never fight no homosexual man. He'll.
Oh yeah. They got a whole
That
host
nigga
of
will
demons.
kill you. I remember I was talking to Yeshaya one time. We were talking to Yeshaya one time. He was like, listen, don't never ever think that you're going to go fight that demon. That demon will kill you because that's what they got on them, that spirit of murder and that spirit of Cain. So that spirit beyond them, man. You think you're going to talk bad about a faggot and to their face? Hell nah. That nigga will put you down because the high level of spiracy, the negative he got in him.
Yeah.
If you think what we're saying is false, it's in the scripture. When I hate to bring it up, but when Benjamin got that demon on him,
Oh yeah, they was killing.
they raped that priest's wife
Yeah.
till the
Pieces.
morning.
Yeah.
They raped her till there was nothing left of her.
Yep.
She died in his doorway, man. Just trying to get help. She died from. That's the kind of demons they got on. Then, when the brothers tried to check them, they went to war and wiped out the brothers.
And Benjamin was the smallest tribe. But when that demon get on you, it's a stronghold. It's a spirit. Yeah, Yeshaya. I remember we was talking to Yeshaya, man. He was like, "Don't never ever, don't. You know, we get into that mode of trying to ridicule and publicly ridicule and all that." He was like, "Man," because I think we were talking about somebody was street speaking and they called the dudes was walking by on Times Square. He just called him a faggot out of nowhere. And that dude came and he had to hit the dude. He had to hit the dude with a staff to get him down or something like that. But that faggot was ready to go to war, dude. He ran up on the whole camp and was ready. He didn't care because when that spirit is on them, you ain't gonna talk bad about them to their face. You ain't gonna make them look bad. You gonna bow to that spirit because that spirit is strong. What's that?
You see that when you see them at those parades?
Yeah.
That pride is so,
That's why it's called pride.
They walk like they are invincible.
They like Leviathan.
Yeah.
Said his pride is his scales.
Yeah.
And you can't breach it. That's what they be on, bro. Especially when they link up. Come on, man.
They got to be,
Man,
they got to be strong. They got to be wiped out.
That's why they got to be wiped out.
Yeah.
But let's jump back. I know let's jump back. Let's jump back to Micah, right?
Micah chapter 5 and verse 9.
He said, "Wow, God." Oh, Emma. Yeah, God. Read.
Thine hand shall be lifted up upon thy adversaries.
Where you at?
Micah chapter 5 verse 9.
Right.
And all thine enemies shall be cut off. And it shall come to pass in that day, saith the Most High, that I will cut off thy horses out of the midst of thee, and I will destroy thy chariots, and I will cut off the cities of thy land, and throw down all thy strongholds.
Yeah, all the things that man puts his trust in, the Most High is going to cut that off. Go ahead.
Verse 12. And I will cut off witchcrafts out of thine hand, and thou shalt have no more soothsayers. Thy graven images also will I cut off, and thy standing images out of the midst of thee.
Everything that you worship above me, I'm going to cut it off. I'm going to drop it down. Go ahead.
And thou shalt no more worship the work of thine hands. And I will pluck up thy groves out of the midst of thee. So will I destroy thy cities, and I will execute vengeance in anger and fury upon the heathen, such as they have not heard.
You're gonna take away the options. Ain't gonna be no more options, man. Y'all understand? It ain't gonna be no, should I serve the Most High today, or should I go ahead and watch this porn all day? Should I serve the Most High today, or should I commit adultery? It ain't gonna be no options. What's that?
Another thing that people are, and I think they're targeting women, and we talked about this once before in a class with the women that the witchcraft.
Yeah.
Like the
women and children.
Sage, and
Yeah.
the burning of the sage,
Yep.
and the crystal. They're really, really heavy.
Yeah.
They're pushing that, like.
That's just
The movie you just brought up.
Yeah.
The what you call it? The multiverse
Multiverse?
of madness.
Yeah.
Right. They pushing it. They giving you. I was telling brothers they giving away too much because they're giving you the names of the books to go into.
Yep.
They've been doing this since the first Doctor Strange. Yep. He gives them the whole stack of books and he names them.
Yep.
Those are real books.
Yep.
The ones they brought up in that movie, those are real books. I'm like, why are they doing this? Why are they?
Because they want
to
you
entice you.
They want you to go get those.
Yeah, they know you're lusting for power. Y'all sisters are lusting for power because you're not having it naturally over a man. And the way to get that power is through witchcraft. So you go be an Oshun. If you're not into comic books, then we're gonna push it through the communities with the dreadlock communities of, oh yeah, go be an Oshun and go worship the ocean. Right? We're gonna make it look sexy and romantic.
Vampires.
And the next thing you know, you're gonna
Twilight.
yeah, vampires, Twilight, all the witchcraft we putting in all the TV shows, right? Because it don't matter what the show's about, they still gotta have some kind of witch or a warlock type of person in there. You know what I mean? Why? Because that's how y'all women are gonna get enticed. That's how y'all women are gonna try to seize that power. Oh, you know what? All I gotta do is chop up a little bit of placenta and sprinkle it in the spaghetti. Right? Yep. That's gonna be y'all way to get in. I gotta just get that book. Okay. I'll go read a few pages of this.
A lock of his hair, his beard here.
But you know what that does?
That's all I need is a lock of his beard. That's why I keep my beard low.
Witchcraft ushers in them demons.
I'm joking.
There's something else I was watching. The chick was clipping her toenails. I was watching The Sopranos. And this Italian chick, she was clipping her toenails, but every time the person was clipping her toenails, but she would say, "Give me the clippings." And he was looking over the balcony at her, and he's like, and later on he asked her, he's like, "Why do you keep your toenails? Why do you ask them for your toenails?" She said, "Because in Italy, they'll take your toenails and take them to a witch, and she'll cast a spell on you. So they'll take your toenail clippings or your hair clippings, and they'll take them to a witch." She said, "So I burned my own stuff. I burned my own clippings."
Burn it so nobody can get it.
Yeah.
Just like in Canaan, what were they doing? Cutting off the clippings of the edge of your hair, and they would be throwing it to what's your guy's name?
Well, you got Shiva for the Hindus. They do this to this day.
It wasn't Shiva. It was the god of the revelings. My guy. Bacchus. Right? He was He was an androgynous homosexual god. He looked like a little boy, but he had women parts. Go figure. Same thing. Go figure. Right? They always are androgynous. They're always hermaphrodites. All the gods of Egypt somehow started from women or some type of animal and morphed into some type of man with a half dog head, half breast on top, dog head on the thing, and a man body on the bottom.
See, in that realm, just saying the names. Just saying those names ushers them in, brings them in, kind of brings them into your life.
Yeah.
And why you think on all these movies, that's all they push? Like like I said, that Thor: Love and Thunder, every god in the pantheon you could think of, they have the god of Bao on there, the little things you eat. They had a god for that on there, but they didn't mention the Most High once. Not the god of the Hebrews, not mentioned. Zeus was on there, Thor's on there, right? Every other god was on there, except the god of the Hebrews.
Yeah.
One real god. Why? Because they got your kids over there. Oh, Zeus. Oh, this, right?
Yeah.
Everybody, they're gonna keep. They have Russell Crowe playing Zeus, man. Why? They want that image in your kid's head. They want those images really in your kid's head. Homosexuality and worship of other gods. Why? Because all that's gonna open the door for them demons, and it's gonna weaken your household. Because you're gonna be coming home one day, you're trying to have a conversation with your son or your daughter, and they're gonna be spitting out every god but the Most High. They're gonna spit nothing but homosexuality at you and telling you how you need to be up on this and be up on that. They're gonna be bringing that in. Satan walks about like a roaring lion. He's looking for that weak link, and it's y'all kids. It should scare you. If it doesn't, it should. It should scare you that you raising your kids to play video games and play with dolls and things like that. Because if you're not raising them up to be strong in the Most High, they're gonna run through your household. They're gonna be the link that opens that door. Watch any demon possession movie. Esau knows all about it. They know how to get in your house. They know how to get them demons in your house. They find the weakest link. If you're a drug addict, boom. That's how the demon gets in. Every damn movie, they show it. They get the drugs, boom, demons. They give over the man gives over the authority to his woman, boom, they get right in the house.
The kid left alone to play on the swing.
Ouija board.
Yeah, play with some weird thing.
Yep.
Demons. Jumanji, all that.
Yeah.
What was Jumanji about? Same thing. Kids just lost.
Dice, playing the game.
Yeah. Rolling dice, playing a game, right? By themselves, no supervision. Now they all in a whole another mystical world. What was the one where they walked through the mirror and went into all... Huh? No, they walked through the mirror and got to like a whole... Narnia.
The wardrobe.
Yeah, they walked through the wardrobe, like all this stuff, but the kids left alone, no supervision. Right? Because Satan is looking for that weakness.
And then the kids are looking at it like, damn, the kids are left alone. Why my parents all over? That's enticing them to be left alone to that madness. Because they want to be like them kids. They want to be like, damn, their parents ain't around. Their parents ain't nagging them, bugging them.
They ain't making them do dishes.
Right?
They ain't making them do chores.
When you was watching Harry Potter, the authoritative figures in his life, they're abusive. They're mean.
Yep.
They hate him. They're showing him some discipline for this nigga to get into witchcraft. And he still did it. See that? So the kids is just wanting to shirk their authority, shirk the authority figure so they can do what they want. Get into homosexuality, get into witchcraft, and that's all the agenda. Believe it or not, like I said, watch it. In 10 years, their kids are going to be having to deal with their madness. Just like our kids got to deal with our madness, right? Our kids got to deal with, well, where's dad? Oh, he's out chasing hoes. Why? Because MTV and everything else he was raised on in the 80s and 90s taught him he needed to go get these women. All the way down to Disney was telling him he needed to get him a beautiful woman, and if he ain't got one, he need to go get one.
Yep.
Right? If he ain't doing drugs, he need to get on some drugs because it's nice. Right? They show them putting the needle in their arm, and they just bliss. Right? They don't show them having to get ice pack shoved into their crotch to wake them up because they damn near dead on the floor. They don't show when they piss themselves and crap on themselves and they live in that because they're so high they don't even feel it. Yep. They don't show none of that.
They cut at the overdose scene.
Yeah.
The foaming at the mouth, the convulsions,
blood
911 calls, all
and
that.
everything like that. They cut all that stuff out. They show you the bliss.
Oh, the random nosebleed that you get from all the cocaine?
Yeah.
You just sit there having a conversation and you just feel the drip. Oh. Damn. You got to carry your napkin. Oh, wow. Right? Oh. Hey, it's real. They make it seem good. You living a Tony Montana life.
Yeah, you a grown man sitting at dinner. What's that smell? Oh, you want to be gay? Now you got seepage. Oh shit!
Ain't no seepage.
Your cheeks gonna clench.
The sphincter is not as tight as it used to be.
They don't show you none of that. But stop believing everything you see. Look at the reality of things. Stop letting TV entice you and actually get some knowledge on things. Because people always want to get on me, oh, you're being too graphic. Well, if I don't tell them, they ain't gonna know from the other side.
That's
Satan
real.
ain't showing them that.
That's real.
Satan is showing them the green grass on the other side. He ain't showing them the doo-doo underneath. So y'all gotta know it. You gotta know. That way you can make wise and informed choices. That's why the Most High gives us wisdom. He said, get knowledge, get wisdom, with all you're getting, get understanding. Why? So you can make an informed choice. When you choose to go for the Most High, you've been through all of that and you don't want it no more. I'm going 100% for the Most High. But if you haven't been informed, something's gonna entice you. You know what I mean? If you don't know, you're gonna be like, you're gonna be in the truth. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'll die for the truth. And then, hey, what's that? What are they smoking? I ain't never been introduced to that. Yeah, you have. Pastor one went all in detail. Quatzai went all in detail. We're gonna let you know what's out there, and the good, the pros and the cons of it. Why? Because Satan ain't showing your kids none of that. Disney Plus ain't showing your kids that. Y'all understand?
Go back to Micah. Let's finish it up.
So Micah chapter 6, verse 1. It says, Hear ye now what the Lord saith. Arise, contend thou before the mountains, and let the hills hear thy voice. Hear ye, O mountains, the Lord's controversy, and ye strong foundations of the earth. For the Lord hath a controversy with his people, and he will plead with Israel. O my people, what have I done unto thee? And wherein have I wearied thee? Testify against me, for I brought thee up out of the land of Egypt, and redeemed thee out of the house of servants.
It's like when the people asked for a king, and Samuel was like, okay, whose ox have I stolen? Whose woman? Who's this? Who's that? Moses did the same thing, right? Most High is doing the same thing. Where have I wearied you or forsaken you or taken from you? Have I not tried to bring you into these good things? Right? But again, our problem is we're always running and making, like he's saying, making the wrong decisions. And then who we want to look at for our wrong decisions? The Most High.
He's doing it to you.
Oh Lord, why? Why my baby? Why did he get shot 40 times? Why me? Right? Why this? Why that? Oh God. Like, what you mean, oh God? He didn't choose for you. He said, choose you this day, life or death. Right? But he's asking again, where am I wearied thee? He said, testify against me. Show me where I've brought you into the snares and the calamities. I've only allowed you to make choices. Go ahead.
And I sent before thee Moses, Aaron, and Miriam.
Yeah, I gave you prophets. I gave you leadership. Moses, Aaron, and Miriam to do what? To guide you out of Egypt. That was it. Go ahead.
O my people, remember now what Balak, king of Moab, consulted, and what Balaam, the son of Beor, answered him from Shittim unto Gilgal, that ye may know the righteousness of the Lord.
That what the Most High bless, no man can curse it. Go ahead.
Wherewith shall I come before the Lord and bow myself before the Most High? Shall I come before him with burnt offerings, with calves of a year old? Will the Lord be pleased with thousands of rams, or with 10,000s of rivers of oil? Shall I give my firstborn for my transgression, the fruit of my body for the sin of my soul?
See how he's doing? He's giving you exactly the same choice that Moabite women was given. Those Midianite women were given. Now listen, man, I own everything. What you gonna give me?
It's true.
Y'all see that? He's reiterating it in the scripture. What can you give me? And then he's even showing you, look, I'm not asking for your firstborn. I didn't ask you for your firstborn. Them damn Midianite women, them hoes you went after, they asked for your firstborn. That's what the sacrifice of Molech and Kion and all them was for. That's what it was about. Look, them women were telling us point blank, in order to sleep with us, you got to give over your children. You got to give over your firstborn. The Most High ain't even asking for that. But what do? I want them women. I want that fame. I want that money. I need that. I need this. I need to get these bills paid. You sell yourself for nothing, man. That's the funny part. Is like you sell out for money, and then the money goes to pay bills. So you basically hoard yourself out for AT&T. You hoard yourself out for T-Mobile. I mean, come on. They're your pimps. You hoard yourself out, and you did it for money to give to their pimp. And you can't see why the Most High keeps calling us whores all through the scriptures, all through Jeremiah. Jeremiah, the whole book is y'all are whores. Why? Because that's exactly what a whore does. Come? So, y'all gonna keep being that, or y'all want to keep being pimped out by the system, by America, by bills, by everything else? Or can you let the Most High be your father? Something to think about.
Go ahead, read.
The fruit of my body for the sin of my soul. Verse 8. He has showed thee, O man, what is good. And what doth the Lord require of thee? But to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy power. We're going to go to Matthew chapter 21 and verse 1.
All he requires of you, man. That's all he requires.
Matthew 21 and 1.
Yep.
As y'all read this, ask yourself, when's the last time a job, a woman, a man, anything offered you this kind of offer? Now, all you got to do is do the right thing and be a good person, and you're going to get everything I got promised. A woman won't do it. Nah, she got all kind of conditions. If you're a man seeking a woman got all kind of conditions.
Yep.
Don't she?
Yep.
Come on. You better
gotta have a
remember
job.
my birthday, our anniversary. Yep. You better remember to put the toilet seat down, take the trash out, right? Or else I'm gonna leave you for the mailman. Right. Damn. You gonna go out to the lowest bidder over that? A man. Oh yeah, listen, I want my eggs cooked just this way, pepper on them, da-da-da-da-da-da, right? You better give it up to me every day, every night. And in return, I get what? I'm going to be a bum, take your paycheck, and flip that. Occasionally, right? Really? A job? You sell it out for a job? When's the last time a job did that? Oh, listen, you break your back, give your soul, come in early, leave late, do overtime.
Give us 20 hours. Give us 20 years.
Right.
And then you might could retire, depending on your age.
Yeah, maybe.
You might could collect some pension, depending on if you don't mess up. Right? But then we might lay you off at 19 years and 6 months. Come on, man.
When you're too old and broken down to even enjoy the money that you supposedly saved up. Right? And then your 401k, oh yeah, that went into a scheme, a Ponzi scheme. You know what I mean? CEO X spent it all in Vegas. Ain't no 401k. But thanks for your service. God? Nothing out there is offering what the Most High is offering, and what does He require? Just be righteous. Just do it.
Matthew chapter 21, verse 1. And when they drew near unto Jerusalem, and were come to Bethphage, unto the Mount of Olives, then sent Yahushua 2 disciples, saying unto them, Go into the village over against you, and straightway ye shall find an ass tied, and a colt with her. Loose them, and bring them unto me. And if any man say aught unto you, ye shall say, The Lord hath need of them.
What does this go with? What prophecy? Chapter and verse. Or just give me the chapter.
Basics. Yes, ma'am.
Is it Matthew 25?
No, what prophecy in the Old Testament?
Oh.
Remember when Jacob called his sons, this is what would befall you in the latter days? Genesis 49, right? The scepter will not depart from Judah, binding his colt to the foil, to the choice vine, remember? It'll come to y'all? You got to go back and read Genesis about Judah. right? He gave the prophecy about Judah, but then Yahushua fulfilled that prophecy in this chapter. It's also spoken about in what, Zechariah? Is it Zechariah or Zephaniah? One of them?
Riding upon an ass.
Yeah, I think it was Zechariah. Zechariah. Or Malachi, one of them. I thought it was one of the seeds. But y'all get the point, right? This is a prophecy that was spoken about in Genesis. You gotta know these things, because
Oh yeah, it's Zechariah.
Zechariah, right? Yeah.
9 and 9.
Yeah, you gotta know these things. You gotta know where these things are located. Speaking about that there was that Yahushua in the Old Testament, this is the evidence. And that the things that he came wasn't for his own will, but to do the things that was written of him. Right? Go ahead, read on.
Verse 3. And if any man say aught unto you, ye shall say, the Lord hath need of them, and straightway he will send them. And all this was done, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the prophet, saying,
Oh, there it is.
Tell ye the daughter of Zion, behold, the king cometh unto thee, meek and sitting upon an ass, and a colt, the foal of an ass. And the disciples went and did as Yahushua commanded them, and brought the ass and the colt, and put on them their clothes, and they sat him thereon. And a very great multitude spread their garments in the way. Others cut down branches from the trees and strawed them in the way. And the multitudes that went before. And
Didn't Solomon ride on David's ass? Or am I mixing a story?
I think David came in right now.
Didn't they throw Solomon on it when Adonijah was trying to take the kingdom?
I think so.
Because what did that signify? The king, the power, the rulership. You rode on that ass through the city because the ass trotted on real slow and everybody could wave to the king. And,
Right.
But it signified that power. The reason why I'm asking, because I know I read in that when you read in that the Ethiopian Bible, it talks about that too. I didn't want to mix up. Remember I was going on that story about what class did I do? The Rastafarians, how they talked about Solomon. I think it referred to Solomon doing that also, but I didn't want to mix up the Bible with that.
Yeah,
But yeah, that riding on the ass signified the king. Go ahead.
verse 8. And a very great multitude spread their garments in the way. Others cut down branches from the trees and strawed them in the way. And the multitudes that went before and that followed cried, saying, Hosanna to the Son of David. Blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord. Hosanna in the highest. And when he was come into Jerusalem, all the city was moved, saying, Who is this? And the multitude said, This is Yahushua, the prophet of Nazareth of Galilee. And Yahushua went into the temple of the Most High, and cast out all them that sold and bought. Oh, Sirach. That was it. We're going to go to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 11, verse 1. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 11, verse 1. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 11, verse 1. She prospered their works in the hand of the holy prophet. They went through the wilderness that was not inhabited, and pitched tents in places where there lay no way. They stood against their enemies and were avenged of their adversaries.
Right. So when you read, we read the last Wisdom of Solomon we read was 10. When you read it, remember this is one idea that's together. It's broken up in chapters for us. When you read 10 and 11, they're going into the same thing. It's just 10 is a continuation of 11. So the way it starts, she prospered their works. Well, you got to read 10. We read that already. And when you read it, it goes through what? The different men in history, right? I believe it talked about Jacob. It talked about Noah. It talked about Moses, Adam, right? It's just talking about how wisdom preserved these men through history. You see that? So 11 is just a continuation of chapter 10. So if you haven't read chapter 10 in Wisdom of Solomon, you got to read that. Go ahead.
Verse 4. When they were thirsty, they called upon thee, and water was given them out of the flinty rock, and their thirst was quenched out of the hard stone.
What verse you at?
Verse 5.
Wisdom of Solomon 11:5. For by what things their enemies were punished, by the same they in their need were benefited. For instead of a fountain of perpetual running river troubled with foul blood, for a manifest reproof of that commandment whereby the infants were slain, thou gavest them the abundance of waters by the means which they hoped not for, declaring by that thirst then how thou hast punished their adversaries. For when they were tried, albeit but in mercy chastised, they knew how the ungodly were judged in wrath and tormented, thirsting in another manner than the just. For these thou didst admonish and try as a father, but the other as a severe king thou didst condemn and punish. Whether they were absent or present, they were vexed alike. For a double grief came upon them, and groaning for the remembrance of things past. For when they heard by their own punishments the other to be benefited, they had some feeling of the Lord. For whom they rejected with scorn, when he was long before thrown out at the casting forth of the infants, him in the end, and when they saw what came to pass, they admired. But for the foolish devices of their wickedness, wherewith being deceived were worshipped, serpents void of reason, and vile beasts, thou didst send a multitude of unreasonable beasts upon them for vengeance. So what is this? What is this going into? For instead of a fountain of perpetual running river, trouble with foul blood. Is this going into a plague?
Yeah, that's yeah.
Right. Okay. I'm just making sure. It's jumping back.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
We just read.
Okay, so what he's talking about is the things that the Most High, think about us in the plagues of Egypt, right? The things that destroyed the Egyptians, they didn't touch us.
Right.
So while they were drinking blood, what do we have in Goshen? Water. While they had darkness to the point where it was so thick you could touch it, what do we have? Light. So that's what it's basically going into the one against another, one working for the benefit and one working for the destruction.
Okay.
Right? Just like the parting of the Red Sea. That was to our benefit, right? We were able to walk through on dry land. But when that sea closed up, that destroyed the Egyptians. So that's like the perfect example. It opened up for our benefit, but that same sea closed up and killed the Egyptians. So that's what he's going into, but he's using the instance of Exodus, the blood river.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Verse 5. I'll read verse 5 again. For by what things their enemies were punished, by the same they in their need were benefited. So the things that punished our enemies, they benefited us, right? Them having no light benefited us how? Well, we didn't have to go to work. We get to sit in Goshen and like, damn, dark over there. Remember, it said the whole land of Egypt was in darkness. So Goshen was the only, you look at Goshen as like this bowl of land. It's like a U-shaped land or a V-shaped land, and the river ran right into it, and it's the only green part of Egypt. Then the green goes down along the riverbanks, but imagine looking miles and you just see a cloud of darkness, and it's daytime. Imagine looking to the south, you're like, wait a minute, what's that wall of dark? What's that blackness down there? You're like, a storm is coming, and you can see it rolling in, but imagine you look and you're like, wait a minute. So on the west, on the east, and on the south, it's just dark, and then we got light.
Yeah.
But it benefited us because we didn't have to work. We didn't have to deal with the Egyptians and the things that they were dealing with. So he was going, he's going through with these different examples. Where did I end?
Verse 16.
16. That they might know that wherewithal a man sinneth, by the same also shall he be punished. you reap what you sow. Right?
You gotta put it in this time. Your boss is gonna be suffering with boils and everything, getting fried up by the sun and everything like that, right? And heat stroke and all that. So guess what? Day off for you. But also your bill collectors, the people you owe bills to, they're gonna be suffering the same thing. So guess what? No bills for you. Or you can go break your back, sell your soul to get that good job, right? To go work that job, and then eventually it's gonna mean nothing either. It's gonna mean nothing anyway. Because like I said, your boss is gonna be suffering and your bill collector is gonna be suffering, and all you're gonna have is a bunch of paper.
Uh, 17, for thy almighty hand that made the world of matter without form, wanted not means to send among them a multitude of bears or fierce lions, or unknown wild beasts full of rage, newly created, breathing out either a fiery vapor or filthy scents of scattered smoke, or shooting horrible sparks out of their eyes, whereof not only the harm might dispatch them at once, but also the terrible sight utterly destroyed them.
So there's beasts that the Most High hit Egypt with that were never even made before.
Like all those strange apparitions and sounds they were hearing. Like they said they was hearing lions and roaring animals. They couldn't see them. So he's kind of going into these different, talking about Egypt and how they got hit. You know, when you read Wisdom of Solomon, what is it, 18? When he goes into the darkness and he talks about that. So he's really like highlighting some of the plagues in Egypt and showing like the glory of the Most High and how he dealt with the Egyptians, how he deals with us on the parallel. But he's given more, like Solomon is given more in depth into Exodus.
And it's happening again. How many stories, how many news clippings, how many Instagram clips have y'all seen where something flops up on the shore and they're like, what the hell is this?
Oh, right.
What is this animal? What if somebody named what this is?
Half shark, half dolphin type?
Yeah. They went down to the depths of the ocean and found this thing with a human face on it. You're like,
yeah.
What the hell is this?
Yep.
Something flopped up on the shore and some fisherman caught it. You're like, what the hell? What do I do with this? You got human teeth and a fish body.
Or even animals the size of, like crocodiles bigger than whales. Right. They're taking photos of and seeing like just the sheer size. You're like, wait a minute, that's the biggest croc on file, or the biggest alligator, or the biggest this, or the biggest that. The shore size, the size. You're like, wait a minute, what's going on here? You know?
All the way down to the microscopic, man. The COVID, all that stuff. Those are microscopic creatures. That's all spirits, man.
Yep.
Newly created spirits. The Most High just call them forth. Hey,
get
them. Sick them.
Yep. Verse 20. Yea, and without these might they have fallen down with one blast, being persecuted of vengeance and scattered abroad through the breath of thy power. But thou hast ordered all things in measure and number and weight. For thou canst show thy great strength at all times when thou wilt. And who may withstand the power of thine arm? For the whole world before thee is a little grain of the balance, yea, as a drop of the morning dew that falleth down upon the earth. But thou hast mercy upon all, for thou canst do all things, and winkest at the sins of men, because they should amend. It's like the scripture says, if the Most High take his breath, we'd all die. Yep. Why he don't just do that? Give him my breath back. Right? Let me just suck up the air. And we all just, and he starts over. Because he wants us to atone, amend. He wants to show that mercy, that grace, that forgiveness. 23, but thou hast mercy upon all, for thou canst do all things, and winkest at the sins of men. You wink at your iniquity, but now he called all men to repent. Remember that scripture? What is that, Acts 17:30? Right. For thou lovest all the things that are, and abhorrest nothing which thou hast made. For never wouldest thou have made anything if thou hast hated it. And how could anything have endured? Now, I know what y'all are thinking. Y'all ain't thinking it. I'm going to put it in your head. He said he hated Esau. He said he didn't hate anything that he made. But for Jacob I have loved, Esau I have hated. So what's going on here? What's going on here?
Esau was just made for our reproof. That's just it.
He said he hated him, and he made him. He's your Raja. Your Raja. He's your Faja. Was it the man or the works? Was it the spirit or the flesh? Was it the skin color or the things that Esau did?
Those are things he did.
Remember, he said Satan was an anointed cherub, right? That dwelt in the garden until what?
Found iniquity in him.
Till iniquity was found in him, right? So it wasn't that he just hated the white man because he was the white man, because he was blue-eyed and blonde-haired. What comes from that man? What comes from his spirit?
Actions are weak.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the Most High judge, just like us. Like we always ask, like, what would you rather? What's worse, a wicked Edomite or a wicked Israelite? They're the same. They're the same, man. Like, what would you rather in your company? The wickedness is wickedness. You know what's worse, a wicked woman. Anyway. Ain't that what the scriptures say? There's no wickedness above the wickedness of a woman. Right? That's what it's saying, right?
Most I say I'd rather have a plague.
Hell yeah. Give me any plague than the plague of the heart. Guys is begging for monkeypox. Just don't break my heart. Right? Yeah, that's terrible. Give me the Rona, Lord. Don't let her leave me. Right? Give me the monkeypox, Yahweh. But just don't let her break my spirit. Don't let her treat me like the Midianitish women. But give me the corona, please. I'll take AIDS, but I won't take heartaches. That's terrible, man. I'll read on. And how could anything have endured if it had been thy will, or been preserved if not called by thee? Right? Just like the word of the Most High has been preserved through his doing. Right? Oh, the Bible been tampered with. This been tampered with. This been inseminated into the Bible. No, man has inseminated concepts, but the Most High has preserved the word through coding the word. Yep. By making it a mystery and only revealing it to his saints, the ones that follow his word. Right? But thou sparest all, for they are thine, O Lord. Thou lover of souls. Huh? Sparest.
Right.
That's what I said.
You said spirits.
Sparest. I talk funny. Sparest. Like spared. Yeah, I talk funny. But thou sparest, let me enunciate. Thou sparest. Right? I talk fast sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah, but thou sparest all, for they are thine, O Lord, thou lover of souls. And then we'll read 12 next week, Lord willing. I see it. There's what's the deal with throwing branches in the way? Obviously, he's talking about Matthews, right? What did it say? They threw garments down and branches, and
yeah.
I don't know, what is that about? Oh, it's like when the woman stepped out of the chariot, out of the buggy, and you put down your cloak, me lady. It was like a show of what? Submissiveness and.
Yeah, it's like they show all these movies when the king gets out and they start rolling the carpet.
Roll out the red carpet. It's a form of royalty. Or when you watch Coming to America and King Jaffe Joffer was walking, they start throwing down the rose petals. It was a show of royalty, right? Like you said, smooth ride. I mean, that's really all I could think of as far as significance. But where was that at? Matthews 21.
It's also fulfillments of prophecy.
Where are we at? 21 and what? Where he said that Jesus went to the temple, cast out, and came. 1, 2, 20. The multitudes went before and followed Christ, saying, 8. 21 and 8. And a very great multitude spread their garments in the way. Others cut down branches from trees and strawed them in the way. So they didn't just throw down like random ass branches. They strawed them, like you said, to make a good path. They laid out the path for the donkey to walk.
When you straw something, you put it through.
Yeah, when you straw something, you're weaving it.
Yeah.
So they basically made they made a straw floor.
That's the path.
They strawed the path, right? So that was, and then fulfillment of prophecy. Let me see if I could find anything else on that. Was that Matthew 21 and 8? And again, think about it. A king roll out. You hear that expression? Roll out the red carpet.
Yeah.
The king's walking on a different ground than y'all, right? 21 and 8. Yeah, I mean, there's not much on there. But yeah, if they strawed them together, that means they were laying them down for the donkey to walk. Smooth ride. It's the king.
Sweet.
Right? It's the king. Again, think about your old time little Victorian movies and those movies, the woman who hopped out the buggy or there was a puddle, what did they do? They lay down there. I mean, I don't know who the hell was doing that. That's weird. I'm gonna lay down a whole garment for some woman to walk on? Right? Like, that wasn't us. Until it was. Like, niggas was taking off their girdle. Like, go ahead, sis. Walk on my leather girdle? No. Walk on. Here, let me take off my tunic. Hell nah.
Just walk around.
Y'all tripping. You better walk around that. But that was like that ultimate chivalry, right? For the women and right before a king, you laid out that path of that red carpet. This is where the king's gonna walk. So that's what was up with that. I have a question. I know back then doing divorce wasn't very common, but how would some give a bill of divorce, and can a woman give one? How would some give a bill of divorce? Go to Matthews. What is that, 19? I ain't been to this in a while. Damn. Matthews 19. Matthews 19. Matthews 19 and 3.
Matthew chapter 19 and 3.
Right?
And the
Pharisees
also come unto.
Dang. You ain't gotta yell it, but make sure you do the words right. Go ahead, read it again.
Came unto him,
tempting
him, and saying unto him, Is it lawful for a man to put away his wife for every cause? Right.
So the Pharisees came to Yahushua. Is it lawful for a man to put away his wife for every cause? Or for any reason? Because isn't that what the men were doing? Right. Oh, she don't make eggs right. Oh, she got fat. Oh, she got a mole on her face. Oh, her hair got short. Oh, her hair is too long. Her nails. Oh, this. Oh, that, right? Every cause. They were just trying to find reasons to shrug responsibility. 4. Verse 4.
And he
answered
and said unto them, Have ye not read
right
that he which made
Them.
them at the
Beginning.
beginning made them male and
Female.
female.
Have you not read in the beginning? Didn't you read Genesis? He that made them in the beginning made them male and female. And what did he say about male and female? That they were two joined, one flesh. Right? You read Genesis chapter 2. Right? At the end it said they were both naked. Why? Because what did they do? Adam and Eve lay with each other and they said they were not ashamed because they became one flesh. Have you not read that in the beginning? You don't know your own history? Right? This is what he's reminding them of. 5.
And said,
Right? For this cause
shall a man
leave
father and mother, and shall
cleave
to his wife,
right?
And they
twain
shall be one flesh.
Right. So for this cause, a man shall leave his mother, his father. They're going to cleave one flesh. Go ahead. Wherefore they
are on more.
Read it again. Slow down. Read it again. From the top. Verse 6.
Wherefore they are on more.
No. They are
no more
twain,
but on flesh, one flesh.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Therefore
God hath joined together, let not man put
asunder. So, man and woman, they're together. What the Most High has joined, no man should put asunder. So basically, like she said in her question, divorce wasn't commonplace. It wasn't something that you did. You know, like even in today's society, divorce is at what? 80% divorce rate, right? With 79% of that being initiated by women. It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. 90% of that being initiated by women. They giving bill of divorces today, right? The women are, but a woman, and we can get there. A woman was bound to her husband by the law as long as that man lived. Right now, obviously there were things that a man had to be doing to keep that bind. Like we always tell, and we stand on this, right? An abusive man, physically, beating on his woman, or he's bringing drugs into the house, or he's abusing the children. No woman is commanded to stay with a man that's on that path, that's doing those things, right? Don't get it twisted. Somebody else give me 1 Peter 3:1. Somebody else give me 1 Peter 3:1. No, somebody else is gonna give it to me. You're gonna stay where I'm at. You ain't supposed to leave. Where am I at? Matthew what? Okay, well stay there. Read that.
1 Peter chapter 3, verse 1.
Go ahead.
Likewise, ye wives,
right,
be in subjection to your own husbands.
Go ahead.
That if any obey not the word.
Wait, the what?
That if any obey not the word.
So it's telling you to be in subject unto your husband, and it comes back and says to obey the word. So what was your husband supposed to be speaking to keep a woman in subjection? The word, right? He couldn't beat her into subjection. He couldn't get her drug induced into subjection. He was supposed to be dealing in the word. Husbands, dwell with your wives according to knowledge. Right? So he couldn't be abusive. He wasn't supposed to be abusive physically. It wasn't supposed to be drugs. It wasn't supposed to be those things that this woman was supposed to be falling in subjection to. Y'all get that? Right. Now, going back, so, you know, I'm putting that out there because you have this teaching in our community that a woman just got to stick by a man no matter what the hell he's doing. So he can just go kill people, be a murderer. He could whoop your ass up and down the block. He could get you high, inject crack into your veins, and you supposed to be with that? Where in the Bible does it say that? Thank you. Even with Nabal being as foolish as he was, right? He wasn't on that level. Didn't say he was abusing Abigail, right? Didn't say he was on drugs and he was just a foolish man.
Right.
That can be excused. You know, a man being a fool, that could be excused to a certain extent, but even then the Most High got him out of there. Got him away from Abigail, right? Put him to death for his follies. But nowhere in the scriptures does it say a woman should be bound to drugs and abuse. Because then what would be the point? A person is supposed to be stuck back in the curses. We might as well just say go get worldly spouses. Right? Hey brother, go get you the local rib right off of this and that. You ain't got a teacher, you ain't gotta do nothing. Come as you are. Yeah, sis, go ahead and get you a rapper. It'll be all right. So I'm going through these things to bring us back to this Matthews. Go there real quick. Go back to Matthews.
Can I get something quick?
Oh, what you got?
Just on that point, go to Colossians 3:18.
Uh-huh.
Colossians 3:18 real quick. Just on the point that Pastor Zops made. Go ahead.
Colossians chapter 3, verse 18.
Uh-huh.
Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands.
Go ahead.
As it is fit in the Lord.
As it is what?
As it is fit in the Lord.
So fit, like when you look up the definition for fit, what goes with this is fitting, right? Appropriate, suitable. Then it uses the word meat, like how it says Eve was meat for Adam. So not like meat as in food, of course, y'all know that.
But suitable.
But suitable. Then it says correct. Then it says proper. And then it says proper. You see that? So it says, read from the top.
Colossians chapter 3, verse 18.
Go ahead.
Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands.
Go ahead.
As it is fit in the Lord.
See that? So it's supposed to be a fit relationship. So like he was just, like Wazat was just naming, like it's not fit, you're striving for the truth, but this person's a drug addict. It's not fit, you're striving for the truth, and this person's beating your butt. It's not fit, you're striving for the truth, but this person wants to do obscene sexual acts with you. Y'all see what I'm saying? So, yeah. We can go back to Matthews.
Right. Jump back. Go back to Matthews 19:7.
Matthew chapter 19:7.
Go ahead.
They say unto him, why did Moses then command to give a writing of divorcement and to put her away?
Right. Go ahead.
He said unto them Moses, because of the hardness of your
hearts
suffered you to put away your wives.
Go ahead.
But from the beginning it was not so.
Right. So because the hardness of your hearts, or they call it now irreconcilable differences, right? Isn't that what most divorces are labeled as? We couldn't reconcile our differences. Yeah. The hardness of your heart. I can't forgive. I can't forget. So because of those things, Moses said, listen, instead of commanding two people to live together in turmoil and destroy one another, let them divorce. But she's asking, and I'm doing this for a reason, but she's asking, how do you give a bill of divorce? Well, is it because we don't agree that I just give you a bill of divorce? No. So First off, before a bill of divorce happens, let's go through the steps. Husband and wife, we come to this point in our marriage where we're no longer living joyful. I'm no longer feeling like I need to be nestled in your bosom and living joyfully with the wife, right? I'm not ravished anymore with your breasts, like Solomon so lovely articulated to us, right? There's no joy anymore. I'm losing that. We're arguing. We're going through these different things. We're not seeing eye to eye. What do? Bill of divorce? I'm out? Is that how that works? Nah, you got to go through the stages, right? So what's the first stage? Well, recognition. We're no longer happy. And most sensible people that have some sense of their relationship and want it to go past this stage, what will they do? They'll go get counsel. They'll go get counsel. Not. It's one thing to talk amongst yourselves and, oh, this is the problems that we're dealing with. Let's work on it. That's one thing, right? Because even that's a part of it. You recognize the problems and you may give it a shot on your own and say, you know what? I acknowledge what I have to work on, husband. I acknowledge what I have to work on, wife. Let's work on these things and come back to the drawing board, let's say in 6 months, to see what we've accomplished. Does it usually go like that? You know what, baby, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. Girl, come here real quick. Right? Let's go to the movies. Let's go to dinner. I'm going to make up for it in that way, right? You agreed to work on some things. You said you wasn't going to do it again. Whatever it was, right? You go to the movies. You have a good time. Guess what you forget to do? Work on the things you agreed to work on. Right? Examine yourself and work on yourself. Then there's this forgetfulness because, I got to go to work. I got to go to this. I got to do this. I got to do this. And you forget to work on things. So while you're forgetting to work on things, situations in your life are still happening. Bills, this, that, misunderstandings, all these things are still happening. And what do you revert back to? Come on, man. Stop acting like, come on, y'all.
Go back to the old man.
You go back to the what?
Old man.
You go back to the old man, that old way of doing things. And you cuss her out again. You get mad at her. She gets mad at you. Y'all go back and forth. Y'all fight. Y'all argue. We can't do this no more. I'm out. She throws ultimatums. You throw ultimatums. But then you both bethink yourselves and say, no, it's not the right way to do it. Let's talk, baby. Right? Let's talk about what we're dealing with. Y'all talk? You figure out, I messed up here, I apologize, I'm gonna do better, and then what? And then you keep doing this cycle. But the whole time you never get nothing fixed. Because there was another step you were supposed to go to. And then another step, and then another step. And there was these steps before the bill of divorcement came. Right? And in all these steps, what is it? It's proving the relationship to see, do we need to keep going, or are we going to cause more harm trying to be together, or can we work it out? So we couldn't resolve it together. Okay, let's go to the next step, right? The good thing about being in the school, you got brothers, there's sisters to counsel. So the wife might go to the elder sisters and say, look, I'm going through this with my husband, and what are they going to do? Well, they're not going to chastise and talk bad about her husband. They're going to show her what she needs to improve on. Then the brother might come and say, man, I'm dealing with this with my rib, and this is what's going on at the house, and I got to work through this. And we've been going through this turmoil for a few years now. Okay, well, the brother is going to say, okay, well, look, this is what you should do. Try this, do this. Remember, you got to work on you. You got to fix this. You can't make her, da-da-da-da, right? They get their individual counsel to get both of them back on track on what they should be looking at in themselves. Then if everybody works on themselves, they come back together, it should work, right? Right. Then they go down the line, and we hit a hitch. Boom, boom, boom. Damn, okay. They didn't get all the way out of the spirit, but they're able to recognize, okay, we hit a little bump in the road. What was the counsel? Or it might get, and they work through it. Or it might get to the point where they can't be self-sufficient, and they have to sit both of them together in counsel, marriage counsel, somebody sitting back and saying, okay, what's the issues? What's your problem, sis? What's the problem, brother? Well, no, she's saying one thing and I'm saying another. Okay, well, we got to figure out and have a mediator, somebody mediate the situations that y'all are dealing with. And then the counsel is given then, right? This is all before before a divorce happens. Well, we just can't get along. Okay, well, you can't get along? How about separating for a little bit? 6 months, separation, right? Let's rework the relationship on the friendship level, getting to know each other level, right? Because sometimes that be needed. You know why a lot of relationships don't work? It's because you're not friends. Y'all hooked up, random one night stand that turned into a 10-year relationship. But you didn't learn each other, you didn't get to know each other, you didn't understand each other's point of view, and now you interject the Bible. And he's like, nah, do what I say. Do. And you like, damn, I don't even know you like that. Yeah, all that, right? All that, and now you're just tied to this person, right? With all these different things, but remember, there's always the avenues to work on the relationship, right? But we got to be humble enough to take the avenues, man. Some of y'all are dealing with relationship issues, and you try to go at it yourself. And I'll say it straight up: divorce is what you're heading for, because you don't want to recognize that. Forget your pride, forget your ego. I'm a grown ass man. I'm a grown ass woman. So what? So what? Y'all know that don't matter, right? Your age, how long you been in your relationship. You know, I'm looking at everybody, right? Go ahead. Right? I look at myself somehow, right? Right? It don't matter. What experience you got in your relationship with the Bible? That's the question. What experience do you have in being in a relationship and using the scriptures and having the right method? Right? Well, the Bible says to submit to me. Yeah, it does. But damn, you got to be a brute about it. Right. I always say, anybody that says I'm a man ain't a man. If I got to say I'm the boss, then I'm not really the boss. Your actions, the way you carry yourself is supposed to show that before you got to say it. Right? But what actions is going to make this person be compelled to be a submissive wife or a good husband? Right? It's hard to be a good husband to a rebellious, loud-ass wife, loud woman. It's hard to be a good wife to a stubborn-ass man that don't want to bend, that don't want to condescend, that doesn't want to actually just not throw scriptures at you, but dwell with them according to knowledge. It didn't say dwell with them according to the repertoire of scriptures you got and how sharp you can be and how shut up, Shemaiah, listen to me because I'm a man. Dwell with them according to my male status. It says knowledge. So what is it? What is knowledge? Well, the ability to understand the situations that you're dealing with, the person you're dealing with, coming to people in a different way, meekness, mildness, right? All these different things. See your speech seasoned with salt. I can go through the whole thing that a lot of us are missing because you're going into Timothy's and Titus. Like, shut up, Rib. Because I said so. Huh? Wait a minute. Is that what the Bible says? Is that how Christ dealt with us? It said, husbands, dwell with your wife according to the way Christ dealt with the church. Did he tell the church, shut the F up, follow me? Because I'm Christ? He said, listen, I got a problem with y'all the way y'all are dealing. But look at my example. He could check because his example was on point. So us as men, we got to make sure our example's on point to want to have these women follow us the right way. Right? You got to have that example on point. Wives, you got to sit back and give your husband a chance to grow also. Y'all get it, right? Right. I'm trying to give y'all before y'all do the whole divorce thing. I know she's asking this question, but I can't just be like, oh yeah, just do this, because then y'all are thinking like, oh, as soon as I don't like her, then I get a chance. That's my out. No, it ain't. You better put in work. You better put in work. You got to put in work for a marriage in the truth. The world tells you it's easy. We don't like each other. We just split the resources and go. You go your way, I go mine. Not here in the spirit. Not here in the Bible. Nope. You have to work on these things. You have to work on your relationship. And don't, I can get another one. Maybe you tripping if you think you could just get another one with having the same old deficiencies that you have now. Most High ain't sending another one because you just think you could get another one. It does not work like that. It don't work like that, man. I could just, she just fall out of line. I could just, the Most High knows what you need, but at the same time, he don't bless ignorance. He don't bless ignorance. He don't bless arrogance. How you gonna get another one if you wasn't teaching the first one? Why would he give you another one? We talked about it yesterday. Why would he send anybody in this school if our example ain't on point? Why would he send brothers and sisters among us to learn from us if we ain't gonna teach them the right thing? If we gonna taint the fruit, right? He's not gonna do that. So don't think because you're a man and there's a plethora of women out there that you can just get another one. You're right, you can. But like the scripture say in Ecclesiasticus 7, hast thou a wife after thy own mind? Forsake her not. These women out there ain't after your mind. They're not in the same mind that you in. They trying to get from you and take from you. Is the woman you have right now riding with you and going through the ups and downs with you and still trying? Is the husband you have going through the ups and downs with you and still trying to use some form of wisdom to keep things together? These are the things we got to understand before we just say, you know what, I'm hanging it up. You better consider yourself, because the next thing out there, that might be for your harm. It ain't going to work out as well as you think it's going to work. It's work regardless, is what I'm saying with these relationships. It's work, right? So you got to go through the steps to make sure that your relationship is growing in the spirit. So before the divorce, I got to go through all these different measures. And sometimes it's, let me go through a separation so we can work on our friendship, so we can work on our actual relationship without all the physical stuff that tends to interfere and not really promote the growth. That's part of it, but some people lean more to the physical aspect, the sexual part of their relationship, and not the, let me get to understand her mind, let me understand his mind. So we might have to separate. Separate, do what? Like the scriptures say, right? Let's go back. Let's go there real quick. Right. What is it? Corinthians? Corinthians? Huh? Right. Corinthians 7, right? Right. I mean, come on. Let's think about it. Our uncles and our daddies and they didn't teach us this. They was like, she act out of line, smack her. Right? Smack her in the place. Smack her in check. Punch her in the face. Get her back in line. Or just leave. Leave her. Don't work things out. Don't talk. That's not necessary. You ain't got to put up with that. You ain't got to deal with that. You're right. We don't got to deal with that. But what is Yahweh Shai looking at? Did he have to deal with our damn ignorance? Does he got to deal with our when we start getting buck wild and rebellious? Does he got to deal with that? Or can he just cancel us out? God, how did he deal with the church? Right? So where we at? What is it? 1 Corinthians 7, right?
7:39.
Let's see. 7. Wife is bound by the law.
Oh, what's up, sir?
This November, my wife and I would have been married 30 years, but she passed last month.
Wow.
But in these 30 years, I learned this. I need to do to her as I would have others do unto me.
Yeah. Love your neighbor. I think we miss the fact that love your brother like as you love yourself. Your wife. Our wives are our sisters before they're our wives. And you still supposed to, even though she's your wife, like he learned the lesson, he spoke about it. You still got to treat her the way you want to be treated. 30 years with a woman, that is impressive. That's impressive. That's more than half my life. I got 2 sets of aunts and uncles that have been together 30 plus years. And that's, out of my whole family, that's insane. I got a lot of family, but only 2 lasted that long.
Yeah, just the other day, man, my rate was 20, right?
20 years. Yeah, you don't see that a lot. But think about how much ups and downs, and think about how much you guys have to go through, right? Just to keep that together for 20. But think about now having the wisdom to be able to really keep that thing glued together. Still ain't easy, but it's easier. Right? It should be easier with the wisdom.
It is. 26 years.
26 years, right?
Wow.
I mean, come on. It's a long time. But that's a blessing, though. Y'all should be at 20 years, 30 years, 26 years. There should be an understanding between the husband and wife. Because it's called, you have people together for 30 years, and it's like, oh, that's time to divorce. Kids is grown. Gone.
Happens a lot.
Yeah. But at 20 years, 30 years, there should be an understanding between a husband and a wife that I get you. You ain't gonna come with nothing different. I ain't gonna come with nothing different. I'm not here to harm you. I know the agenda. You know the agenda. Let's move towards the mark.
I learned that with all the years I learned when I made a man, I knew when to be quiet.
You know when to condescend, right? You do when to, let me back off you a little bit. Yeah, but that's the thing. You learn these things about a person, right? No one knows that labor amongst you. Your wife is a laborer with you. You're supposed to know her and know how hard to push and how hard to pull back. I know that with my rib. Like, okay, let me pull back a little bit. I'm going a little bit too hard on her. Let me give her a break. Let me ease up that fire on her, you know? But we got to know these things as men. The women got to know that we don't mean no harm when we come with that fire, when we come with that push. I don't mean no harm. Let's just get it done, right? I'm not trying to break you down or degrade you or put you on the back, but let's get it done. And we got to know the gauge. That way it don't get into this, oh, let's break it up and divorce and da-da-da. It don't got to go there, right? Where did I say? 1 Corinthians 7. Let me see here. Read 39 real quick. Read that, Michael.
It's the book of 1 Corinthians chapter 7 and verse 39.
Right.
The wife is bound by the law as long as her husband liveth.
Right, and that's the point. We're bound as long the wife is bound. So ain't no woman going out and giving no bill of divorce. She's bound to that husband. But think about it. Think about a man that's abusive. Think about a man that's abusive and doing drugs. Did you hear me say that she's supposed to that she's supposed to divorce him? No. I wouldn't tell a woman to divorce her husband because she can't. But if a man is abusive and doing drugs and this and that and that, does she have to be with that man in that house? No, she can separate. She can separate from that. You don't have to, but you don't have to go full divorce. Like all of a sudden I'm about to go lay with a whole nother man. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is she can break away from that until that man comes into his head that, wait a minute, I'm being destructive in my relationship. That's the key. You'll never sit up here and tell us, you'll never hear us sit up here and say, oh, yes, sis, go ahead and divorce him. Go ahead and get you a whole nother man. Nah, because she's bound to that man. But if that man is doing some abusive things, you know, she don't have to dwell in that home and be with him on that level. There's a separation that can happen. Right? Go ahead.
But if her husband be dead,
right, she
is at liberty to be married to whom she will.
That's really the stipulation. You gotta. Once he dies, she's loose from the law of that man. Right. She could be a widow. She could go be married to another man if she want. But that's that. But you'll never hear us sit up here. You never hear me, Kazak, Zion. Oh yeah, sis, he's doing this. Well, just divorce him. No. But you will hear separate. You will hear counsel. Wait a minute, he's doing that. Well, I've had sisters hit me up. My husband does this, and this. And what should I do? Well, let's get everybody on the phone and let's deal with it. And you never hear from them again because they only want to hear their side. I don't want to hear just one side. The scriptures say you got to hear the whole matter before you judge. So any sisters, don't ever hit me up talking about what your husband is doing if you ain't ready to get your husband on the phone to have a real counsel with all parties. I'm not going to make a judgment. I'm not going to tell you what to do off of your side of the story. That's folly. Right? And you'll never hear us tell you to divorce your husband. I don't care what he's on. But you'll hear us separate. Why? To give the Most High a chance to work on him. To give the Most High a chance to show him what he doesn't have without you. You see that? That's important. Right? And that might shift his gears into, oh damn, let me get off the drugs. Let me stop doing this. Let me stop doing that. Let me change the way I'm moving. Right? Because some people don't get it until, what do they say? You don't know what you got till it's gone. Right? Because we don't advocate for divorce. That's retarded as hell. What the hell we gonna advocate for divorce for if part of the curses is us not having families? Is us bringing up single parent moms and single parent dads, right? Single moms, single dads, kids in single parent homes.
And the law said you can't divorce.
We weren't supposed to be doing that, right? But because of our inability to get along, the evil eye towards your brother, the evil eye towards your sister, you can say, instead of killing each other, you might as well just split amicably, right? I messed that word up. Right? What if he's not in the truth? Not even close to being in the truth. Well, the unbelieving, let's go there. We can read it. Let's just read what Paul said. Same chapter. Read up. Right? Yeah.
13. First Corinthians.
Right, now read verse. Give me a second. Hold that question real quick and let's read verse 10 for me, just on the point that I'm making about this bill of divorcement.
1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 10.
Right.
And unto the married I command, yet not I,
go ahead,
but the Lord.
Read.
Let not the wife depart from her husband.
You see that? Let not the wife depart from her husband. So ain't no woman giving a bill of divorce. Go ahead, read.
But, and if she depart.
Right, but if there is an instance of a separation, go ahead.
Let her remain unmarried.
Right, meaning what? She's not going to go lay around. We're on a break, so now I get to have I get to go to the club and get banged out by a bunch of guys. No, let her remain unmarried. Go ahead.
Or be reconciled to her husband.
Or go back to her husband. So there's all these steps before we get to divorce. Go ahead.
And let not the husband put away his wife.
Right.
But to the rest speak I.
And let not the husband put away the wife. Let's give a chance of separation and let's come back to the drawing board. Ain't that what they tell you in marriage counsel? Ain't that what white man charge you $100 an hour for? White man charge you $100 an hour. Come sit on my couch. He got the clipboard. He ain't saying a damn word. He just got y'all talking and yelling at each other. He ain't giving no wisdom, no correction, no nothing. And you paying $1.50 an hour for him to say, oh, just separate for a moment. And the man got to go do what? Get him a hotel room, right? And then he starts drowning his sorrows in tequila. She gets to run wild and have house parties. The kids got to go back and forth and be in a weird circumstance, right? And then what happens is this. They're not thinking about their relationship. We're separated, so we live in separate lives. Then they make more mistakes in the separation. She gets pregnant. He gets someone pregnant. They try to get back together. And then all their mistresses and all their negative starts to rear up.
I seen that happen in real life. Trouble on top of trouble on top of stress.
Right? 9 months later, they're going good, but here comes 2 babies. He thinks that he got her pregnant, but Sancho got her pregnant. So he's thinking that's his baby, that he got another baby coming. Like, damn, what's going on here? Right? But if we're really trying to work on things, well, I'm not going to go sleep around because we're just separating to let whatever anger and whatever negative between us dissipate. I'm going to be working on myself. You're going to be working on yourself. We're going to go through this counseling. right? To make sure that we're adhering to the steps. Listen, you know what's cool about this? I've given many a marriage counsel, and the last step was y'all gotta separate for a moment. Cut off the physical. Cut off the flesh and deal in the spirit. And the ones that listened, it worked out for them. But the ones that didn't, they ended worse than they began. Wow. You talking about straight up street fights. Because they didn't listen. It was like, just give yourselves 6 months to separate for a moment and get back into the friendship, right? Get back into the Bible and rekindle that part of your relationship. Right. And the ones that didn't listen, bro, I'm talking about, when I say street fights, they brawling in the neighborhood. And then they want to call like, what is up? Come save me. It's like, I tried to. I gave you what the Bible said. I'm not driving over there to be in the middle of that. Hell no, you better call the cops. Yeah. He beating on you? His mama beating on you? His auntie and all them? Call the cops. I'm not a referee. I refuse to be. But I'll give you what the Bible says. Right? So where you at? Okay, because I'm gonna jump to their question too, but I want to finish this question. So let's jump to Ecclesiasticus 25. And think about it. Once again, are you going to divorce? Is a man going to divorce a righteous woman? Or we go through these steps and we come back to the drawing board and she's just not following. She's just not following you. She doesn't want to adhere to the word. She doesn't want to put down the pork, shrimp, crab, lobster. She want to do Christmas. Her mom is the influence. Right? We've been there too. Right? She don't want to follow the scriptures. And it's not about the unbelieving. 'Cause I'm gonna go into that also. But this woman is just a wicked woman. But what do you do in that case? Well, Ecclesiasticus 25 and 25. 25 and 26.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 25 and 26.
So this is after you've done all the counseling, all the separation. You have exhausted all resources. And we just cannot work it out. Go ahead.
If she go not as thou
wouldest
have her,
right? Cut
her off from
thy flesh.
Right,
so you cut her off, the separation. You cut her off from your flesh. Right? Go ahead.
And give her a bill of divorce.
Right.
And let her go.
Right, because we can't agree. So you cut her off from your flesh. That's the separation part. Right? And then the bill of divorce might come 6 months later. Because after the 6 months of us being separated from the flesh, we still haven't came to this where she is following 1 Peter 3 and 1. Right? Where she's submitting to her own husband. Where she's trying to do all things unto the Most High. She's still being the same type of woman. Then that man got to cut her off. There's no point in struggling with that, because then you're just gonna struggle all your life.
Misery.
Yeah, you're gonna be miserable as hell, right? So there's steps before your divorce. And how do you give it a bill of divorce? You write it on this day, such and such. We'll do the bill of divorce. Sign it. Boom. She's out of there, right? Now, what if he's not in the truth? Well, I'm gonna ask a hard question. Were you in the truth before you got with him? Because you gotta live with that. You can't. Can two walk together? At least they be in agreement. If you wholeheartedly believe that you're in the truth, then you shouldn't be trying to go out and get an ungodly man. What if he's not in the truth, not even close to being in the truth? Well, again, if you were in the truth, that's not the type of man you should have been looking for. A man that was outside of the wisdom. Just like brothers, right? And let me say this, because I know it sounds kind of like, well, damn, like, what am I supposed to do? You know, it's like this. I'll use me for an example. If I was just roaming the grocery store, right? And let's say I just met a woman, right? And she shows some interest or whatever the case may be. You know, you go through the whole steps, the phone number, blah, 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 blah. Is that my wife? Is she my betrothed? She ain't none of that. She just a woman I met in the grocery store and got her number, right? Now, I don't do these things. I don't go to the grocery store and get numbers, but I'm just giving y'all an example. What am I going to do to this woman before I start giving her position as my betrothed, my beloved? What am I going to do?
Examine the spirit.
Right? Give me a scripture. Give me a pocket. I gotta walk y'all through these things slow because the one word answer, y'all ain't gonna get it. So I gotta walk through slow. Ecclesiasticus 6 and 7. I gotta give you these steps. That way we don't keep making these same relationship mistakes. Because, you know, when you look at the way we dealt with relationships, first of all, your righteous parents were supposed to set you up with another family's righteous child, son or daughter, right? But now we're in this situation where we got to go at it alone with no wisdom. So if you happen to meet a nice, lovely woman, right? Before you even get her number, what's the first thing you ask? Bam, what?
Who you with?
Right. You got a boyfriend? You got a husband? You ask those things, that way you're not picking up on somebody else's wife.
Right.
You find those things out so you don't end up like the Egyptian pharaoh that was cursed, trying to run around with Abraham's wife. Right? We're trying to run around with somebody's what? Right? Right? You don't want to be like that, so you ask. You got a man? Oh, I'm talking to somebody. What does that mean? Right? Because talking to somebody in this society means that we having all the intercourse.
Yep.
Right? Oh, we just talking. How many guys you just talking to? Several? Oh, damn. Right? And that might not be the case. She might not be laying with with anybody. She might just really be just talking to men. But then now, once you get past that first thing, now what? Just like with a woman, right? Just like with a woman, you meet a man or a man approaches you, you're not just going to make him your husband the same night. So what do? Read it. Ecclesiasticus 6 and verse 7.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 6 and 7.
Right?
If thou wouldest get a
friend
before him.
No, sir. No, sir. Prove
him
first. Read it again from the top.
If thou wouldest get a friend, prove him first.
Right.
And be not
hasty
to
credit
him.
Right. We're too hasty to credit somebody. Oh, that's my husband. Oh, that's my bestie. Oh, that's my homegirl from way back. No, it says prove a friend. So when you meet that man, prove him. What is he about? You believe in God? Nah, I'm a Satanist. Red flag. Cut that off. But what do? You know what? He got a six-pack and he got rims. I'ma change him. You ain't gonna change him. He gonna front for a moment, and then what? He gonna change back to who he was. You prove to see, really, you about God. So what church you go to? Oh, I go to church how often you go to church, really? Oh, damn. So he's a godly man. He go to church every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. He go to prayer meetings. He go to Bible study. He go to choir meetings. He go to this meeting. He go to praise meetings. He's about God. He just don't know that he's doing it the wrong way. I'm talking about an Israelite woman that's talking to a man, right? So you prove, what are they about? But if I hear Satan, I don't need to see your actions after that. Yeah. I don't need you to show me satanic actions. I'm like, oh, so you a witch. Oh, okay. Well, you know, witchery is wrong. That's against the Most High. Oh, I don't believe in God. Oh, whoa. Okay. That's the last time you'll be hearing from me. Right. That's the last time you'll be hearing from me, because what's the point? We gonna go to war about your beliefs? Nah. Nah, we're not. You prove a person. So, again, did you get with this man, you knowing that you in the truth, and got with this person outside the truth? Or are you together with this person and then you found the truth and then he's not dealing with it? That's a different thing, right? Now we go back to Corinthians. 1 Corinthians 7. 1 Corinthians 7.
Verse 13.
Verse 13.
1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 13.
Go ahead.
And the woman which hath an husband
Right.
that believeth not,
Right.
and if he be pleased to dwell with her.
Yeah, so he believes not. But you know, the pleased to dwell with her doesn't mean that he's trying to, babe, you know, we got to go to this Christmas party. Babe, you know, we got to. No, what it is that he respects your beliefs. But he's not trying to drag you back into his old beliefs or your old beliefs.
Right.
He respects your space. There was a sister in Colorado, Ali Ashabai, right? She passed away a while back, but she was in the truth, like in the truth. And her husband, we never met him. We just knew that she had a husband. They lived right down the street from the school. She came from New York. He moved from New York with her to Colorado to be a part of the camp, right? And never met him. I don't never ever remember meeting him. But he let her operate in the camp. When I say that, that was the sister that got everything done for us. Every feast day. Everything that had something to do with anything. If it was needed, Kazak would, hey, Salam sis, this is what we need, da-da-da-da. And he let her operate. He didn't hold her back. He wasn't mad because she wasn't doing Christmas, Easter, New Year's. She was pleased to dwell with him. He was pleased to dwell with her, but he wasn't trying to drag her back into the mire. Y'all get that? So this is not the excuse, but she's pleased to dwell with me because you don't want to teach her. Nope. You can't do that now. Now that you know, now that you're us brothers, now that we're in here, sisters, you shouldn't be trying to look for a worldly man. Right? You shouldn't be trying to look for a dude that's in the world and label it, oh, he's pleased to dwell with me. Because pretty soon, he's going to be ready to smoke a blunt with you. He's going to be ready to do all the worldly things with you and not respect what you got going on. That's true. Go ahead.
Let her not leave him.
Right. So he believed, don't leave him. Why? There's a purpose behind what you're there for. Go ahead.
Verse 14. For the unbelieving husband is sanctified by the wife.
But how? Well, through her example as an Israelite woman, right? He's sitting back and saying, man, I got a good woman. She goes to these classes, but what is this thing? What is this about? Like, I'm not the one putting that in her, right? Is the word that's putting it in her. Let me see what she's about. It's no different when your unbelieving family comes into the truth, right? What are they looking at? How is the Bible helping you?
God.
They're looking at your example. They're looking at the way you handle situations. They're looking at the way you deal with problems. And then they come to you. So what's this Bible thing about? And then all you got to do is what? Be ready to give an answer. Yep. You give that answer, and they're like, makes sense. And by the way, we got class Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Feel free to come anytime. And then you in class one day, you gave them the address, you did all that, and they pop right in. You like, ooh, damn. Right? And then they're just there. That's how I got into the truth. Yeah. My brother was in the truth before me. He was trying to drag me to class, bro. I'm like, I'm good. That Bible stuff. But then I would start to see like the way he would be rolling, and I'm like, something different about this guy. He's not the same guy. Let me see what he's on. And I ended up coming to class. Right? He sanctified me through his belief, through his example. But it's the same thing with the unbelieving wife. Y'all get that? So, you know, there's so many different intricacies to this relationship situations. And what if he might not be looking to be in the truth. But your example might spark something in him. So what does that mean? The great cloud of witnesses that so easily beset us, let us drop every weight, right? Romans 12. Hebrews 12. Hebrews 12.
Hebrews 12.
Right? You're supposed to be looking at how do I drop the sins and the weights that are holding me back so I can be the best example for the unbelievers around me. My unbelieving husband. If you want him to get in the truth, are you praying? You asking the Most High to open his eyes? Because you can't make him see. One man plant, one man water, the Most High give the increase. It happens like that a lot. And men are going to follow their women where they go. I've seen it where the woman comes in before the man. Right? The woman comes in before the man, and then it takes that man some time to gain that steam. But then once he gets it, he's like, oh, I got it. Boom, brought it with you. Right? That was the sister back there. She was watching class and doing a lot of that before her husband, but now they're both here together. She didn't drop her belief because he didn't believe. And then we know that the man a lot of the times will get the knowledge for his wife and he'll bring it to her, and that happens. Or they'll come in together. There's many different ways it happens. But in this case, you just gotta if you're in the truth, you gotta keep being in the truth. And you gotta understand that if it's about a separation in that situation, I'm giving you these different situations because I don't know. But if you got the knowledge before he did it, he don't want to deal with it. Well, what's going to happen anyway is that can two walk together, at least they be in agreement. Something is going to branch off. But we don't got to tell you to divorce. I never would. Let the Spirit reveal these things and let the Spirit work these things out. Let the wheat grow with the tares, lest when you pull up the tares, you pull up the wheat also. Are there kids involved? Like there's so many different. Are there children involved? What do you do then? Right? Like, it's all these things that, I know you didn't put it in there, but, you got to give the Most High his leeway to work the things out on your behalf.
Now, that's true because this is a brother, this is me not brother, this is a brother I met. And out of all the people that a brother come to me and say, hey, man, I want to talk to you, man, about something. I don't know, I just believe you can help me. He just picked out all the people that was there.
Yeah.
And I know it was because of the way I brought myself about and how I speak to them about the truth. I've been trying to sway some of them brothers. Roll with me in this here to come to the class, all that.
Yeah.
So the brother, he come to me and I talked to him. I gave him some biblical advice, right? So he come back 2 days later. He said, man, this man right here, he told me to do this here and I've done it and it worked for me.
Yeah. That's what it's about. You gotta be
me, bro. I just said, I appreciate you, but it wasn't me.
Yeah,
it was the
word. Wisdom. It was the word. Yeah. And that's what we remember. They said that we are the lights, right? Let your light shine before men, that others may see the works and glorify your Father which is in heaven. So we're the light. We just give out that light to whoever needs it. That's our job. But through our example, first, through the way we carry ourselves. First, secondly, right? And then you got to know, you got to be ready to teach it. You got to be ready to give it. But you got to live it too. You know what I mean? You got to be the example. You don't want to be hypocritical. There's one that teaches many, but he's not a prophet to himself. We don't want to be in that situation. I'm not saying you, I'm just saying in general. Make sure we're living it. Make sure we're not hearers of the word, but doers also. Right? Make sure that we can stand behind the things that we say. Very, very important. So, hopefully that helped out. I would love to get a little bit more info. Kalab Dabash. And again, any marriage counsels that need to go down, like if you're outside the school and you need counsel, just sisters, please make sure that your husband okays it. That's one, to hit brothers up. And then if it's about you gonna hit us up to bash him and he ain't crap and find a way to get away from him, that's not happening. Just tell you that right now. It ain't happening. We're not going to give you that out. We're going to have to hear both parties. And even then, there's steps before there's before we say, oh, y'all split up for good. There's steps. There's always going to be something to do to work on the relationship. All right? Yeah, no problem, sis. Anything else? The sister, I don't know why you erased it, Diana. She asked, why do scholars believe that Job is an Edomite? Because they read the book of Enoch. It says it in the book of Enoch. That's why. So that Job was Esau, right? You know that we don't follow the book of Enoch. And other books say it. It don't say it in the Bible. It speaks about Job in one other place, and him being an Issacharite, right? And then even if you look at the Bible chronological order of the Bible is Genesis and then Job, if you didn't know that. And then Exodus and all those other chapters. So we don't have the Bible in chronological order.
Yeah.
But chronologically, Genesis and then Job.
Wow.
Right? Yeah, right. So, yeah, that marriage topic, I know it's touchy. I know it'd be touchy for some, but yeah. And I'm going to say this. Sundays, any brother and sister that needs to sit down for some counsel, I'm available Sundays. That's going to be I've been meditating on it, and I've been doing it with brothers. I sat with him, his rib. I sat with Shadak, his rib, and it's needed. Even if you think you're not going through some things, it's still good to have an extra set of ears to be able to pinpoint certain things that are being missed. It's needed to have that ear. Sometimes brothers get into the mode of not hearing their rib or not hearing certain things that cry for help. Because we get caught up in the, let's get it, let's do it. Go. And it's like, oh, I did a break. And she's yelling for that break, and you're like, nah. But sometimes you gotta see it. But from the outside looking in, sometimes it's easier to see things. When you're in the midst of the battle, it always is easy to see certain things. So it's good to have that. So Sundays is the day if you need that. I'm available. I'll come to thou. We can meet at the school. It don't matter, right? So I'm just letting y'all know that. That's something that's definitely needed in the school with all these families and husbands and wives. It's definitely needed. It's something that we definitely got to be doing. All right? Any other questions before we conclude?
Yes, I have a question.
What's that?
It was still on the marriage. So if it got to the point in the marriage where they cut off from the flesh, and then the husband decides to do the bill of divorce and let her go, according to like law, is she able to like if she wanted to move on, like be with somebody else, or she still can't?
Yeah, she can. I mean, you know, she didn't have to live as a widow.
Okay.
So yeah, she could go, but you just gotta think of, again, it wasn't, think about it, if divorce wasn't supposed to be something that we did, then that wouldn't even be a part that was needed. But since now divorce is instituted, yeah, she can go be happy, right? But then she got to deal with she got to deal with that.
I asked that because I met a Muslim lady in the mall the other day, and she told me she's going through a divorce,
right?
And I asked her, I said, so how does divorce work with what you believe in?
Right.
I said, is it different than normal ways? And she said, yes, it is. But she said she's doing it the legal way, according to America, because they're legally married. Because she said he wasn't trying to do it fairly with their religion. And
right.
So I asked her. So I was like, are the women in what you believe, are you guys able to remarry if you wanted to after that? And she said that yeah, like their beliefs is all you have to do is wait 90 days, no relation with him. 90 days, 3 months.
Ooh.
Ain't that 3 months? Yeah.
You pure.
That's it. And then I was like, dang, not even a year or two? In my head, I'm like, you don't even want a year to cleanse? But that's what she said, so that's crazy.
Remember, in their religion, they believe that they could have multiple women, but what they start to do with the oldest wife, they start to put her in a corner like she's nothing because they want the younger woman, and they start to neglect the older wife. So if they got 3 wives and they've been with one for 20 years, I've seen this happen. They'll go get like a young tender wife, and the 20-year wife, they'll start to throw her in the back.
Wow.
And especially when they get with these Americanized women, the Americanized women get with these Muslim men because they got money. They start making ultimatums that you got to take care of me. And in order to not lose the young new wife, they start to neglect the kids and the wife that they first came with. I've seen that happen. I know a lot of Muslim women from the mall And you ask them about I had a conversation with one a few days ago. I'm like, what's up with your dad? And I forgot she had told me a while back he got deported. But she's like, yeah, he don't deal with us. He got some other family. I'm like, really? Damn. He don't even talk to y'all? She's like, no. He got his other family that he deals with in Palestine. I'm like, oh, okay. So we don't deal like that, right? We don't cut one off to get another. We're supposed to deal if you can't deal with more than one, then you don't get more than one. You deal with that one, you know. But, you know, even with the divorce here in America, what do they give the woman?
Everything.
Damn near everything or half, right? In our law, who gets what? The children, the son. All his inheritance goes to his son, and then he disperses it amongst the children, right? So he's my firstborn son. So if something happened to me, he's gonna get all the lovely garments. That's all I got. Books and garments.
And your phone and watches.
See, look, phone watches. He don't even get it,
And your books.
right? You're gonna get books and garments, bro, on a high car note, right? What's that? Oh, go ahead.
It's go to Deuteronomy 24:1.
Yeah, don't mind me, but y'all see that, right? Right. Huh?
1 second.
Oh, give me 1 sec. Let me see.
Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. That's easy. Yeah, go ahead, read.
It's the book of Deuteronomy.
And this is going to, answering her question, but it's also going to sum up Samara's question also and add to it. Go ahead.
Book of Deuteronomy, chapter 24 and verse 1.
Right.
When a man have taken a wife
Right.
and married her, and it come to pass that she find no favor in his eyes,
Right.
because he have found some uncleanness in her.
Right. Listen, men will make up anything. Right. He finds some uncleanness in her, whether it be true or whether he just don't want to be with her no more. Right. Irreconcilable differences. This is what Matthew's 19, this is what Yahushua was quoting, what Moses was instituting. So this is the quotation. Go ahead.
Then let him write her a bill of divorcement.
Right, read.
And give it.
See, that's why they ask, can he divorce her for any reason? Well, the uncleanness could be for anything that he wanted to say was unclean, right? Like, oh, I didn't like the way she did this or did that. Was it legit? Not always. You have men that laid with women and said they were what? They weren't virgins. I found her not a maid. Just to lay with it and then leave it. Because they didn't want the responsibility. So you could only imagine the things that men were conjuring up to not be, to be held to their responsibilities. I found some uncleanness in her. What'd you find? She got a chipped nail. She got a cleft lip. She got this. She got that. A cleft lip, right? You didn't see that when you got with her? No, the veil was covering her face the whole time. Bruh, what the hell? Right? Like, they come up with like these excuses, but what is he saying? The uncleanness or whatever it is, now I can't get over it. I can't get past these things. He said, do what? Write her a bill of divorcement. Go ahead.
And give it in her hand.
Go ahead.
And send her out of his house.
Read.
And when she is departed out of his house,
right,
she may go and be another man's wife.
There it is. See that? As long as she got that divorcement, she gonna be another man's wife. Now it's up to whoever wants to take her and deal with that, right? But I mean, but think about it. Come on, let's deal with it. Come on, man. Look at the society that we live in.
It's true.
It's on to the next one. My General Darius M. says it. She's not yours, it's just your turn. Everybody killing them, bro. Because that's the mentality, right? She's not yours, it's just your turn, right? But we know that as the women come into the knowledge, they start to realize, like, okay, I can't be moving like that, right? I can't move in that promiscuous, what is it, promiscuous? Yeah, I can't just be moving around from man to man. I got to be bound to this man and fight for this relationship. Right? That's why it is a struggle. That's why y'all think that, oh, a piece of paper, shit, yeah. Come on, man. We be fighting for these relationships. There ain't no paper bounding us. It's the Spirit of Christ that bounds us. It's the law that bounds us. It's the faithfulness to the Most High and the law and what He said is marriage that binds us in these relationships while we fight for them. Or else, I'd be married every day. I'd be married and divorced every day. Because what's the nature of the man? Right? The nature of the man is to be a beast. And just next one. But with wisdom, we know it can't be like that. What's the nature of this world right now? I met you over the internet. I let you hit it. Now I got to go find the next one. I met you over the internet. I hit it. Now I got to go find the next internet victim. Hit it and quit it is the nature of this world. But we're not on that nature, right? We still got to stick to wisdom no matter what the world is saying. But it just shows you how much the wisdom and how much the compelling of the law overrides any law that Esau got, any paperwork.
That's right.
It overrides it to the point where, think about how much you fight for your relationship and ain't no damn paperwork there. I know I fight for my relationship. Ain't no paperwork that, oh, you know what? And on this day, thee be wed and blah, 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 by the magistrate of such and such. Y'all are, you can't find that in my closet. But I fight for my relationship. I fight for my family. Right? Yeah, because that compels me. The Spirit of the Lord, the holding to the law compels me more than Esau's paperwork. If that was more compelling, the divorce rate would be at 20%. Y'all see that? So, just to answer that question, let's see here. It's not always that a woman wants to get divorced from one husband and jump right into another. You're right. You're absolutely right. You're right. I'm being a little facetious. In Islam, each wife is supposed to be treated exactly the same. You're right. They are supposed to be treated exactly the same, but when it's predicated on man, that's not what happens. And I know many of women that Islamic women, they're like, man, I'm divorced. Why? You was with him 30, well, because he got a new little young wife and he cut us off. He cut us off. Not always, but some. Exactly. Striving to be Proverbs 31 woman, so why would the Most High fear him want to divorce for a frivolous, right? Why would a Lord-fearing woman want to divorce for a frivolous reason? She wouldn't. A Lord-fearing woman is going to fight for her relationship and continue to be that pillar of rest, that tower against death. She's going to fight. She's going to be humble. She's going to go through it. She's going to suffer wrongfully. She's going to go through all the things she got to go through, right? Understanding what's on the line. So, yeah. Con. Anything else? Blah? All right, well. Oh, wow. Got another one. How should we deal with people in the world and family members that are not and don't want to deal with the truth? Well, I mean, I'm gonna probably repeat what I just said, but it's simple. They don't want to deal with it. You can't make anybody. Just ask yourself this: how long did it take you to get into the knowledge, and was the Bible rammed down your throat? That's the answer.
Wait, what was the question?
No, it's right here on my phone. Somebody text me.
Oh, what is it?
How do you deal with people that basically? How do you deal with family members and peoples that are not and don't want to deal with the truth? Don't force them. Yeah. We got to understand that. What is our job? Our job is to administer the word. Our job is to be examples. That's it. Right? The Most High is going to save them if you want. What you got to realize is that all your family ain't supposed to be in the truth. They all ain't supposed to get it. Somebody got to be the 2/3. Somebody got to be the 1/3. And unfortunately, a lot of our family is going to be the 2/3.
Somebody got to be the chosen, and
Yeah.
a lot of people are going to be the rejected.
Somebody got to be chosen. Somebody got to be the goats. Somebody got to be the sheep. Somebody got to be Judas. Somebody got to be Jesus.
But what I suggest is like he said, it's the example. It's your own actions that's going to sway a person. It's nothing that you're going to show them.
Let's read it real quick.
Because if they can't look in the world and see that the world is messed up, and then you show them scriptures why the world is messed up, they don't get it from that, then, it's not meant for them. The only other thing that you could say is that may sway them is just your actions, and they got to see the change that's within you.
You want to know how you deal with them? Run your race.
Yep.
That's how you deal with them. Because guess what? Wouldn't it be a shame if you did all that energy to get your family into the truth, then you fell off? Right?
God.
You got all that work. You put all that work. Y'all got to get into the truth. Y'all got to get into this Bible. Put down that pole. And they come in and you ain't there. You're like, where'd such and such go? Oh, he went back to smoking ganja. He eating pork chops again. Now, wouldn't that be crazy? So what is the whole point? Well, you got to focus on you always. Right? Read Hebrews 12:1 real quick. Y'all can't be laughing Noah out gun y'all, bro.
Hebrews chapter 12, verse 1.
Noah's trying to wield his sword on y'all. Read it.
Wherefore, seeing we also are compassed about with so great a cloud of witnesses.
Right.
Let us lay aside every weight.
So the cloud of witnesses are the people that's looking at your family, right? The family members that are not in the truth. What are they looking at? How is the Bible benefiting you? You talk a good one. Oh, so you ain't eating pork? You missing out. You missing out now. You ain't doing Christmas? You missing out. Well, no, really. I'm not missing out. I'm missing out on heart disease. I'm missing out on being broke. You're right. But they're going to look at how is the word of the Most High, how is being constrained and a prisoner to the word beneficial? So what does that mean? As each individual, you got to go through the imprisonment. We talk about it, right? You got to put on those chains and those fetters, and because who's in jail smiling? You are. Right? You in jail smiling. You in prison happy as hell. Or you should be. You can't be in the truth moping around and expect your family to want to be down. They're going to be like, nigga, you always sad. I don't want to be a part of that. You're supposed to be happy to be. You get around them like, man, I got to go to class. It's time for you to leave them. And, man, what you about to go do? Man, I got to go to class, man. I wish I could kick it with y'all, but I got to go do this class thing. I guess. Sigh. Right? You looking sad because you got to go come to class? Man, the brothers hit me up to go do flyers. Womp, womp, womp. I wish I could kick it with y'all, just drinking and not doing nothing with your lives. That sounds more fun. Right? So how are you approaching how are you moving in your life towards other people? How are they looking at you move in life? Are you happy to be a part of the word? Because if you sad as hell, nobody wants to be around sad people. And if they think that this life and the truth is about being sad, broke, and pitiful, who's gonna willingly say, you know what, I want some? Nobody. They're gonna be like, hell nah. So you gotta be a bum? I gotta be a vagabond? I gotta be this? I gotta be sad to serve the Lord? What about the joy? Then they start getting churchy on you. What about the joy of the Lord? My Jesus is about joy and prosperity. Well, the Bible says that God loves the prosperity of his saints. You just dry as hell. You dry and ashy like his knuckles. Man, he moistened them. You just dry, bro, in the truth.
Damn, you just been getting it.
They were ashy earlier. You can't be dry as hell in the truth. Come on, man. You got to be excited. Whatsoever is brought on you, to take it cheerfully. Right? Have joy. Because you didn't serve the Lord with joyfulness and gladness of heart. Therefore, you're going to serve your enemies. Right? So you got to be happy about the bonds and the chains that the Most High got you in. First and foremost. Because people are looking. The Most High is looking at how you enjoy your life. I know it'd be hard. I know it's hard. The truth ain't easy. It's not an easy life, but it's an easier life. I know sometimes it's like, damn, man, this again, 50 million chats, 1,000 things to do, all this stuff, right? But you should take joy that the Most High is using you for something. And look at them and say, damn, what's he using them for? An example of what not to be. Go ahead.
And the sin which doeth so easily beset us.
Right, so you're supposed to be, man, y'all gotta come into the truth and, you know what I'm saying, serve Yah. You're supposed to be dropping the sins, put down the blunt, put down the excessive drinking, put down all the things that are besetting you off the path. Because what is the world looking at? They're ready to accuse you that you fell off the path. Well, you said that you was an Israelite, but look at how you acted. That ain't, you know what's the check when your family's like, that ain't in the Bible. Where's that at? Because you went all the way out of spirit. And they're like, look how you acted. Where's that in the Bible? You're like, oh, damn. Ooh, you don't even want to come around no more. Condemned. So your example, right? Your family should be, listen, I see my family this the other day. I see my sister and my brother. They were happy to have me. They be happy, man. And we talk about the scriptures. We talk about the truth. We talk about the Bible. It's funny. My cousin hit me up the other day, just a few days ago. He texted me he was like, "Are you a deacon?" My cousin that lives in Katy. I was like, "Bishop, deacon, yeah, basically same thing." He was like, "Man, I was talking to one of your brothers, and man, he showed me so many things that I just didn't know." I'm like, "Oh, really? Who were you talking to?" And I guess his sister-in-law's husband is an Israelite. I don't know what school, what type. He wears the zeets though, so I'm thinking he might be Old Testament. I'm not sure. But I'm glad that the conversation was good and that he learned something.
Yeah. Right?
And sometimes he'll hit me up, so what do y'all believe in? I'll take it light. We don't do birthdays, we don't do this, we don't do that. But I'm not like pouting because I'm not able to go do certain things with them when they invite me. Like, damn! New Year's, oh man, that sucks. Wish I could have been there, but I gotta go do this class thing. Nah, they're looking at the example. That's the first thing your family is looking at. How does the Bible benefit you? Secondly, it was one of the things, what was the brother Lloyd?
Okay, yeah.
So Lloyd been having a question on his mind for a long time, I could tell. Because when I answered it, he was like, and he'd been in the church. He went to church, he was like, so explain, remember the baptism question? And I went through that, and he just sat there like, he said it, he's like, dude, you answered my question. His dad is a pastor, right?
His dad is an elder at a church.
Elder at a church, they couldn't answer baptism. Like, what's the purpose of baptism, or do you need it, whatever the case may be. So next, you got to be able to give an answer. You got to be able to give an answer for why you believe, why you dress like that, why you walk like that, why you talk like that, why you move like that, why you speak in a different language, why don't you eat this, why don't you eat that, how come you don't do these things? You got to be able to strategically go through and not just force the Bible because God said so, damn it. What? Oh, damn, really? Well, I'm just doing it because God said so? Oh, well, no, we don't do that because, we don't eat pork. Well, think about what pork does to your system. You got ailments, you got this, you got that. Yeah, think about it. Oh, yeah, damn. And then, you know what? In the Bible, it does say not to eat it because the Most High was trying to protect us from disease. It's the most diseased animal that you can eat. How come you don't do this? How come you don't do that? Well, think about the spiritual connection behind Christmas and New Year's and all these different things. You got to have more than just because God said so. Go to Jeremiah 10. Damn, I don't get that. I don't understand Jeremiah 10. Where is that? You got to be able to give more than just throwing out scriptures at people. Daggers. You got to know how to come with people with wisdom. Right? So how do you deal with them? And if they don't want it, you do what Christ said. If they don't want it, what did Christ say to do with people that reject the knowledge? Dust off your feet, bid them not Godspeed, and keep it moving. I'll be honest. A lot of the times people don't want the knowledge because of the way we give it.
That's true.
Because we're aggressive, because we're excessive, because we're too pushy. That's why they don't want it. And how do I know? Because we try not to be pushy. Like in the mall, we got the whole stage set for the mall to deal with people. And they're very surprised when they see that we're Israelites and we're not pushing the Bible. They're thinking that this is a stand to teach the Bible. You're like, looking like, where's the Bible at? It's like, nah, we over here selling oils, bro. Oh, y'all ain't selling the Bible? Y'all ain't making people sign up for the Bible? No. Man, this is for your fragrance. And they're like waiting for the punchline of the Bible talk. They get their oil and leave. They're like, oh, damn. Then they come back like, so y'all about the Bible or not? Yeah, what you want to know? Oh, well, I believe da-da-da-da. Oh, okay, that's cool. It's not what the Bible says, but that's what you believe? Oh, okay. You want to see what the Bible says? No? Okay, cool. That's okay, too. You want to see it? No, I don't want to see it. Oh, what? Shalom. Right?
You need another oil?
Yeah, you need some more. Oh, bath bombs? Oh, look, we got you those, right? But we we try to be so pushy with what we know and what we read and what we saw and what we want other people to grab onto. The Bible says, be not excessive towards any. Force not the course of the river. So what does that mean? Sometimes you got to fall back and just wait. Wait for them to come to you sometimes. Because if they see your example, they're going to be questioning, what are you about? What are you on? You a Muslim? No, I'm not a Muslim. This is what I'm about. I'm an Israelite. Oh, what's that? Oh, then you go through it. But then you got to know how much to give. You overfeed a person, what happens? They're going to tune out. They're going to get bored. Right? Even right now, this class is too long. Right? Why don't you have any Issachar leaders at the table? Why don't you have any Issachar leaders at the table? Right, I know what they mean. Well, we got Issachar. We definitely got brothers that are Issachar in the camp. Right now, it's up to those brothers to step up. Nobody's holding anybody back according to tribe. Right? You would think that all the leaders of Israel would be Judah. Right? I'm Benjamin. He's Benjamin. Right? So like we got Issachar in the school, but brothers gotta. It's up to each and every man to step up. It's not a tribe thing, right? Don't get it twisted. Issachar all through here.
Did we go through that yesterday or earlier today when we talked about like promotion?
Right, the promotion that was today. See how long class was? You thought it was yesterday.
Yeah, so earlier today.
Right.
Earlier today we was talking about promotion. So, you know, if all you got to do is just rewind class and you'll see.
Yeah.
We're not gonna give rank just based off of like
tribe.
Off of tribe. Like every brother has to come in and put in their work and go through the trials and tribulations and study and learn and put in their brick.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, but
listen, I actually don't mind your question. I actually like your question because I want to see it. You know what I'm saying? I want to see.
We need brothers to step up.
I want to see
to be that
more Northern Kingdom. I want to see all the 12 tribes. I want to see you
to be that example. To be that example to the other brothers, man. What's that?
Say, how about you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Where you at, Rick? Right, Rick. We waiting on you. You in Houston? Come through.
Come through.
Right. If you an Issacharite, you want to rep. You want to rep. Well, come put your brick in.
Because you know one thing too, man, is like we have the brother in Guatemala teaching. Kawakawa is out in Guatemala. He's teaching out there.
Mm-hmm.
So you know one thing for the brother Rick is like one thing for the brother Rick is, you know.
Here comes Gamaria. Oh my God. That don't make this thing complicated.
No, I was gonna say one thing for the brother Rick. You know, one thing that would be dope is if we got more Northern Kingdom, more Issacharites. And look, you can step up and you can do it because there's a lot of history that y'all will be able to go through. And then, of course, you know, you have the language barrier. So if you speak Spanish, then
that helps also.
That helps. Like I don't speak Spanish. I wish I did. But there's a lot of work to be done. There's a whole other demographic. There's a lot of work to be done. So,
and Gamaria does have a point. Remember, if you're looking at Issachar as just light-skinned people, we do have a brother in the school that's Issachar that, I mean, he's my complexion.
Yeah, he's yours.
He's a dark Issacharite. So remember, don't get it twisted off of off of skin complexion. He grew up with the Issacharites, right? He grew up in the valley, right? So, but the point is, don't let skin complexion and skin color fool you, right? We got dark skin and light skin in all tribes. All right. So, Gamaria, you do pose a good point. Never know. He could be Issachar, right? He could be Benjakar.
Sometimes I think I'm Asher.
Right. He be right. And I'm Manasseh, right? I'm Manasseh and Ephraim, right? Hola, papi. Right. Right. I only asked because Romero is Issachar, but look, that's what I'm saying. The brother Romero, bro, he sits up here, and you would think like, wait a minute, you think that he's a tribe of Judah, but then the way he talks, and then when you go trace him back, he's the tribe of Issachar, right? So remember, don't get caught up in the skin color or the color of the skin to determine who is what. You got many, me and Kazak was rapping the other day, and it's like, we label, oh, that's an Edomite, that's an Edomite. Like, bruh, that could be a damn Israelite. You got to be careful. Isaiah 11 teaches us that our people are going to be looking like the nations coming out of captivity, right? And who you think is one thing is not always necessarily that. So we got to be careful. My son and my daughter, they're lighter skinned than me, right? My son's lighter skinned than me. His mom is Issachar. He could pass for what? Any tribe, really. My son could pass for any tribe. He could be part of any tribe, right? He got the Judite features, but then nobody would say, oh, he's a Benjamite. I guarantee you that. My daughter, same thing. And I got darker skin. I got lighter skinned kids. I got dark ass little son, right? He looks like he could be Manasseh. Manasseh. He looks like a Manassite, right? So we can't get caught up. I can see the point. Wasn't trying to. No, we know you weren't trying to low blow. No. We know that. We know you weren't. It's just I know that we it's been pumped out there. The Negro only thing, and then it's being pumped out there on the other end. The lighter skin only. You got brothers out there talking about all the tribes all light skin. All the tribes look like this. They was all golden. It's like, come on, man, stop it. They said we are all different shades of brown. So we know you wasn't trying to low blow or anything like that. A white guy asked me if I was Italian and I'm so-called Cape Verdine. Yeah. Listen, I met a chick in the mall 2 days ago, right? Old girl. I was like, what are you, Mexican? She was like, no, I'm French. I'm like, oh, wow. And she was like, oh, yeah, my mom's Japanese. And I'm like, really? And she just looked like straight up like the typical Issacharite woman, right? She had the build, she had the facial features, she had the hair. And she's like, I'm French, but I'm mixed with this and a little bit. I'm like, oh, I get it. That's why I asked, But we know you weren't trying to. No. It's the Sabbath. We all having fun here, right? We know that ain't nobody trying to low blow, right? We just, you might be new to our channel, and you were just asking a question. I get it.
I'll give you a good example. The brother Roberto and the brother Yashakar, they're both working at the mall.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be doing, a Spanish classes. Remember?
Right. Oh, like street speaking.
Street speaking and
right.
like basic.
Basic Spanish. Yeah.
Yeah. I gotta get back on that with them.
You do. But they are two different shades of brown. Yashakar is on the lighter side, and Romero is on the darker side. It's crazy, but that's how the Most High has it. That's one of the ways He's preserved us, His people. Let's see here. It's funny but annoying when in the world, everyone instantly assumes my mom and dad has to be white because I'm light skinned and my eyes are green. Yeah, those things run through Israelite communities also. My dad got blue eyes. Right?
In Mexico, Saturday, you see a lot of colored-eyed people.
Yeah. And we know a lot of that came from the conquistadors and the raping, the robbing, the pillaging. it still don't take away the nationality, eye color. That doesn't determine anything. You know, that's just one thing that if you get caught up in that, you'll miss the whole point of the scriptures. That Israel been mixing themselves since the beginning of time. We've been mixing, right? And putting our seed and mixing our seed with these different nations from the beginning of time. So, and whenever I say both my parents are brown, they always shocked and like, what? Yeah. You know, and some people are just ignorant. They're ignorant, but remember, the Most High said we're 12 shades, we're the different shades of brown. We're a speckled bird. We're a cake unturned, right? So, yeah, but no, Rick, I was actually a part of an Israelite, the Israelites in Los Angeles 20 years ago. Now I live in Katy, Texas. I would love to visit and learn and grow with y'all. If you were in Cali 20 years ago, you know Ariala? I mean, you might know Ariala and Kazaki. Because the only Israelite school 20 years ago in Cali, Ariala started that. Yeah. You in Katy, we right down the road, bro. Come on through. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Right?
Sunday, Monday.
Right? We always getting it in. Hebrew Academy on Tuesday. We got this on that. We got this. Yeah, but no, if you was in Cali 20 years ago, yeah, Ariala was out there 20 years ago. A lot of them brothers was out there 20 years ago. Bonabah was out there? No, not 20 years ago. That Cali school was what? What was the name of that school? Was that Shield of Wisdom? What was the name of your school? I forget. It might have been Shield of Wisdom. But yeah, Ariala was out there in them Compton streets, man. Passing out flyers with the glizzy under the flyer. It was rough in them days. Right? I was actually... Yeah. Bro, you know, come on through. Come on through. My information's up there, the 303-557-8979 number. You can hit me up. We get you the address, and we do it like that. 4:30. I mind you, Mupanyak with them. Listen, we've been dealing. No, it's real when the kids are asleep. They back there, they in their sleep, getting good naps. Oh, y'all threw something on for them in there? You the man, bro. We didn't hear no noise, right? Like, where the kids at? Even Thon Woman's back there with them. Oh. Yeah.
Don't let me forget to take
Van Nuys, California. It's all good if you don't remember. I know it's been a long time, 20 years ago. Yeah,
Alright. Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Baruch Hushai.
Baruch Hushai.
Shemai.
Shemai.
Manawa.
Manawa.
Shalach Ma'ach Allah.
Shalach Ma'ach Allah.
Waha Alahayim.
Waha Alahayim.
Lashmor Al.
Lashmor Al.
Barak.
Barak.
Rapab.
Rapab.
Kazak.
Kazak.
Slakia. Barak.
Barak.
Rapab.
Rapab.
Magan.
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 Wa.
Wa.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Kazak.
Kazak.
Ha'ayin.
Ha'ayin.
Yashar Allah.
Yashar Allah.
Gum.
Gum.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Lanawa.
Lanawa.
Rab.
Rab.
Chachama.
Chachama.
Rab.
Rab.
Da'ai.
Da'ai.
Rab.
Rab.
Bayanab.
Bayanab.
Rab.
Rab.
Sabalan.
Sabalan.
Rab.
Rab.
Number one.
Number one.
Rab.
Rab.
Chadwat.
Chadwat.
Wad.
Wad.
Rab.
Rab.
Ahab.
Ahab.
Echad.
Echad.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Wasalachnawa.
Wasalachnawa.
Chatayimyan.
Chatayimyan.
Hawashai.
Hawashai.
Ah. Mahayar.
Mahayar.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Ba'ata.
Ba'ata.
Yacholnawa.
Yacholnawa.
Kamyad.
Kamyad.
Wa.
Wa.
Ba'aywalanyam.
Ba'aywalanyam.
Amad.
Amad.
Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, please listen to us now, right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Israel. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahushai, come quickly, for in thee is our hope, always and forever. Amen.
Amen.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hashem Yahushai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hashem Yahushai.
Award.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hashem Yahushai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hashem Yahushai.
Shaman.
Zayat. Ramashad.
Yashar Allah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And of course, we'll anoint at the end. This is Psalms chapter 92. It is a good thing.
It is a good thing.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Most High.
O Most High.
Show forth thy loving kindness.
Show forth thy loving kindness.
In the morning.
In the morning.
Thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon a psaltery.
And upon a psaltery.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
Thou Yahweh.
Thou Yahweh.
Make me glad at thy works.
Make me glad at thy works.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
Thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth a fool understand it.
Neither doth a fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
When all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that day.
It is that day.
Shall be destroyed forever.
Shall be destroyed forever.
But thou. Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
Our Most High forevermore.
Our Most High forevermore.
Love thine enemies.
Love thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
Love thine enemies.
Love thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
My horn.
But my horn.
Shalt thou exalt.
Shalt thou exalt.
The horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
And I also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire, my enemy.
My desire, my enemy.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
The desire of the wicked that rise up against me.
The desire of the wicked that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahushai.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahushai.
Shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
Shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
Psalms chapter 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Malawat.
Malawat.
Ladawat.
Ladawat.
Hana. Matawat.
Matawat.
Wamad.
Wamad.
Nahayam.
Nahayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gum.
Gum.
Chai.
Chai.
Hashaman.
Hashaman.
Hatzawa.
Hatzawa.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Arash.
Arash.
Yerad.
Yerad.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Zakwan.
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 Aharon.
Aharon.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Alpayah.
Alpayah.
Madawakiwa.
Madawakiwa.
Katol.
Katol.
Kamarun.
Kamarun.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Arayah.
Arayah.
Zion. Desire 1.
Desire 1.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Shum.
Shum.
Tazawa.
Tazawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
At.
At.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Chayayam.
Chayayam.
Aid.
Aid.
Aiwalam.
Aiwalam.
Aman.
Amen. This is Psalms chapter 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Bahasham Yahushai.
The water.
The water.
Yad.
Yad.
Aman.
Aman.
Let's circle up.
Remember, get your garment money in. Get your garment money in for Passover. Go ahead.
To the visitor, Aman. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Turn to face the sisters. Madra Shabbat. Call it.
Salute not the daughters of Zion, and a visitor, Aman. Barak.
Yahweh Shema Adon Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Yo, Matah. Hands down. Dismiss. Let's say shalom to everybody online.
Shalom.
See y'all back here Wednesday. Shalom. Damn, I'm trying to go that long.
You say it that way.